don't wanna wait. I don't wanna go, no. I wake in the morning, get on my feet. Savor the moment, it's bittersweet. I wanna feel the sun. I put my Ray-Bans on, yeah. I'm waiting for someone will never come, no. Wanna wait to get away, but I wait for you. Wanna wait to get away, but I wait for you. Gotta wait to get away, but I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna go, no.
We gotta restart this. We're gonna go one by
one.
What
are the rules?
Ready? Rock.
We're
paper,
rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
I heard we're back on. So here we are here for Blue Otter League Platinum. We have made it into the playoffs here. We've got a great matchup on tap for you tonight. It's the 3-4 Degenerates Exiles versus the 5-2 New World Nebula. If I am a familiar face, then you were watching Masters last night. My name is Yanni. I am joined here by Shibby. Shibby, I hope you've been ready for this one because we've had a whirlwind of games lately that you and I have been paying attention to. But this one is sure to be another banger on that long list.
Two to my co-caster, Nyarko, unfortunately, is out today. He has said, and we have had a Baron throw every single week. We have casted Blue Otter League Platinum.
I've heard.
These guys just don't know how to do Baron. So even when you think the game is over, even when you think the game is 5,000 gold ahead, even when there's teams infinitely so far ahead, they'll just throw at Baron. It is the rule of Blue Otter League. Luckily, we get a best of 5 here, so even if you do throw one game, you've got a little bit of a cushion here, as Milio actually is enabled for the rest of Blue Otter playoffs. And honestly, Milio Lucian is just the new Lucian Nami, right, Yanni? I think that lane is busted.
So we saw that lane last night in Blue Otter League Masters, and it went very well. But they were not able to close out the game, actually.
Yes.
It was a Camille on the other side that caused a lot of problems. But a couple of big bot laners, as you mentioned, coming out. We're going to see the Hecarim get picked up. The champion is not as popular as I thought it would be after, how good he's been lately. Obviously took some nerfs quite some time ago, but is still a solid enough jungler. I'm surprised that we did not see emphasis on this Jarvan, though, which looks like it's going to get picked up by Degenerates Exiles, sorry, by New World Nebula.
Yeah, and I'm also surprised as well. You see the immobile Varus come out. That should be a slam dunk onto the Jarvan pick here. Hecarim kind of does the same thing, right? He's kind of an unstoppable force. He does the onslaught of shadows, makes your AD carry regret ever playing ADC the role ever again. But Jarvan just has that slipperiness. He has that tankiness, right? He's got a lot more utility, right? He's not just kind of one way in. He can cataclysm and flag and drag out. He can flag and drag and cataclysm you from a mile away to extend his engage distances. Hecarim, you understand where he's coming from. He's got one way in, and that's all he got. He's going to E in onslaught of shadows and pray to God that the rest of his team can do work. But Exiles, smartly recognizing that, take the Malphite into the Varus here, so you still have that, I'm going to sit on your face, I'm going to destroy you, you can't do anything about it, Malphite pick coming in.
Yeah, as it turns out, the meta has shifted from the AD carries are the ones who run the game to the AD carries are the ones who hate life. Because of all this point and click, a champion that could have been played that we're not seeing here. Vi would have been a good choice, but Hecarim, Jarvan, Nautilus, Malphite, when I see those and I'm against them, I am very, very sad. So these AD carries are going to have their work cut out for them, such as the life of picking first. We are into the second half of bans. We already see Silas getting taken away, very wise. Hecarim, Malphite, very impactful ultimates to steal.
Yeah, I like that Silas ban, right? Don't even opt in for that counter pick. Don't give Silas this massive amount of ultimates to steal from here. Malzahar being taken away, though. New World, they respect Degenerate Exiles mid. They respect the lockdown potential here. But now, Exiles, they have no need to pick these kinds of single target CC champions. Now they need a little bit more AoE. They need some burst. They need some long-range mages, right? Victor could be very strong. Oriana pairs up very, very well with the Hecarim, right? And the Malphite. You have a really solid ball delivery system. Though, New World's going to split the even here. Going to go Malzahar ban and then Lulu as well. Taric being picked up for Degenerate Exiles. Not the strongest of laning phases, but God, an invulnerable, untargetable, pretty much. Hecarim coming at you at light speed. I don't know what this Varus is going to do.
Yeah, and it's a really great pick for lane. Specifically, not because their lane's strong, but because the Taric is really resilient against something like a Nautilus. You go something squishy, you could be in a lot of trouble. You mentioned some long-range mages. We're going to see that get picked up in the form of the Victor. It's a bit of a sketchy look here for New World because Victor has a lot of the same issues that Varus has.
Yeah, I think the one thing to know is that you can opt in for stopwatch on the Victor here, right? You can drop the gravity field. You can try to put some work in. His counter punch, right? Like before you hit him, if he hits you with the laser with the Q, right? The pimp walk into the Q and empowered auto, he's going to just burst you down, especially if you're somebody like the Malphite, like the Hecarim, who's not going to be opting into the early MR. Victor's nice. I like how you mentioned, like, yeah, they both have immobility, but the fact that you can kind of slot in a Zanya's second or third item, you drop the gravity field, drop the Chaos Storm, Zanya's onto yourself, that's a whole lot of damage, a whole lot of slows, and potentially getting stunned up, underneath a turret, or letting your Varus kind of hit here, as now they're just going to round out the composition here with a Ornn pick. Don't know if I necessarily love that. Would have loved to see something a bit more split push heavy, as now we see the Orianna being picked up from Exiles, which I mentioned has very good ball delivery system. I would have loved to see more of a split push threat here on the top side for New World. You mentioned Camille yesterday in last match's series taking over the game. I think it would have been a fine Camille spot, right? There's a lot of other counters you could have picked in the Malphite. Gwen, right? Something else. Just force this Malphite to match you in lane so he doesn't have that team fight presence. And in that aspect, you can just beat him 1v1.
I don't disagree with your assessment there. I think you're largely correct. But I also think it's really what the team wants to do, right? Because you have a lot of options with, Varus, J4, Nautilus, Victor, right? You can opt to go into that split pusher based on who you're seeing on the other side. Given the fact that Degenerates Exile is very team fight heavy, I think that the Ornn is a fairly okay pick, right? Because you can now fight these 5v5s and go toe-to-toe against the Hecarim ultimate, the Malphite ultimate, the Taric ultimate, the Orianna ultimate, with the Call of the Forge God interrupting a lot of things. Both of these teams have wrapped a nice bow on their compositions with what their last picks bring to the table in a team fight.
I mean, Yanni, for lack of a better term, these guys just want to bump uglies, right?
Oh,
5v5. Yeah, they just want to meet up in the mid. After 15 minutes, laning phase is over. Once tower plates are gone out off the menu, life and blood is going to be on the menu for them, right? Exiles, New Worlds. They got, like you said, a lot of long range engage, though, right? Jarvan can extend his engage distance. Call of the Forge God has a really big engage distance. I'm assuming we're going to see the Hex Flash Nautilus, which just makes his engage so much farther. Where you look on Exiles, they've kind of got a one shot, one trigger, right? It's Malphite ult in, Hecarim ult in, and that's it. If you don't land those, if those get flashed, if you miss, you just miss your whole opportunity to do anything, right? Flag and drag is still very, very good. Nautilus hooks are still very, very good. Even if you don't have the depth charge, even if you don't have the cataclysm, you still have ways to engage and pick skirmishes. Whereas Exiles team comp, they're going to want to meet you at the river. They're going to meet you at the objectives and say, you know what? You don't have any way to dodge this Malphite ultimate. You don't have any way to dodge this unless you burn every single summoner in your book here. So Varus, timing Varus flash, timing Victor flash is going to be a lot more important for Exiles. Whereas New World, they can play a little bit more loosey-goosey, throw their ultimates out and say, you know what? We still have engage tools with the dredge line, with the flag and drag. Heck, even the Ornn smash into the wall knockup. There are still ways for them to fight and skirmish around objectives.
Yeah, both of these teams have ways that they can win the game and certainly ways that they can lose the game. Could be, you highlighted a lot of the team fighting prowess out of both sides. How do you envision a dragon fight or a baron fight going down? Where are the win conditions? Who needs to do what to ensure their team's victory at a huge critical juncture in the game?
Well, it seems to me for Exiles, at least, right, how they want to set up around dragons. You definitely want that Jinx far and away, right, playing that backline, just using the space that her tanks are making for them, right? In the eyes of like the Hecarim, the Malphite, the Taric, they're going to be this big beefy kind of pit stops, right? That if you want to get to my Jinx, if you want to get to a champion like that who's just going to be crit rocketing you from miles away, you're going to have to walk through everything here. Orianna really kind of plays that kind of, hey, if they group up, if they misplace, if they just kind of unga boonga death ball, you are going to eat a massive command shockwave, right? There's so many ways that Exiles can kind of enter these dragons, but the dream scenario is that you have Malphite engaging, you have Hecarim engaging, they're doing some sort of flank on one side, or one of them is trying to flank, most likely the Malphite, and then once that hits, you can follow up with the onslaught, you can follow up with the command shockwave, and by that time, if nobody's dead, then you kind of just have to dip out, right? The super mega death rocket's going to be coming in as well from long range, right? Somebody has to die when you use those ultimates, and if New World plays a good job navigating around it, they flash it, they ghost it, whatever, they Zanyas some of this engage, dude, the counter punch from New World can be disgusting here. I don't think New World ever want to start the fight necessarily. They want to try to wait out what Exiles is going to do and then hit him with the Cataclysm, hit him with the Chain of Corruptions, just melt through the front line, especially if this is going to be an on-hit Varus, which I think it should be.
Yeah, you're so correct, because if you drop a Varus ultimate, right, to engage the fight, because obviously you don't necessarily want to commit your Jarvan, commit your Nautilus right off the bat if you're trying to engage the fight, what's going to happen? Like, you're going to Chain of Corruption a Malphite, right? And Varus and Victor are going to try to do some damage, maybe get them to half if they're really strong and really lucky. But then from there, Malphite just goes, well, I mean, I may as well just ult them, right? And it becomes a really big problem. So yeah, you are correct. The counter engage coming out of New World is going to be their bread and butter. If Victor and Varus can keep themselves safe enough to get off on a lot of poke when an objective gets started up, they will be in a really, really good spot. Which does beg the question, who blinks first in a game of chicken between these two teams?
Yeah, I feel like Exiles is going to be the one with the itchy trigger finger, right? They've got the Malphite ultimate. They've got the Onslaught of Shadows, and those are ultimates that you can't really double back on, right? If you flag and drag, you can still kind of move out. If you Cataclysm, oh, this is a really bad Cataclysm. I'm out of here. I'm out of here. But God forbid Exiles, like you said, they're itchy on the trigger finger. They go first. And then now you've got a gravity storm, a chaos storm and a gravity field dropped onto you. And you're just like, well, I can't move. And I'm taking damage. And I'm getting poked out here. And then there's a Call of the Forge God coming in, right? The late game, in my opinion, in a weird way, goes to New World because they have the on-hit Varus. They've got the Victor that's scaling. And they've also got ornaments ready in the back pocket. These three champions combined secure that late game for you. Or if you look at Exiles, they've got a really beefy Malphite and they've got a Jinx, and that's about it, right? Orianna, she has that really big, strong 1-item power spike, that really big 3-item power spike when she gets the Void, and then she kind of just tapers off, right? It's like, all right, and then she'll get to like 6 items, and then you'll see these massive command shockwaves like one-shotting the Varus. But from 3 to 6 items, it can be really, really rough. Well, as Victor, he's got the evolved components, he's got so much damage on top of his abilities, and he just does better with certain items, right? The Liandry's into the Zhonya's into the Void is just a massive, massive power spike. Victor as well. Big 1-item power spike if he opts in for the Ludens and goes for the one-shot build. A lot of variability in what these guys can go in regards to the mid lane mages and what they build here, which I think is going to be the crucial part for how they navigate these team fights.
One other thing that we didn't really talk about during this time is that Varus and Victor have an easier time damaging Jinx and Orianna than Jinx and Orianna do damaging Varus and Victor, right? Because, you know, obviously Jinx, when she gets those rockets, can auto attack from very far away, but Varus can Q from farther away. Victor lasers, provided that they keep themselves in a safe spot, you know, can deal a lot of damage if they manage to get it through on an angle. Orianna, you know, nice control mage, she doesn't have the longest range, right? Like, you can use your ball for a lot of effective range, but ultimately you have to walk up and get closer in order to move the ball into a good spot. So, you know, the Varus and the Victor aren't just going to walk into that unknowingly, at least I'd hope. But, you know, you've said that things have happened at Barons. Everybody gets mind controlled by the purple worm. So really watching these two team compositions go head to head with the mind control of Baron Nashor will certainly be a sight to see.
Yeah, and my fear is that Exiles, they desync their engage, right? It sounds so simple. You've got ball delivery system, you've got Malphite, you've got Hecarim, but the effective range, like you mentioned, of the Orianna ball versus the effective range of Malphite, he can ult farther than the range of the Orianna ball, and what'll happen is I've seen it happen a multitude of times, even at the highest of levels. The Malphite will ult in, or whatever engage tank will ult in, and then you'll see the Orianna flip the ultimate and it'll just sombrero themselves because it'll go back to them. The Malphite or whatever tank will go super deep into the enemy line. It's like, wait, how come we didn't combo it? Because that range leashing wasn't there. And like you said, if Exiles want to do it, Orianna's got to step up and she's got to kind of play in the pocket, for lack of a better term, Yanni.
Yeah, you know, I've heard that the game has started, but I do not see any game action going on. So trying to get that sorted out for you right now. I wonder if Orianna has opted into Ghost this game, because despite the fact that Teleport is an excellent summoner spell, this feels like a ghost game to be able to kind of bob and weave between the Jarvan, the Nautilus, and the Ornn, causing a lot of problems. And we are finally into Summoner's Rift here. Game 1 between these two teams, Degenerates, Exiles, and New World Esports Nebula here in the wild card round. This is a best of 5 tonight. We neglected to mention that, but we are here for this best of 5 and ready to watch these teams go at it. And, you know, a lot of big players here, especially Denali the King, one of the best junglers in the league, second highest KDA as well, second least deaths per game, top of the charts on kill participation. Is there anything this jungler can't do?
I mean, he's just been fantastic to watch, fantastic to kind of watch his evolution as a jungler here. And it's surprised that with a player like this, that you see this team playing in what is considered the wild card match, right? They're playing for a spot to face the higher seeded. Now we do get some shenanigans going on early into this early game.
Oh, easy, getting a lot of damage and making it look easy. And that's really a great start. You did see the Orion go for the teleport, so that's okay. Taking the damage early kind of stinks, but they're actually going to take a full back here as the minions are heading into the lane, and they're going to take the long walk back. Shibby, that might be ill-advised. I don't want to say, you know, I don't want to overstep here, but not too great about it.
It was a bit goofy, right? There were some shenanigans to be had here, right? And I think that's kind of just nerve stalking. It is the first best of 5 that these teams have played in this season of Blue Water League. You've got a lot of games, so get those nerves out, right? Get those goofy hijinks out of the way so you can start laning here pretty safely here. But I think both of these teams, they'll be fine. Like you said, the long walk, everything like that. Lanes are going just according to plan. Orion and Victor going to be trading pretty early. Like you said, both of them opting in for standard summoner spells, flash teleport, nothing too out of the ordinary here, I would say. You've got Ghost on the Varus versus the heal on the Jinx here, so have a little bit more kill pressure for Exiles bot lane here, just because they have the more combative summoners, as well as, Boogie. He's going to have to bob and weave out of the Taric stun, of the Oriana, right? He might be looking to kind of outpace this Hecarim if possible, but I really like this bot lane from Varus and Nautilus here. They're just going up with Denali coming in.
Oh, Mental Boomer landed a nice hook. Can they follow it up even more? They're going to force the flash out of the Taric. A solid early gank here from Denali.
Yeah, I mean, you get the flash out from both Coolbox and the Taric here. So, I mean, that's a high value gank. And really, Denali doesn't really lose too much because the jungler started on the opposite side. So by the time, they found out that this J4 was ganking, Hecarim is already on his blue buff here, so he's not going to be able to take anything. And now, with the flashes down, they're just going to fight.
Yeah, they went back in, but you can see the Taric sustained from downtown. The arrow lands, the auto attack is there. Mental Boomer picking up first blood. Oh, wait, I don't think it's over yet. I thought it was over for a second.
No.
Does Jinx have the damage, have the range? The shield comes back, so everything A-okay. The bot lane of Boogie and Boomer putting in work early.
Yeah, it's so scary when that Jinx starts stacking up that lethal tempo into the rockets. The range is absolutely so insane here. But Boogie and Mental Boomer, they want to get this lane crashed into here, but Hecarim is just waiting in the wings right now.
Oh, he's going to head into that bot lane. The Jinx traps are down, but they're not going to land on anybody. And now Boogie putting out some damage, landing another nice arrow, putting the pressure onto Coolbox.
They don't get the lane shoved in, so it's going to be not ideal lane state here. Now, Jarvan?
Good job holding the flash by Sovereign, but Denali the King did not take the kill when they had the opportunity. Ends up being a 1-for-1 and many flashes burnt.
Tried to give it over to Victor. I understand the reasoning, right? His passive gets the extra 25 stacks, can get to that, empowered ability even sooner here. But now, easy, because he burned the flash, because he burned so much, he's just going to die here.
That's a great roam out of Samuel, and it's going to be a pickup there for the Hecarim. Lots of action coming across. Not even 5 minutes into the game, Shibby. You told me the throws happened at Baron, but you didn't tell me that all the action was in the early game.
Oh, yeah, these teams like to scrap, especially now, right, when you've got these compositions like the Jarvan, like the Hecarim, like the Taric. I'm surprised that the Taric and Hecarim were together on the roam. I figured the Hecarim would be a little bit faster here, but they just pick up the kill onto the Victor here. Even the lane out just a little bit, as Oriana actually ended up picking that kill in the mid lane for herself, and Jarvan had to take the kill there. So she's actually completely fine in that mid lane. as now Tarek is going to be taking a lot of damage.
Yeah, they are doing so much to this Tarek. And, you know, we mentioned if it was a bit of a squishier support, something that can't sustain nearly as much, they would be in so much trouble right now. But Samuel, tanky enough in the early game to be able to survive through a lot of those hooks and actually went down the last fight. But you can see the pressure that has been put on right now. It hasn't really yielded a large CS lead quite yet.
No, not at the moment just yet here. But overall, now the game has kind of slowed down a little bit. Top lane, wet noodle as it is. A lot of attention been giving to this bot lane and mid lane here. And I don't think Denali's going to stop coming bottom lane, right? Why would you? You've got Nautilus, you've got this, and now the flash auto comes in and Boogie.
Oh, that was a great shockwave by Sovereign in the mid lane. And the Hecarim is going to be able to help out, knock him right back. It's a second kill for the Oriana. You saw that kill in the bot lane. A nice play there by Mental Boomer, burning the flash to be able to secure that Tarek. So another 1-for-1 trade as these teams keeping parity 6 minutes in.
Yeah, it looks like, New World, they are inching out a lead here about what relatively 500 gold right now, and you can just chalk that up to kind of the top lane CS and some of the kills being handed down into that bot lane here. So far, like I mentioned, this Tarek Jinx, you as well, Yanni, it's not that strong in lane, right? It can't really do much once that hard engage comes in, unfortunately. And if you're just tanking all these autos, if the Varus hits the max blight stack Qs, regardless if you're Tarek, regardless if you're building damage, if you're building, health or armor, you're just going to get shredded here. So you got to stop eating some of those hooks here because you're just giving up all lane priority. You're giving up anything you can do in this lane if you're a half-health Tarek constantly.
Yeah, we're going to see more fighting occur here. The ultimate, not enough damage quite yet. The knockup is going to land, but Denali the King is going to fall. It ends up being a 1-for-1. And now it's a duel of the fates between these two mid laners, about near the same HP, but there's a lot of cooldowns getting expended. The bot lane of Colbox and Samuel is going to get there first. Easy does have to back off, takes a lot of damage on the way out. We see Orion trying to go for a little bit of a fight here. Again, wet noodle fight. We can't be too surprised here, although Malphite does get the better of that one.
Malphite got hands, man. I mean, his W is still one of the most busted abilities. They were slowly secret buffing him consistently, and finally they realized, wait, this guy just presses one key, smacks you for all your health, reduces your armor so that his next autos do even more damage. Malphite, really, really strong. You see a lot of hatred towards that champion across all the pro scene here. I would say justifiably, not because he's a simple champion, Yanni, but just because he gets so much out of doing so little.
Yeah, and that's really the beauty of some of those champions, right? Being able to make a big impact when things aren't necessarily going your way in the game just because of the tools that you have in a kit. It can really make a very large difference.
Yeah, now we see New World using that bot lane pressure, using the 2v2 pressure to kind of invade the jungle of Hecarim here. I like the wardage. I like just setting up around these dragons, setting up around the river, and just making sure that these guys can play as aggressive as they want. As now Mental Boomer is here. Nothing much will occur, though, but just the presence of this Nautilus. He is liable to just throw a hook out at any time here, and he hasn't been afraid to flash auto you just so you can get a massive amount of damage. And now Samuel giving the respect that this Nautilus deserves.
Yeah, and you kind of have to, right? Until you at least at level 6, you're going to see the hook go wide. The fancy feat there as they look to turn this around. The ultimate's going to come out from the Varus, could cause a lot of problems, forcing the flash out of the Tarek, but again, taking a ton of damage on the way out. Boogie has been Legolas with these
Denali
arrows,
6.
and you can see Denali, as you mentioned, is level 6 and is ready to go. Drop the Cataclysm down. It's going to be a kill for Boogie. He tanked up a lot of the tower. He's going to be able to walk it out in a well-executed, clean dive. They might be going in for more here. Boogie is very low. Colbox is level 6. Here comes a Super Mega Death Rocket. Does not land. Flash. The auto attack does not do enough. And getting out there is Boogie. They will be content with the one kill that they got.
Yeah, unfortunately, Boogie tanked that initial tower shot or 2 tower shots when the tower dive happened onto the Tarek here, which should have been most likely Denali or even Mental Boomer tanking those. You could have reset, you could have set up for that re-dive here, the round 2 onto Colbox. Because Boogie took so much damage, he had to flash the Mega Death Rock, had to flash the auto potentially here, and that signals the end of the dive because now Samuel's coming back and potentially you don't know where this Hecarim is, so they could have got countered so quickly. Overall, though, a clean enough dive Finally, we see New World, using that bot lane pressure, burning sums, forcing that, summoner spells out to set up dives here. That's kind of the next evolution I've seen from a lot of these BOL platinum teams, that they start like being like, hey, we burned their summoners. We should just be able to kill them here, right?
Yeah, they're evolving, man. They're growing thumbs genetically in a lab, and down in the bot lane, a lot of trouble there for Boogie. There's no way he's going to be able to find a way out, right? Right? Boogie trying to Boogie his way out, but it is going to be a secured kill for that Hecarim. Nothing further. Denali a little slow in the uptake, and Hecarim with a nice lane gank, and that's really what you got to watch out for. Ghost burnt, clip clopping over him, and it's just free real estate, man.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we anticipated it's gonna happen to Boogie here on the Bears, right? It's a Hecarim. Malphite has yet to join any of these team fights. He's just gonna run you over. Now the gold is pretty much evened up, right? It's relatively been even between both of these teams. I think the highest it's gone is about 800 in the favor of New World Orion here. So I think these teams are matching each other blow for blow very well. And Yanni, I know I'm calling a little bit early, but we could easily see a 5-game series from these guys if every game is going to go like this.
Listen, 11 minutes into the game and nobody has been able to get an inch, right? Remember, they were just trading 1-for-1 earlier on in the game. As the game has progressed, it's still gone that way. Although anything you can do, I can do better as they get a gank in the bot lane here. They're looking to pick up at least a couple here. Ooh. They're only going to get the one. It's Samuel falling once again. 0-4 on this Taric. Still not level 6. A big reason why they've gotten picked on.
Yeah, it's 12 minutes in, and this guy has not ticked 6, like you mentioned here. So he doesn't have access to that, game-changing ultimate, I would say, is now. They do get a couple plates here. I think we'll get max value as now Call of the Fortune God does come in.
Oh, nice flash, but Sovereign could still be in trouble. They will be able to walk out. Everything's okay. Skill shots missing, and you see a second Drake get secured here for Orion. And now they're well on their way to putting themselves closer to at least soul point. And it is a Cloud Soul, but a Cloud Soul in this game is it's actually not bad. It's pretty decent.
It's really good if you're on the side of New World Orion, right? You've got the Victor. When you drop that big storm, right, you can start moving and grooving around. Boogie as well is definitely will take that extra movement speed, especially when it comes to fighting against the Hecarim and Oriana and all these other champions, right? You drop the Chain of Corruptions, you will have so much move speed to play around with here. It's not the best, but like you said, a lot of these champions can make a lot more use out of it because of the engage distance and how hard engagey both of these comps are. Now we do see some fighting in the jungle, but for what, Yanni? I'm kind of mistaken. I don't know what they're fighting for.
They're fighting over their territory, my guy. Sometimes you got to defend it, and it's the Hecarim picking up the kill, and they're gonna find the Nautilus before they can find a way out. Also, it is 2 kills for Degenerates.
Yeah, I'm a little confused that New World Orion opted in to fight that. You're not really fighting for any crucial vision. There's no buffs up. Dragon was just taken. I would have started setting up onto that top side and really maybe pressure this red buff. Rift Herald could be, another objective that they could be opting in for vision for. They took that fight, didn't know where anybody was, and now the gold, right? You saw the turret plates go down mid. You saw the turret plates go down top. It was 2 each apiece. Also, the Rift Herald went down mid as well, which got another 2 turret plates. Degenerates, despite losing the dragon and despite losing bot lane, they've actually gotten a nice, comfy lead in this mid and top lane for themselves, which, in my opinion, is way more important.
Yeah, and you are seeing the fruits of their labor over in the next couple of fights. Already, the Ludens on that Oriana. You can see this Hecarim, while a bit of a garage sale build, you have the cooldown reduction in the call fields. And of course, the pure lethality out of the Serrated Dirk makes this it makes this Hecarim a very, very dangerous man. And it could become problematic because they've gone Dustblade of Drakthar. And when you see the big horse disappear, you're going to be a little frightened.
Yeah, I'm very surprised that we don't see like the Spear of Sojin build that we usually see, right? With I believe Dante's the guy who's like the main Hecarim player right now, who's over in EU at the moment. Going for Dustblade, going for that more one-shot potential, and I like it. I don't hate it, because now Malphite just getting insane values. Now Taric in the bot lane.
Derek getting that insane value out of the ultimate, which means everybody's invulnerable for at least a little longer. Teleport gonna come in. Is it gonna be enough? Denali misses the flag and Dragon dies on the way out. Jinx is getting excited and Geyser may have just shown up to die. A double ultimate. Whoa! Wait, it's a clean ace in the bot lane for Degenerates Exiles.
They said you want to party in the bot lane, you want to boogie down there? Well, Degenerates Exile, they're just going to disco their way to an ace, Yanni. A huge turning point in this game. Now 4,000 gold for Degenerate Exiles. They take the fight bot lane. They say, you know what? We've got Jinx, we've got Tarek, we've got Invulnerability. We're going to bait everybody in. And the cleanup crew for Degenerate Exiles, everybody got a kill on their side. Sovereign, Colbox, and Adolf as well.
That was a grown man team fight. Everybody played their roles so well, and Samuel coming up clutch. We talked about not having the ultimate quite yet available, and once that happened, the game has turned on its head. As you can see here, we have a little bit of a pause, and I would take a pause too. Obviously, you can't tactical pause here, but I would maybe they should be thanking the They should be thanking their lucky stars that they had to be a pause here, shooting New World Orion, because that's the sort of thing that can send you reeling. We've now unpaused, so the gameplay going to resume, but it's very close to a 5K gold lead. 5K gold lead. It's getting there. It's 4.5, and it's only going to get worse because Colbox did not have their mythic in the last fight, and now they do. And guess what? That damage is coming in spades.
Yeah, we're just gonna kind of breeze through this pause glitch. Anytime that happens in Spectator, you just get a little bit of a actual in-game pause. But I think it's a really good moment to kind of talk about, like you said, as we are getting back into the game, what that bot lane fight really meant for Degenerate Exiles, right? They were only like 1.2, 1.5k gold ahead, but that ace, right? The Kraken Slayer being finished onto Colbox. You see Sovereign is gonna back in and possibly finish up his second item, looking to maybe finish up that Archangel Staff Eater. Their team fight, when they burn all those abilities, when they burn all the cooldowns out, their counterpunch is absolutely disgusting. You saw the Jinx. Once the reset came in, her long-range rockets coupled with the lethal tempo, you simply could not escape her. And you saw just what this Malphite, what this Hecarim can do when they've got an invulnerable Terracolt on top of them. It just felt like, New World Orion, they had one button, and when they saw the Terracolt ultimate, they just kept trying to fight, when in reality, they needed to kite back and re-engage with some of their tools here.
And it ended up being the great equalizer in the bot lane, right? Things weren't going too well for Samuel earlier. Boogie was getting a lot of kills, but now the kills are evened up a little bit more. There's parity between the AD carries, and for New World, that was where you had your big lead. That's where you were, making your way, and it's going to get a little worse from here, as now the dragon stacking has been broken up. It's going to be the first dragon of the game here for Degenerates Exiles. They do have the Rift Herald in their pocket as well on that Hecarim, which means more gold to potentially claim and also something to fight around. And with two teamfight compositions, when one's behind, there's not too much you can do. Like, you're just the worst teamfight composition at that point.
Yeah, and through it all, Yanni.
Holy crap.
That's a Hecarim diving in!
Bro, I was not expecting that to happen. Denali just feels like they've been a step too slow all game, just slightly behind after their first gank, where they were able to kind of set the tone. Hecarim has responded in kind and cranked it up to 11.
Yeah, and through it all, the first turret just got taken out 18 minutes in. So you can just see how scrappy these teams have been. And eventually it was going to start going and trending towards one of the teams here. And Degenerate Exiles have been the benefactor of these skirmishes, benefactor of these team fights. And I think it really started when, New World invaded into that bottom side, right, with the blue buff with 3 of their members. And they just gave a ton of gold over to Degenerate, right? That was where I was like, what is New World's plan, right? They've controlled the dragons. They controlled the, the bot lane here. What are they going to do when it comes to this mid game? Are they going to teeter out? Are they going to start making mistakes? Are they just going to be able to hold strong here? And unfortunately, New World, they just made 2 very costly and crucial mistakes. And now they're down nearly 6,000 gold. It is 5,000 right now, but it's just going to keep going further and further. The objective bounties are up. That's the signal to be like, oh, we're losing.
Yeah, the objective bounties are good for one thing, and that's when you are playing games with friends and your friends are like, well, it's not that bad. No, it really is that bad, and it's going to get worse. That mid lane turret, very low, ready to fall. 2 items on this Hecarim, who was already putting in so much work, 6-1 and 6. I can't do quick math like that because I almost failed math in high school, but that's almost 100% kill participation, and that's really what you love to see out of your jungler, dishing out the assists and dealing them that much damage as well. You can see forcing the flash out of Mental Boomer. It's just become a huge problem, and I hesitate to say that pre-20 minutes, New World has lost control of this game, Shibby.
Oh, no. I think you're completely right. Pre-20 minutes, all your towers going down mid lane. Rift Herald gets dropped. You can't really do anything. You don't have the wave clear ready and set to go. You see this Jinx rocket barreling down onto your turrets. You have no wardage down anywhere, right? If you just flick the vision, right, New World, they can't see anywhere. All they've got is the lanes, their minions, their own eyeballs. There's very rarely any wards down for them, as now they're trying to get some of their jungle back right now as Baron. It's being pinged. I think New World, are they just going to try to rush it here? They say, you know what? We have the backtiners. We saw them go bot. Let's just take it right now.
Orion has started it up, but there is Scuttle Crab vision. They're trying to clear out some wards. Pings are going down on it. Clearly know that something is up here. It can't really be a Baron throw if you are down this much, but was excited to see some potential Baron play, and things just not looking so hot here for New World. And I gotta say, big ups to Degenerates because they've been playing really well with this lead. They got their lead, they recognized it, and they have been pushing it at a very, very high level. A lot of teams, you get this lead and you're not really pushing it as hard as you could, but you even saw with the Rift Herald getting dropped on the tier 2 mid turret, they're really pushing the envelope, trying to put this game definitively out of reach. They must have some dates tonight because they're like, yo, listen, we gotta end this best of 5.
Yeah, they're trying to go for the clean 3-0 right now. Sovereign taking the blue buff as well. We'll be picking up the Archangels. I think right before this Dragon starts, you need to get the Archangels completed. You need to get potentially this Jinx on another component item, either the Crit Cloak or the Pickaxe here, right? Just get as much power as you can, because right now, both of these teams are relatively even in terms of item gold. I think these guys are just sitting on some gold right now, completing their items, right? You look, both Sunfires and Aegises completed for the top lane, right? Hecarim is about half an item up on the Jarvan here, right? Also with the Oriana, has the Archangels now finally completed, So now he's pretty much a full item up on the Victor here. Both the Varus and the Jinx, respectively, are relatively even, right? You've got a little bit more attack speed, you got a little bit more maneuverability from Boogie, but you just got some raw damage coming out of Coldbox, right? You've got the Kraken Slayer, you've got the Berserker Greaves, and you've got the BF Sword. So she's going to be looking to, rocket these squishy backlines, just start getting the resets here. So I think Degenerate Exiles, they can start this Dragon with impunity, not have to worry about anything really, and I think for New World, they just got to find a moment where some of their power balance is a bit equal, whether it's catching Degenerates on a really bad back or catching them with some gold in their pockets that they haven't cashed out, but taking a fight right now, taking a fight at this Dragon, or even potentially this Baron here, could just seal their fate.
Yeah, and the good news is, despite the fact that they're down this much, their 2 dragons that they secured have bought them an extra 10 minutes in this game at the very least. Naturally, Cloud Drake, Cloud Soul is not like one that you're like, okay, this game is definitively over. But again, we talked about how both teams take big advantage of that, as you can take advantage of the Nautilus that has to go out and ward because you don't really have too many ways of getting out. And, one more kill going over 2 Exiles is not the end of the world. But in a game where, you want to make sure that you're not falling further and further behind, that's not a great way to do things.
Yeah, I think the best way to visualize gold leads, right? Like a lot of people will understand, like, oh, they have more damage. Oh, they have more items, right? As now the Baron is getting started here. Sovereign, flash for Cataclysm. I think they should be okay, but Adolf's not here. The Hecarim. He actually is here. Sorry.
He is, don't worry.
Yeah, he was just completely blinded. I was completely blinded by the Taric on top of him. I thought that maybe not only was going to steal it, or maybe they snuffed it out, but actually, yeah, Degenerate Exiles, they'll be fine. They'll take the Baron here. But as I was saying, the best way to kind of visualize a gold lead, and when you're down in gold as well, if you're down in gold, you just have infinitely less mistakes to make, right? You have to play pretty much perfectly. Well, if you're side on the gold lead, you can take a couple bad fights. You can be a little bit more reckless here, which just allows them that cushion. It's that buffer to play a little bit more aggressively. You can go for the 90-10s, the 70-30 plays where if you hit it, if you make that play, you end the game. But if you don't, it just gives a little bit gold back over to New World Orion here. So I think right now, when you're nearly 7,000 gold ahead, you have a little bit of cushion to make more mistakes, be a little bit more riskier. Whereas inside of New World Orion, yeah, you mentioned the Nautilus dying, not that big of a deal, but that's one less mistake they can make, right? They have to nearly play perfect for teams to come back.
Yeah, and momentum is a real thing in life and in games, and they just have no momentum on their side. Does New World? You see these turrets just crumpling to the ground and falling. They got one in the top lane recently, taking that mid inner too. That means that you're able to just take over the bottom side of the jungle and then do the standard rotation down to the bottom tier 2. So much gold going over to members of Degenerates Exiles makes this game even harder to win. It's an 8,000 gold difference now, and we're one trigger pull away from Degenerates from this game being over in the blink of an eye. I mean, we made it to 25 minutes, but it literally feels like we could be in the death throes here.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that I've seen at least, Danny, struggle from Blue Otter Platinum teams is that they just don't know what to do with Baron. They actually don't know how to close out. What you'll see is they'll just clear waves, clear waves, clear waves. They'll pepper the turrets with a little bit of damage, but they don't really know how to set their champions up in a spot where, like, hey, we're way stronger than you. We have Baron. If you walk up, you are just going to die here. As now you see these minion waves getting cleared out. This first Baron that, Degenerates Exiles have secured, they haven't really been able to crack the base open just yet.
Yeah, and they don't have a ton of range. Yeah, they don't have a ton of range, but they've now bought some room for Jinx to move up, and that's what you have to do with your big bodies. The big bodies look to go in. Hecarim, dishing out so much damage, has just a ton of HP for being full damage, it feels like, and this bottom inhibitor about to fall, and here comes the engagement. Hecarim finding the right person. The Malphite ultimate whiffs, but it doesn't really matter. It's a big 3-man knockup, but this is going to be a couple members invulnerable, and the damage is trying to come out. Huge Cataclysm putting down damage, but Colbox is on the outside looking in, and that's where you want to be if you're Jinx. Raining death down, and Colbox on a rampage. Mental Boomer has fallen, and that is an ace for Degenerates Exiles. In the blink of an eye, Shibby, game 1 is over.
They're able to crack open the base. You finally see Adolf pull the trigger with the onslaught of shadows here, and that just starts the fight off. And nobody, even with Colbox not getting the invulnerability from the Taric ultimate, was just able to, like you said, be on the outside looking in, peppering them down with the rockets, right? You've got Kraken Slayer, you've got IE. That's more than enough to shred through what New World Orion was cooking. And unfortunately, a couple bad mistakes, just 2 team fights really swung this game over to Degenerates, where it was, for the most part, just a very even game.
Yeah, it was for the law. It was an even game until it wasn't, right? About that 15-minute mark is where everything just fell apart for New Worlds, and a lot of credit to Degenerates Exiles, the underdog coming into this match at 3-4, just kind of happy to be here. No, they have said, what do you mean we're happy to be here? They are showing up. They're here to arrive, beat the crap out of teams ranked higher than them, and move on. And that game 1 was a statement that should put New World on notice that you can't just go into this game with a laissez-faire attitude. You need to buckle down and play hard, because in the blink of an eye, you've been punched in the mouth down 1-0.
Yeah, massive, massive gold lead for Degenerates Exiles. Very well played, right? Keeping it even, but that bot lane fight, they just played that so well, right? With the Taric ultimate, reeling that bait in so that Colbox, Sovereign, and Adolf could just pick up the kills here. Very, very well played. They closed it out in about what was 27 minutes in. Really well played from them, getting that massive gold lead. Good thing they didn't let it get to late game here, but I think even then, they were so far behind, right? New World Orion, that even if the ornaments came in, even if the Victor upgrades came in, even if the Varus got to that 3-item God point,
that wasn't gonna help.
Yeah, it wasn't. Degenerates was just looking, and firing on all cylinders. Very, very well played from them. Like you said, they're looking at 3-0, and they're looking hot right now. If they're able to keep it even and then just off of 2 fights, really just take the game over, it feels like New World is just kind of backed into a corner, and they're like, well, what do we do now if they can just swing the momentum of the game, if they can just take over in the blink of an eye, if we misstep, if we step over a trap, if we play too close to the sun or fly too close to the sun, they're going to get burned like that. I mean, that's a game loss, right? 2 fights and it was over for New World.
And well, luckily that is not a problem that you or I have to solve, because I would hate to be in New World's shoes after that game. That's one of those demoralizing ones that can really ruin your mental and ruin a series, Shibby. But because they need some time to prepare and get things all settled, we are going to take a very short break as the teams break apart, come up with some new strategies, and we'll reconvene once we hit the draft after this very short break. Welcome back, Blue Otter League family. So we are here for the Game 2 draft between Degenerates, Exiles, and New World Esports Orion. Degenerates going to be on the blue side this time around, which means we could see some changes around with the bans here. Shibby, quick question. Do you expect we're going to see very similar team comps?
I mean, I don't know if that's kind of the theme that these two teams have kind of going for, right? Bump ugly 5v5 team compositions. I like that Exiles drafted that Tarek, right? When they saw, kind of this, 5v5 team composition, they saw they had that counterpunch with the Tarek ultimate that provides that invulnerability that allows you to kind of turn fights and just make you so disgusting here. Elise and Seraphine, though, being banned away, New World Esports here. Don't want to see any of that shenanigans down on the bot lane as Lilia and Kindred, two junglers being taken off the board here. I mean, for Exiles, I feel like they could draft something pretty similar. Usually what you'll see in best of fives, at least across higher leagues and stuff like that, if you have a composition, if you have picks that work, you force the other team to ban you out or counter you before you jump off of that composition, right? You essentially make them say, hey, you need to find an answer to these champions, and if you don't, we're just going to steamroll you 3-0 with our current composition. So I feel like they could run something very, very similar. Would be interesting to see if Degenerate looks to just switch it up completely and maybe go for like a poke composition, right? A lot of blue side strong early picks. No Jace being banned out with the Malphite being banned as well from New World Esports. This is a very good Jace angle for Degenerate.
It is, but, this is your first pick on blue side. Your Hecarim was so strong last game. I wonder if they're going to go back to the well here, but as you mentioned, there are a lot of options if they want to opt into something very similar, if they want to opt into a bit of a different team composition, but as you mentioned, Xayah is very good, quintessential at getting away from things and being safe.
Yeah, solid first pick. I don't think anybody's gonna have any qualms with that. Usually once you see the Xayah, though, you'll see the Jarvan being taken in response, right? Just for that kind of pseudo lockdown, burn the Featherstorm, burn all these kind of cooldowns, right? Because once she uses that, she's kind of useless. Malphite being taken away, though, does kind of draw away from that kind of jump on the AD carry pressure, as Caitlyn is going to be locked in here.
They might go Lux.
Yeah, I would like Caitlyn Lux, but they're just going to take the cast early. Still no Jarvan being rotated here. I'm surprised. I feel like Exiles could take it for themselves.
It'd be a good pick right now, yeah.
Yeah, like Cassiopeia, Caitlyn, like immobile champions. Like once the 90 caliber net is gone, right? I mean, you're pretty solid. Even if the miasma comes in, or even if she stones you down, once the cataclysm is down, you have so many ways potentially that you could draft here for your team to just kind of play fish in a barrel.
Yeah, Vi would also be a pretty excellent pick here. Sion, not bad either. Great engagement here, especially against the low mobility carries that Orion has put together. And now it really just depends on if you want to pick a jungler here, if you want to pick your support here, you do have options. You can pick the Rakan to pair up with the Xayah. Listen, I was not expecting to see the Malzahar, but it looks like they're going for some more single target pick action with that Malzahar lock-in.
Well, you got to know it was banned out last rotation from New World, right? Both of these teams went jungle. Both of these teams pretty much locked in their AD carries and their junglers and all that stuff. And they got to the second round of ban rotations. That Malzahar was taken away. So Degenerate Exiles said, you know what? If you'll leave it up, if you're going to lock your mid laner in this early, I mean, shit, we'll take the Malzahar here. As now Shen, in response to the Sion, I don't love this matchup, particularly. I feel like the Sion just eventually outscales, even with Shen, has that global ultimate, can turn the bot lane 2v2s into 3v2s, or even the mid lane 2v2 into 3v2. I feel like eventually Sion will just outvalue you with Heartsteel, plus the runes, plus his W. He just becomes this big burly tank, and eventually his ultimate, if he knows where Shen is relatively going to go, he can start ulting down there immediately.
Yeah, although I will say Shen, a pretty good answer to Malzahar. Somebody decides to sequester out your mid laner or something like that. You can Shen ult, protect them for a little bit longer, maybe get easy access down there to potentially turn a fight. We're seeing some strong picks getting banned away. The Rakan, we expected that once they went without picking it when trying to get the Xayah together. The Jarvan is gone. The Hecarim is gone. this is 5 junglers that have been taken off the table. 6 if you want to count Silas. They're getting to the bottom of the barrel here.
Hey, you still got Maokai. You still got
Vi.
Sejuani. You still
Vi
got
is really good.
Hawkeye. You still got my favorite champion in the whole game, big Udyr coming in. If you want to go for some full clear action, there's a lot of fun here.
Still open, by the way, for Orion.
Milio being taken away is interesting, right? They could have gone for that like extended range Caitlyn Milio harass, right? Where she gets like, I think 675 or some crazy amount or right at like max rank. It's pretty wild. New World though, now, like you said, they got to go to the bottom barrel. They got to pull some rabbits, some doves, whatever they got out of their pocket. Spare change, lint, Yanny. I have no clue what these junglers are going to go opt in for here. Nautilus as a support being taken. I like that. Very strong, has pick potential, allows you to kind of force the lane down bottom lane if you see somebody, out of position here. But Taric could be the response once again from Exiles. And I honestly wouldn't hate it from them.
Yeah, it was a good response last time around into the Nautilus. They picked a champion that, didn't die nearly as often. Sure, it wasn't a great lane showing here from the Taric, right? Like they did die a couple of times for sure. But if they were on anything squishier, they would have died so much more. And we do see that Taric getting locked in. So really, what are you going to pick in the jungle here? Because I got to say, the Degenerate Exiles, their damage does feel a little lacking to me.
You could go the Vi. You could go something spicy like a Kayn if you want a lot of damage here, right? I wouldn't hate it. You could go. I think if you go Udyr, you're trolling, right? Cassiopeia just kites you out to existence. You're never gonna reach the Caitlyn here. Is that going to be a Graves lock? That's damage.
Okay. All right. We're picking the Graves here. Double AD threat composition out of Xayah and Graves. And now we're just waiting on the jungler on the other side here for Orion. The jungle counter pick, the rarest counter pick that you ever see. We're seeing it here in Blue Otter League Platinum. I like what Orion has put together for themselves. I would like somebody who's able to put out some burst damage out of the jungle, but there's not really too many options. You're starting to really get to the bottom of the barrel of picks, as we mentioned before. Viego does have an okay amount of burst damage and can pick some really useful members of the Degenerates with his skin suit.
I think reset potential is so crucial, right? I think that's very, very crazy when you want to turn fights, especially if there's a lot of champions that kind of immobilize themselves a little bit, right? You think of something like the Taric, who wants to kind of when he drops that ultimate down, he can't really use some of his other abilities. The Malzahar in question as well. When he ults, he's kind of freezing himself, right? You're stunning yourself in essence. And if you can get the Viego, if you can get the Nautilus onto a character like that, once he starts resetting, the fight's over, right? Degenerate Exiles has to book it, right? Because Viego, if he picks up something like the Xayah, if he picks up something like the Malzahar, and even the Taric, any of these guys, he can just start resetting all over your team here. The Graves pick is pretty interesting, considering that the Hecarim had a lot more gank pressure and was just pulling off a lot better ganks in game 1. Graves Viego kind of just feels like it's a farm war, and if you're Viego, I feel like your level 6 in team fights, in skirmishes, is so much more impactful. I do want to see how this Graves navigates this jungle matchup. He can get a lot of priority, right, in that top, in that mid with the Malzahar, the shove, and really bully this Viego out of his jungle. If you see Malz and Graves coming in, you're a Viego level 3 on your Raptors, on your red, you just have to concede that or you lose. There's no way in hell the Shen or the Cass can realistically drop their wave or drop some of their minions to come help you out. And Malzahar, in theory, should always have the push with the space aids, with the massive push in from this mid lane pick here. I want to see Degenerate Exiles mid jungle start running the rift.
Yeah, and they're going to have to, because there's not very much CC for Graves to take advantage of, right? Not really too many opportunities for really good ganks. Sure, you could come up top and, Sion maybe lands a knock-up. You'd have to wait in the mid lane for Malzahar to hit 6. And, Xayah, Taric, they do have CC, but Xayah's is not as reliable. You're not really relying on that for a gank. Taric has to get a little close up to make that happen, but they can. On the other side for Orion, it's Shen, it's Nautilus. This Viego can go top, this Viego can go bottom, and they can make hay on some kills. So Exiles, as you mentioned, really needs to use the pushing power of the Malzahar to get Graves into the jungle, force Viego back, steal away some camps, put him behind so Degenerates can get into the team fight phase, can get that Malzahar moving around at level 6 and create a lot of problems because they have the damage to burst out some members that they catch out.
Yeah, and I think another thing for New World is how are they going to play around Tarek? They've seen it in game 1, and they just kind of played really poorly around the ultimate, all things considered. They weren't backing out when the invulnerability came in. They weren't trying to keep their cooldowns away while the invulnerability was down onto their members there. They just kind of kept fighting and treating it as a regular team fight and scratching their heads and saying, hey, why aren't these guys losing health bars? Like, what's happening here? So I want to see they have a better composition to kind of do that, right? You've got the Cassiopeia who could drop that W, who can drop some of that, the miasma, like you said. You've got Caitlyn traps to control a lot of these zones. Obviously, Shen is very strong with the taunt, with his own auto attack negation W as well. There's a lot of ways for them to kind of get out of these fights and kind of just play the stick and move. But I feel like if Degenerate Exiles, on the blink of an eye, they drop that Scion ultimate, they see somebody out of position, whoever Malzahar ults, if that guy doesn't get a QSS, if it is the Cassiopeia or the Caitlyn, that person just should be dead to rights, right? You've got Graves and Xayah hammering away at you with these autos. It can be really, really rough here. And eventually, it's just going to come down to, does New World take some of these skirmishes that they're not really confident in? Or does Exiles, with this Graves, with this pushing power, do they just propel themselves so far ahead in the early game that it's impossible for New World to come back here?
Listen, it's April 18th, which means we're around tax time, right? And Malzahar is the IRS. He has come to collect. You must get these QSSs. And, it's going to help out against the Tarek as well. And, you might even be able to cleanse a Xayah E or something like that. A really critical one as the game goes on. But we saw the difference that those Tarek ultimates made in game 1. We're able to really bust open some of those fights. And it just feels like so many teams don't know how to play around it when it comes down. If you're the enemy team, you mentioned they just kept fighting when that happened. This time around, we're going to have to see if Orion has figured out, they've picked Tarek. We need to see that come down and we just walk out. We're just getting out of here. No problems here. All right, guys, you got that. But if they don't, they're just going to drop another game again.
Yeah, and what you see a lot of good teams do, they'll burn one of their big team fight ultimates to get the Tarek ultimate out. That cooldown on Tarek ultimate, yeah, it's so long. It's like 2.5 minutes, right? At rank 1. It's so disgustingly long that if, you throw the depth charge out or you throw something like the Cassiopeia ultimate and you force the Tarek ultimate out and eventually just walk away, you can then look for a re-engage if you're timing it, right? Obviously, if these teams are timing it, they'll say, hey, there's a window here where this Tarek doesn't have his ultimate. He kind of just has a stun and a heal. We should fight. But if they're only taking fights while Tarek ultimate is up around dragons, around Rift Heralds, not really skirmishing as much, New World Esports, it just feels like they're going to fall behind, especially with this Cassiopeia, who's going to need some time to come online. Yeah, you have the Caitlyn Nautilus, who's going to have a lot of that lane pressure, like you said, especially into Xayah Tarek, who, like you said, doesn't really have a lot of laning pressure and didn't really have a good showing in that game 1 laning-wise. If they can just push that advantage for New World, if they can keep you under your turret, they can take plates, right? If the Viego plays around bot, they can get this Caitlyn to a point where she's 1-2 items in, she starts laying traps down, she starts really hammering away at somebody like the Malzahar at the Xayah, then they can really start putting work in here. But Degenerate Exiles, they've drafted themselves a pretty crafty composition. They've got champions that they wanted. Quite honestly, I don't even think they wanted the Rakan. They let that ban and they're like, we'll take the Tarek again if you give it to us. So I think they've really got some of the set pieces that they wanted here with the Xayah, with the Malzahar, with the Tarek, and I think they're in their comfort zone right now.
Both of these teams can certainly scrap, not as team fight oriented as they were in the last game, but they definitely have tools to go at it. During this time that we are waiting, as we are in the spectator delay, we're going to take a very short break, and I know I'm going to watch the Twitch chat discourse between whether Tarek is a good or a bad pick. I recommend everybody go do that during this wait time. It'll get you through it. And when we return, we'll be on the Rift for Game 2 between Degenerates Exiles and New World Orion Esports.
two in time. Sunset, sunrise for you. By casting shadows, emitting halos, they all want some part of you. It's on your heart to hold the thread. Keep them going strong until the end. Don't lead them astray. You'll be
Alrighty, Blue Otter League family, we are back on the Rift. Game 2 between Degenerates, Exiles, and New World Esports Orion. A bit of a mix-up here on the graphic, I believe. I think the team should be swapped, but that is okay. We are going to fix that very shortly for you as we get into this one. Again, we've had a lot of discourse on which champion has been better. This Twitch chat has been one of the more lively ones I've ever seen. And it's lively when it's lively when you bring it up on a cast. You're taught to ignore Twitch chat, but you guys are certainly making this best of 5 a lot more lively. So we do appreciate you all out there. Just make sure you're being nice about it. All right,
Yeah, Tarek bad champion, Tarek good champion. Let me get ones if you think Tarek is a good champion, twos if you think Tarek is a bad champion in this specific game. We had some discourse, like you said, Caitlyn, in response to the Xayah. I think Caitlyn Nautilus can do a lot of work, right? Especially if Mental Boom is just hammering in the fact that it's just going to bully Samuel until he hits level 6. I think Boogie as well with the Caitlyn can do a lot more than he did on the Varus, right? You've got the range advantage. You can set up the Caitlyn traps. If you know your combos, if you know your animation capsules, you can just put in so much work here. But Sovereign rocking that Malzahar, which I think one of the best skins in the game.
Yeah, it's a pretty darn good skin. I gotta give some love there. That's some cool stuff. Getting into this lane a little bit, I think Caitlyn should definitely have an easier time. Boogie can really put the screws to Colbox and Samuel. We saw them do that early in the last one, but Caitlyn just seems to have some more damage and has some good setup with Nautilus once you hit level 2. If you want to go into the traps, a hook gets landed and that target is not moving for a very long time.
Yeah, I think it's going to take a lot of coordination from Boozy and Mental Boomer for them to kind of, like you said, hit that hook into the auto stun, into the trap, into the auto empowered auto, then E, then 90 caliber, all that crazy stuff. You can do a lot of work here, but easy on this Cassiopeia. Just Sovereign not respecting that level 2, right? That's what all Casses want to do. They want to hit the level 2, they want to hit the Q, E, and just take lane control here. If he was willing to just give up that wave in the mid lane just a little bit more and just wait till he hits level 3 till you start pushing back with the minions plus E, he would do so much work. Because now Diego is going to pay some visit to the top side. I don't know if this flash is enough though.
Oh, he did land the stun, and that will be first blood as they were able to take down the Scion. Denali claiming his throne as the king. Less than 3 minutes into the game. Great gank. Nice damage back onto that Shen. Could do a whole lot moving forward. But yeah, talking about Sovereign here as they're looking to find a way back into the lane. They disrespected Easy early last game, paid for it with their health bar, and the same thing happened again this time around.
Yeah, unfortunately, Graves can't really do much at the moment in response, right? He's more of that farm style jungler. He likes to play the counter game, right? If he knows where Denali is, if he knows what's going to happen bot lane, he can then come in once the cooldowns are expended with the smoke screen, with the autos, with the ricochet, right? And really just lay in the damage here, as he is going to just pay attention, pay a visit actually to this bot lane here. But Denali hasn't backed since that kill, went, full clear top, into the top gank, has now delayed his camp's bottom side. I don't know if he's going to be able to get any more off of this, right? I think he's just matching Graves' pressure, saying, you know what, get out of the bot lane, don't really do too much here. He's going to go back, pick up his blue, pick up his grump, most likely go for a reset here. And I wouldn't be surprised if he revisits that top lane with his items in hand.
Yeah, and you know what? If you find the weak spot, you are going to poke at it, prod at it, and abuse it. And it's a nice start here, I should say, for New World Esports Nebula. And you can see Easy just getting the better of Sovereign in this lane. And that is, what you need. You need it on all fronts here, and it's working really well. Priority everywhere here for Orion. Listen, that's how you win a game of League of Legends, right? Although Shen not doing that well in the CS department, that's not what he's here for.
I mean, you still got to farm. You still need that gold so you can become a threat when you TP in, right? You don't want to be those Shens that TP in and get absolutely melted like butter. As now the hook does land onto Samuel once again.
Ooh, the headshot proc after the 90 caliber net is good. And that is a kill in the bot lane again. Samuel and dying to an engagement from Nautilus. Name a more iconic duo, Shibby.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we suspected would happen, right? Mental Boomer has been letting loose onto these hooks on Samuel, and we saw the combo come in, right? The Caitlyn trap empowered auto plus the E, they got the Q, and they got the another empowered auto in. It was just very clean play from Boogie here, but so far, once again, New World Orion getting a good start, but after game one, I feel like Degenerates, Exiles, they're just going to find some sneaky way back in here. As now, Graves has snuck his way into the top lane.
The sneaky has begun. He dodges that taunt on the way out. Flash has to get burnt. Denali is up here. Denali wants to scrap, but Geyser does have cooldowns. Sion without very much mana left. Graves just wants to go ahead and push this in and maybe get Sion to get out of there without too much mana. There's not a whole lot that you can do. And now level 6 on that Sion can create a pretty large impact. One of the big things that a lot of the Scions do is when a dragon fight is starting up, they shade themselves down to about where the Rift Herald is to be able to charge all the way in.
Yeah, and all things considered, New World Orion have gotten themselves out to about a 1,000 gold lead at the 6-minute mark here. But I think Degenerates, Exiles are just chilling right now. Xayah 2-item power spike can really go crazy, right? As long as not too many kills get thrown the way of Boogie here, I feel like Colebox and Samuel eventually, once their level 6 happen, they just win that bot lane. Because once you see the depth charge come in, you can then throw the Taric ultimate, negate a bunch of that follow-up damage that Caitlyn would like to do, and then now you have the Featherstorm, you have all these autos, you have the root, you can return so much damage here. Sovereign is getting bullied out a little bit into this mid lane here, has been able to keep up in CS, just hasn't done the best of jobs dodging out some of those QEs, E resets, is now with that mid lane pressure and that bot lane pressure of the Caitlyn, they're going to force Dragon here very early on. And New World Esports, or New World Orion, we saw this from them game one. They got the first 2 dragons, then they didn't really know what to do, right? They were fighting for stuff that didn't really matter. They were fighting for vision in an area where there are no objectives up. And then eventually they took a really bad bot lane fight, and New World was like, and Degenerate was like, you know what? You're just going to give us all these kills. You're going to play into our hand. We're going to jettison this gold lead down up 4,000 here. And I don't know if New World is going to make those same mistakes again. But for Degenerates, right, they're looking okay, right? They are farming fine. They've got the Caitlyn. They've got the Graves. Once they start finding and grouping with this Malzahar, this Malefic Visions plus the Malzahar R could just do wonders into New World Orion's team composition.
Yeah, I mean, Viego's a scary champion, but he's not very tanky. So if you're able to catch him out, you can get a pretty quick kill off of that. The same goes for Cassiopeia and the Caitlyn. It'll be interesting because I think if Cassiopeia starts the cast of her ultimate, it feels like that's coming through, and the shield is down for Sovereign, it should stun the Malzahar, but I'm not quite sure if we're going to see that sort of interaction crop up because, I mean, everything has to go right. The stars have to align.
Yeah, there's a lot of little micro interactions that could happen, specifically with the Malzahar ultimate here. As now, with the mid lane pressure once again, easy, and the rest of Degenerates are just going to take the first Rift Herald. They're just playing around the lane shove. They're playing around this Nautilus roam as well, which you didn't really do a lot in game one. You have to remember, Samuel was the one that was roaming a lot with Adolf in the Hecarim, right? They picked up that mid lane kill. They picked up another kill in the jungle. They were pretty much attached to the hip in the early game, but Mental Boomer here is going to roam up, secure that Herald, help Denali get to this really crazy farmed Viego state, and just inject more gold into his pocket to where he's just going to be able to take over fights with the reset potential here.
We'll have to see if they reach that reset potential. So far, so good. I think that if you are Orion and you were told that this is how the game would start, you'd be pretty happy with that. It's Denali looking to get on top of Sovereign. You can see does some damage, but it's not quite enough yet as they trade about even health bars. Denali really looking to create some pressure, wants to drop down this Rift Herald and, you know, get a bunch of gold out of it. I mean, that's obviously the objective of Rift Herald, doing, you know, everything you can to try to make sure you get that first turret. The only problem is all of the plates are still standing on the side of Degenerates Exiles, so you're not going to get too much out of it. You can see the invade coming in. We talked about this before, getting into the jungle of Denali and shutting that down, making sure they can't do all too much. And now it's going to be the Nautilus getting caught out, the flash over the wall, but going after him is Graves, able to get the kill, and that means Shen can't show up, and everybody's going to get protected here, but people are on the wrong side of the track. Sovereign has an opportunity to find a way and maybe drop an ultimate. They're ready to go over the wall, but they wait for everybody to walk it out, and Colbox should be in trouble. Flash for flash, and the suppression goes down. Denali's completely alone, and it's going to be a kill going over to the Graves.
Did you forget what Malzahar does? He stops you right in your tracks like quicksand. He greeds for the kill and instead gives it over. 2 kills for the Graves here. That early kill that, you know, the Viego got in that top side, completely negated. Now Graves has a nice chunk of change in his back pocket, has cashed it in, picks up the call field, picks up the Serrated Dirt, and what looked good for New World turns right on its head as Degenerate, just able to capitalize on these mistakes.
And it's 2 kills for the Graves, and we saw Adolf was a huge problem last game on that Hecarim. You gave him a couple of kills, you give him an inch, he takes a mile, and he's looking potentially for kill number 3. As Geyser doesn't have a lot of places he can go, he's going to try to taunt his way out, but he has to flash as well. Graves in hot pursuit, lots of fights going around everywhere, but everybody ends up surviving. But Boogie had to burn all of their summoners to live.
Had to burn the clans, had to burn the flash, like you mentioned, got caught with the stun from the Taric here, as Mental Boom was kind of off on his own, roaming, getting wards down, like you said. But Adolf able to pick up the flash in the top lane, and that Rift Herald probably was running out of time here, so they just dropped it mid. Yeah, it's not the most optimal usage, but you get 2 plates, you get gold onto Viego, you get gold onto Cassiopeia, the 2 members who I think, when it comes down to it, are just going to be carrying some of these later team fights here. This Caitlyn pick that you got, right? You R1'd it, or you R1'd it in response to the Xayah. It's just not doing what it needs to do here. It's not keeping you under your turret. You have not even secured, a turret plate down there, right? It's been really rough for this Caitlyn Nautilus. They picked up that kill, and then after that, Colbox and Samuel have just been playing the lane pretty well here, not giving up too much, and instead just catching some of the throws from New World Orion.
It is another dragon for Orion, but Geyser could be in a lot of trouble up here. I think Sion, I thought he was going to drop the ultimate down, maybe try to get a kill there, but will force the Shen to back, and he has no way to get back to lane, so he's going to be taking a long walk if he decides to walk away. You can see Samuel Colbox waiting in the bottom lane. Graves looking to get in there quickly, but the minion wave is coming around. They've been spotted out. Mental Boomer knew that was happening, and they are going to fall. I don't know how that happened.
Yeah, Mental Boomer walks in, thinks they can take the 2v2 regardless. Adolf comes in, steals it with the collateral damage. Meanwhile, that top lane fight was happening. Dragon did end up going over to New World Orion, but we saw this again, right? Degenerates More than willing to give up the 2 dragons. What do you need answered?
Nautilus used his sweeping trinket and knew that Colbox and Samuel were in there.
Based. That's just the base support, bro.
He just knew.
He's based.
He's based because he died. He had to go back to the base.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a little confused there.
I'm not confused about this play. As we see a teleport coming in easy, looking to get some protection down. So a nice burn of the summoner there from a great roam out of Sovereign. They're not going to lose anything for it.
Yeah, I'm surprised that this Nautilus Kate, just like you said, off of some head scratcher plays. I think he could have won. I think he thought, that they could have won that, right? If you have eyes, if you aren't playing blind, if you didn't blink for too long, you would have definitely seen them on that sweeper, like you said. I just think they thought they could win that 2v2. Unfortunately, with all the burst and damage coming out now from Samuel, from Xayah, who now are pretty much relatively even in items. Xayah just has to back, and I'm pretty sure she'll be able to pick up her mythic here as well. I just think they thought they could win it, and they weren't expecting the Tarek Xayah damage coming out, and they just immediately Mental Boomer got rolled. I don't even think he procced his Aftershock, which was also the issue.
Yeah, that's not that great, but realistically, I'm not sure if they were going to be able to survive. You see the Scion coming in all the way. It's going to be a knock-up on to that Nautilus. They're chasing after Boogie. Boogie is going to be able to survive because of the knock-up down, and the Shen has joined the party, but Mental Boomer is very low. The Blade Caller does a lot of damage. Denali is here with the Cassiopeia, but a great double knock-up. Couple of members grounded. Scion low. Multiple members low. Colbox able to find a way out, but is burning lower and lower. Adolf is coming around. The suppression goes down. Sovereign looking to run the fight from downtown. The Graves cannot secure the kill. Sovereign in hot pursuit. They're looking for more. He flashes forward. He can't close out on any kills. An incredibly close fight. It ends up being a 2-for-1.
And I thought we were going to see a repeat of game 1, Yanni. I thought Degenerates were just going to take the game off of another bot lane fight. You saw Sovereign once again use the Malzahar ultimate to stop. Guys are in his tracks, and Denali couldn't get the resets. If you watch Hajime, right, on that Scion, had a beautiful decimating smash to completely stop any follow-up from Denali after he gets the ultimate onto Colbox, who, by the way, didn't have the Featherstorm available. So if Denali hits that, gets the reset, it's a completely different story. But Scion, with the decimating smash, stops everything in its tracks, allows Degen to finally get their players down to that bot lane and turn what was almost a losing fight into a 2-for-1, like you said.
And now the gold lead starts to tilt for Degenerates Exiles. We saw this before, Shibby. We've seen this story before. You get 2 Drakes, you have a lead, and all of a sudden it begins to slip through your fingers. It's a 3-0 on this Graves. Does have his Mythic, is starting to get some other items, and Viego has to go for those Mercury treads because of the mass amount of CC. He can't really itemize against the physical damage that is coming out here for Degenerates Exiles. See, Adolf really wants to get in there, but knows there's multiple members around. They're going to try to get onto Denali, but there is a level difference. Adolf is still level 9 for right now. Denali, level 10, and we're still at the phase of the game where levels mean a lot.
I think one thing to note here as well, in that top side, just take a peek at the builds, right? You've got Shen's kind of bargain bin build, like you mentioned, right? Has picked up stuff off the clearance aisle, has been able to piece together some items. But you look at Scion, right? He's got the Aegis, he's got the Sunfire, he's got the health stacking. He is just so much more of an effective tank for Degenerate Exiles. And that's kind of what we predicted, right? The Shen Scion matchup. The Shen hasn't been able to really impact much with his ultimate, unfortunately, right? The one ultimate he used early on in that bot lane for Mental Boom, he died anyways, right? Nautilus died before he could TP in. The second ultimate he used down in that bot lane, he ended up paying for his sins once again because Sovereign stopped him in his tracks. These ultimates just haven't been effective, and unfortunately, when you leave Scion in that lane to do as he pleases, he's going to stack his HP. He's going to get massive HP stacking off the minions, off of his W, as now the Rift Trail does get dropped in the top lane to maybe secure a turret for themselves here in that top side. But you're funneling gold into what is a Viego and a Shen, and the Shen is just so far behind right now.
Yeah, and, they trade the objective, which is pretty understandable as they're trying to go after Boogie here, but you go and you split the gold on the top side, you take out that top turret, but first turret goes down in the mid lane for Degenerates, and then Sovereign is able to pick one up on their own. That's a lot of gold getting infused into this Malzahar, who we haven't really talked much about. Obviously, Malzahar, one of those champions that's a little easier to CS with, but 179 and counting at the 18-minute mark, certainly nothing to sneeze at. They have plenty of gold in their inventory to be able to push the envelope, push their build further as this game goes on. And it's the little differences that we saw in the last game that really created the large gap as we hit this mid game, and really feels like we're very close to that sort of thing. I think we would have seen it had the Rift Herald not been up on the map anymore, but because of that, we're gonna have to wait at least a little bit longer for these teams to scrap it out.
Yeah, and we've seen kind of New World falter when it comes to that mid game, right? They just absolutely got trounced in that bot lane fight, right? In game 1 and game 2, they almost kind of did the same thing here. And you just see all these little incremental leads, all these little kind of CS leads and everything working in their favor now. You see the item advantages coming in for some of these solo lanes as we flick over to the gold right now. Yeah, look at top lane. They're a nice sizable chunk, about almost, 700 gold ahead, right? Mid lane as well, just that CSing and everything. He's about a nice 500 gold in. As now,
oh, there's the Shen ultimate coming down. Sovereign's still alive. The flash got burnt because Shen got stopped, and now Shen could find themselves in trouble here as their turret is dangerously close to falling, and you know this Scion will have no problems going to lumberjack it down. The taunt coming out for a couple of extra turret shots. Is that enough to turn this fight between the wet noodles in the top lane? Scion looking to just walk it out, but has leveled up. We see some skirmishing here in the jungle, but no fights actually happening yet. Viego invisible, just looking to scout things out and beginning to lose ground here is Nebula. The gold lead starting to creep further and further toward Degenerate Exiles, about 2,500.
yeah, it was 500, then it was 800, then it was about like 1.5, and then slowly but surely, Degenerates, through their mechanical ability, through the way they're able to secure CS and turrets and everything like that, taking some favorable skirmishes, they're able to just kind of get themselves in a nice, comfortable, like you said, nearly 3,000 gold lead for themselves here. Dragon is now up, and if you haven't noticed, they are more than willing to give up first 2 dragons for them to then secure the next 4, right? They want to fight you at Ocean. They want New World to come in and say, hey, we're going to flip the game at this second Ocean dragon on the map here. Wow. Degenerate Exiles, they're so much farther ahead. You look at it, Jack Show plus Sunfire for Scion. Geyser is nowhere near that. Even if he picks up his Mythic, or even if he picks up a Sunfire, he is just not going to be as effective. You look at mid lane, right? You got the Rylace plus Leandry's combo coming in. Graves as well. Eclipse plus a Caulfield. All of these guys, they just want you to fight into them because they know that in the 5v5 fisticuffs match, Hajime is just so far ahead, he's going to be able to zone everybody out. And Sovereign, Adolf, and Coldbox are just going to go to work in this river fight.
Yeah, it really depends on how much space they are able to pick up. We see this dragon coming up in about a minute. We're seeing some wards get put down, some backs being done here. Mental Boomer looking to get a refresh on the wards and get back on the horse. And, this is going to be a problem if Orion is simply okay with giving this dragon away, because now you're giving over multiple Ocean Drakes. And when you give over multiple Ocean Drakes, the sustain starts to become a real problem. Luckily, you can buy Grievous Wounds for that, but it's just not a great place to fit them in the inventory right now.
Denali.
It's pretty close. 3-man ground there, but easy, not ready to go in on that sort of thing. You can see it does a little bit of damage to the burn. Certainly going to help. Listen, every damage you can do is pretty useful.
Yeah, Shen dutifully pushing that top lane here. One of the main advantages, he doesn't have to be with his team, right? Can kind of be there within a couple seconds with the ultimate, but you just see Degenerates controlling this space, multiple sweepers, denying all of this vision, but now they're going to use it. The feint has happened, and they're just going to take Dragon for Baron. New World Orion, they can do this. They've got the damage, they've got the Cassiopeia plus the Caitlyn. They can take this for sure, and now Degenerate Esports, they didn't know. They just figured it out. Wait a minute. They gave Dragon for a Baron. Sir, we will take that trade any day of the week.
Bro, They went to their Yu-Gi-Oh! Locals. They found the kid who opened the $50 rare and gave him a 20-cent card for it. The Baron secured here for Orion, and that is a huge flip in the game now. The gold difference only at about 600, and that huge buff, they can do so much work with it. I was waiting for Hajime to just drop the ultimate down and try to cause some disruption, but I don't know if they just decided that they didn't want to go for it, or he just didn't realize it.
And now, my main critiques, and has always been my critiques for these teams, is how do they use this Baron, Yanni? Yes, you've secured it. Yes, you've denied it from Degenerates a bit here, but you have the Caitlyn, you have the Cassiopeia, you have the Siege ready to go. How are you going to start cracking open some of these turrets? Are you even going to look for, a tier 3 turret? Are you going to look to try to crack open another base? Are you just going to use this Baron to pick up all this standing gold in the mid lane, in the bot lane? Are you going to prepare some traps? Like, what are you going to do with this Baron? Because yes, the gold is evened, but Degenerates, they are still firmly ahead in that top lane. I would say mid lane is pretty even. Jungle is pretty even, but this Sion, man, he could just cause so much disruption.
Sion doesn't have as much scaling as we think because of the Jack Show. I think Jack Show a little bit better in combat potentially when you're in for a while. You know the Sion really wants to get a lot of that power in those team fights, stick around for a very long time. That Drain can do a whole lot. We've shifted the map down, really just caring about mid and bottom. The Siege is on, and one thing that Orion has going for them is Boogie has a lot of range, but Boogie could find themselves in trouble. Adolf very low is burning away, and Samuel will fall before they're able to protect themselves on the ultimate. The bottom inner turret goes down. The flash hook lands onto the Malzahar, who's going to fall, and the knockup is coming next. Here comes the ultimate out of the Xayah, but they are going to fall to triple kill. But now it's up to Hajime. Hajime in a 3v1, making a 4v1, but now back to a 3v1, was able to find 2 kills. It might have been a 5v1 for a second. Sion doing so much there, looking to keep this game relatively even. You know that Graves wants to get back in there, but Boogie and the Shen are going to be able to walk it out, as well as Denali. So things definitely going the way of Orion. They're starting to get the gold lead back in their favor. Shibby, this is a banger 26 minutes in.
Yeah, not all that they wanted for New World, right? You saw once Hajime came in, the Jack Show, the Sunfire, the Merc Treads, he was banging, right? He was just like, all right, you want to fight? You want to squab? You want to squab? It felt like his HP bar was literally infinite there. Correctly recognizing, though, New World Orion say, hey, we can't force this anymore. We got the Malzahar, we got the Xayah, we got the Taric, we got bot lane tier 2 as well, and we got some damage there as well. They getting themselves further and further ahead in this gold, which now with that Baron play, with the turrets being taken, with the kills being going in their favor, they've just now snuck themselves up to a 1.5k gold lead. But Yanni, I'm simply not sold yet. I don't know if New World Orion has the chops to close this out. When the Baron is gone, when the purple coats are gone, how do they team fight around this next dragon? Because it feels like Degenerates, they just have the better comp.
You have to fight around this dragon anyway. You cannot just afford to give it away. It's going to be up to Denali to try to pop off. Easy does have 4 kills. Keep that in mind.
Jimmy's
now
here
on 3 items, so it could be problematic. One huge Cassiopeia ult, remember, Shibby, could end the game, or will certainly tilt it even further in the favor of Orion. So we'll have to see how things end up shaking out. As just back to farming a little bit here, although Malzahar just hanging around out of vision, wants to be able to get that teleport off. They've swapped them around, the Sion and the Malzahar. They want the hard engage out of Sion. It's a great adaptation.
Yeah, they need the Sion here, right? You can't afford to have Malzahar, no tank, running in here into this bottom lane river. You want this big, beefy item lead, right? You want this huge tank creating space for you. Now the Shirelias gets popped because the mist is in, and Adolf and Denali are going to kind of squab it out a little bit.
Denali taking a lot of damage, but Cassiopeia, that grounding can really cut off a lot of choke points. And one big thing about the adaptation we didn't talk about is it's so much easier. it's so much easier for Sovereign to push here into Geyser, and you can see this dragon is going to be taken up
Mid lane
by
hit.
Orion, but yeah, they're going for mid lane here. Shen going to move over, but this
get in
turret
him.
is gone. Now the question is, will they go further for the inhib? It looks like
Oh.
they're moving for the rotation to that top inner turret. I like that move. It's a little bit more reserved, but it is a great way to get
Sneaky.
some gold back.
Oh, they've laid the trap. They're waiting for somebody, the unsuspecting individual, to come and try
Wait.
to match this Malzahar
Wait.
through the jungle.
They're being pushed on.
Wait.
It looks like
Oh,
everybody's
there's no
gonna be
minion
able
wave.
back. Everything's
Yeah, there's no minion wave.
yeah, it's coming. It's coming. They might be able to actually take down this mid inner turret now because
They should.
Boogie on 2 items has enough attack speed to be able to take this one out. So the trading of turrets back and forth here means that it is a 400 to 500 gold game. Both of these teams not giving an inch, and it is so important that Orion wins this game, because if you lose this one, you are in so much trouble.
Wait a minute. They've sprung a trap of their own.
Yes.
This could be devastating right now.
I didn't see him, and they're gonna catch out Goldbox. That's a huge pick, and they're gonna continue the fight. They find the knockup onto the Scion. Scion is gonna knock 2 back up in response, but it doesn't matter. Geyser has shown up, but the Baron is alive, and that means that it is all for the taking here for Orion. It is a 3v5. Adolf is up. Shibby, is it time for one of the Blue Water League Platinum's patented Baron steals? He goes over the wall. Who's gonna secure it? Who's got the Baron? And it looks like it is going to go over to Orion. As the push is here in the mid lane. They're gonna trade and take out an inhibitor, but Sovereign and Samuel, they're about to run into a couple of members of the enemy team. It looks like Shen is not going to cut them off at the pass. They're just going to let them out. So back and forth these teams go. Another Baron secured, but the inhibitor down in the mid lane.
These guys are clocking in the miles. They're clocking in the steps on Summoner's Rift, Yanni. They went to a Baron. They went to Dragon. They go to mid lane. They go to top lane. They are walking everywhere right now. But a nice little, the hook hits, a nice little trap set by New World Orion. They wait for the rest of the team to pass. They wait for Colebox to show his face, and the hooks come out, Mr. Krabs, and the rest is history. The Baron gets taken, but once again, how does New World Orion use this Baron? We saw them use it to crack open the tier 1 and the tier 2 in that bottom lane. Can they finally look to go into that mid lane inhibitor, the bot lane inhibitor, as supers are going in onto their mid lane? How are they going to use this Baron? Because for right now, they've just taken it away.
They need to use it very well. They need to find a way to get into that base, because that's where the kills are going to start flowing. We see Cassiopeia now on 4 items, has a gargoyle stone plate. So a very tanky snake there. That's a King Cobra coming at you. And you can... Oh, there you go. We see a little bit of an engagement here. Samuel's going to drop the ultimate down. And as you mentioned, it is a very long cooldown. Caitlyn now on 3 items, going to start tearing through this Taric, and the Scion could cause a lot of problems. Got an update, Elysium in the other series, up 2-0 right now. Degenerates looking to make it 2-0, but Orion, not if they have anything to say about it. They are in control right now, Shibby.
They're definitely in control here, guiding that Baron empowered minion onto that mid lane, as we see Colebox took a lot of that damage from Geyser. Geyser completely fine though, right? Only a quarter of his HP is gone. This guy's tanky. He's finally got the items, Yanni. He heard me talking. You know what? You think Scion's tanky? Well, I got the Radiant Virtue. I've got the Sunfire Cape. I've got boots ready to go. And now he's able to provide pressure. He's able to provide space, as now this Ocean Dragon is up. But Yanni, these dragons have been a farce. They've been a bait, right, for the other teams.
I mean, I don't really know. I mean, it looks like it has been, right? Especially the last couple. It just feels like every dragon attempt that was done by Degenerates Exiles, they've been duped. They've been schmeckeldorfed. They need to find a way to secure this objective, because if the enemy team has an Ocean Soul, it may as well be curtains.
Yeah, Cassiopeia with the Conqueror. You've got Viego with the Conqueror as well. There's so much healing coming out. And you mentioned how it could be destructive. As now we see Degenerates laying the trap, waiting. I have to believe New World knows something is up. They don't see them on any of the wards. The sweepers, though, and the scrying orbs are down. Nautilus face checks. His mental bloom goes down. He's going to die. He thought he could get it. He knows. He knows.
They picked him out. Shimmy. And you know they're not going to fall for it this time. It is up. Denali in the area. Drops down the shroud. It looks like it's going to be a 4v4 for right now. They find the suppression. They try to catch him out, but the ultimate from the Tarek is going to catch everybody. Here comes the teleport. Geyser is in the fight. On the back line, Denali is low. Adolf taking a lot of damage, but Scion has joined the party. Coldbox is able to find a kill. On the backside, they're looking to get to Geyser. No, they cannot get to the rest of Degenerate Exiles. Geyser's gone back in, but has no assistance. He's very low. The chase is on Samuel trying to get there, but Samuel's going to fall, and it's a full health. The carries are so healthy, but Sovereign from the side looking to get on top of Boogie, and now Hajime walks up, forces the flash out of this Caitlyn. It is a 4v4. We see the back done by Geyser. He does have teleport available. He is going to teleport right behind him, Shimmy. They've laid the trap. They need to fight Easy. Easy is going to go down. Kobox is on the other side untouched. Kobox looking to run the fight, drops the ultimate down, and now it's a 2v1 because Hajime is down, but Geyser does so much damage, Kobox can't survive, and somehow they survive. It's Orion who wins the fight.
Boogie navigating, dodging, ducking, dipping, weaving through all the minions, through all the CC, through all the abilities to finally eke out the victory for the Dragon here. The soul is in their possession, and what looked like a good fight, probably the best one you could get if you were Degenerate Exiles. You've got the initial Malzahar stun onto Denali. You could not burst them out. You got a 5-man Tarek ultimate. Still couldn't win the fight here. It just was amazing play from Boogie and Geyser here to stay alive, backing, TPing in, and able to win the fight with the HP lead. Really well played from both sides, but New World Orion are able to inch it out just a little bit more.
The big difference in the AD carries is the penetration item on Caitlyn and Coldbox with nothing to penetrate through this Shen and this Nautilus. You have to dump so much more damage into them to take them out. Game still not over yet somehow, but you're gonna need the heal cut to come out soon because nobody has it on the side of Degenerates Exiles. Please, for the love of God, get you some heal cut.
Might be too little too late. Gold is starved right now. Their jungle's being taken, split amongst all of them right now. They're not going for any waves. They understand that the Baron is up. This is their only chance. If they want the fight, they have to do it here. But Caitlyn traps are littering the floor. The trap is being set, but they know New World Orion, they're here as ultimate does come in from the Scion. They muscled him out of Baron, but for how long, Yanni?
He tried a deja vu, but he couldn't quite land it. Now Hajime losing a lot of HP. It's becoming problematic, although Samuel able to heal him up. They're going to have to do something while this Shen is in the bot lane, but Stand United is available. The Baron is going to be started up here by Degenerates Exiled, and you know they want to try to find a way in. This could be one of the patented Baron throws. Hajime doing whatever they can to keep everybody away. You're going to need that Tarek ultimate to come down soon. Is Hajime going to be able to survive? Hajime goes down, but is on the backside trying to dump out some damage. It could be a big trouble. Caitlyn's got a double kill, and Caitlyn, Boogie, and Easy are going to run the fight. They make it look easy, and there is nothing that Degenerates Exiles can do. The strong-ass carries coming through. Caitlyn's got a quad. Penta-kill for Boogie.
Boogie showing them the moves, hitting them with the left, right, stick and move, baby. Pentakill for the Caitlyn, the TP coming into the bot lane. And New World Orion, they say, you know what? Game 1 goes out the bag here. They're going to secure game 2. They're going to give us a 1-1 series, Yanni. Off the back of this Caitlyn, off the back of this cast, they close game 2 out in convincing fashion.
As casters, we are legally obligated to say, Shibby, we got ourselves a series.
And you just saw some of the struggles that this Degenerate Exiles composition had, right? Even with the Tarek ultimate coming out, it just wasn't enough. It was too late. The Caitlyn and the cast were so far back. Who gets to them? Tell me. How does this Malzahar get to them? How does the Graves get to them? How do these short range compositions, these short range characters get to something like the Cass and the Caitlyn, where they're just firing away? Once the lethal tempo gets stacked, she even gets more range off of that. Was really rough once we started hitting that 25 to 30 minute mark. There was a window for Degenerate Exiles to start closing this game out. But I think the game turned around when New World, they said, you know what? Screw the dragon. You guys can have it. We'll take the Baron for free here. That first Baron play, that first Baron take for that dragon trade really got them back into this game when they were down, 3,000 gold at one point?
Yeah, that was really the turning point of the game. A very well executed trap laid there by Orion. They set so many traps that game, and they all worked to perfection. They suckered in Degenerates Exiles, and Degenerates Exiles, they have to be kicking themselves for falling for so many of them. But I wonder if those will work in the upcoming games. This team has to be talking about it, discussing how to avoid those in the future. So while they do that and they break the game down for themselves and try to put together some new drafts, we are going to take a very short break. And when we return, we'll give you the Game 3 draft between Degenerates Exiles and New World Esports Orion. What is going on, Blue Otter League family? We are back and we are in the draft here for Game 3 versus New World Esports Orion and Degenerate Exiles. Shibby, what a banger of a game last time. We had it all. We had the best laid traps of mice and men. We had team fighting over objectives. We had people trading objectives in bad ways, and we even had a pentakill.
I know, game 2 shaping up to what I said, called it in game 1. If these teams are fighting like they do in the early game, if they're going back and forth, we are easily in for a 5-game series. And so far, both of these teams, at minimum, Yanni, we're going to get 4 games here. Now, is this a shot in the dark? Was this a fluke from New World? Does Degen say, you know what, we kind of messed up there? I think they had a really big top lead that they didn't kind of play around, unfortunately. They didn't recognize, right? They had what was the Sunfire Cape Jack Show, pretty much near Jack Show, right? Aegis Legion Scion matching what was a Tiamat Bambi Cinder Shem. I think they could have forced a lot more objectives. You could have forced yourself into some of these fights with this Scion who's just so much more tankier than the Shen and force him to TP down bot lane or use the Stand United. But bygones be bygones, man. Past is in the past. You let it go. We're into a fresh set of games here. Degenerate Exiles are going to be on the blue side. Elise, Seraphine taken away once again. Malphite as well being taken off the board. They don't want to play it. They don't want to see it in the hands of New World Esports here as the Zaya being ripped away from Degen's hands here. Lilia as well. I wouldn't be surprised if we see that Kindred band come in third here, as they have been prone to just take that away in these first set of bans here. But instead, New World says, you know what? Cassiopeia, we don't want to give that away.
A couple of differences here in the draft, right? Orion goes with the same set of bans, but Exiles, they decide to change it up a little bit. This does mean that Kindred is on the board. Silas is also available. If you pick a couple of juicy ultimates early on, you can kind of get messed up by, the last pick of the first half. It looks like it's going to be another Caitlyn lock in here. And that one going to go over to Boogie. And you just saw what Boogie just did. And if you didn't, you'll probably see a clip of it later, because that was a nice looking pentakill. In response, though, are we going to see the Jinx? I mean, I'd like to see it paired up with a Thresh if you end up going into it. There's a lot of positives about the Jinx. We saw it in game 1 do so much for Degenerate Exiles. I wonder if it's time they get back to a composition like that game 1 comp.
I think actually the Caitlyn's going over to Coldbox here for Degenerate Exiles, correct? I think Boogie is new, unless the sides are messed up and I'm reading it wrong.
I think you're reading it wrong, my friend.
Degenerate Exiles 80 carry is who?
Degenerate Exiles 80 carry is Coalbox.
Yeah, and Degenerate Exiles is on the blue side, correct?
I see Degenerate Exiles on the red side.
Oh, okay. So I think the graphic is messed up on my end.
Nah, bro. I think you're just dumb. And
right,
I retweeted, I liked and retweeted your casting reel, and you go ahead and do this.
Fair enough. I guess I'm messed up right now.
Hey,
what?
Shibby, what's a 10-letter word that starts with a G?
Gaslighting.
No, gaslight, but close.
Oh my God. I don't know, dude. Anyways, Caitlyn being locked in though.
We got him swapped. Thank you, Prod. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
I got you. Jinx Hecarim here for Exiles. We saw them execute that to perfection in game 1, but a new wrinkle in the plans. Kindred left available, selected here for Orion. You've got the 2 range threat coming out from them, and this is a great nucleus of a team that you can build around.
Yeah, like you said, Boogie, once again, getting that Caitlyn, Kindred as well, locked in for them. They got a comfort pick that was banned out from Degenerate Exiles last round. Jinx, though, the Rockets, the reset, we saw what it was able to do. But New World Esports, he's saying, you know what? I liked it once. I liked it twice. Give it to me a third time here. The Nautilus, Big Daddy Knot coming in for the bot lane here. And honestly, despite everything that has happened, I think the Nautilus pick has been pretty effective at getting that easy engage off, using that depth chart, just providing that lane pressure that we want to see here. As Degenerate Exiles, they had an answer. They had an answer to it in game 1, right? With the tech, they thought they had an answer to it with it in game 2, but instead they're gonna go something a little bit better. The Morgana being taken for Degenerate Exiles here. Long range, has the W, can drop the pool, can really punish this Nautilus before he can even think, blink, or fart.
You also neglected to mention the Black Shield, which is great because, listen, there was a lot of things. I didn't really like Nautilus in the last game, despite the fact that it ended up working out very well. They were able to catch Xayah by surprise a couple of times, but you can't really just drop your ultimate on Xayah or Malzahar without somebody doing something earlier to burn their ultimates. This time around, they don't necessarily have that problem, but Morgana as a great response to that Nautilus, because now you land a binding on that Nautilus, they're going to take a heck of a lot of damage. The question is, are they precise on their Black Shields? Because if they are too late, too early, hit the wrong target, they can find themselves dead in lane. It's not like the Taric that we saw the last couple of games that could take some punishment. Morgana, not as tanky.
Yeah, and also there are ways for the Nautilus to kind of play around the Black Shield, right? We see a lot of these high level or higher level, hook champion players when they play in the Morgana. They'll just feint the hook, right? They'll look one way, throw the hook the other way. They'll walk up and auto, get the guaranteed stun, right? Essentially what Morgana has to do is if she predicts a hook coming out, instead of trying to reactively Black Shield, she instead Black Shields herself and just walks in front of Jinx, right? That's how you want to tank some of these hook champion spells and these hook abilities here. Is now the Scion and the Oriana being taken off the board here. Too tanky. They realized how much of a menace it was. Shen as well being taken away. Victor now, as Set is going to be locked in. What looks like it's going to be locked in for Degenerate Exiles here. Blind into New World Esports. So now, how do they use this counter pick? What are they going to do? They know the top lane is here. What are they going to pick into the set? I think Camille's very nice. I think you can go something pretty high scaling, right? We have yet to see that. You could alternatively, if you want to go a tank, you've got the Kindred, you've got the Caitlyn. You just need a beefy frontliner. Ornn, very, very good, right? Can cancel the Set ultimate if he's able to use the Bellows Breath in time to get that kind of crazy invulnerability or, untargetability, however you want to say it. But instead, Kennen being taken down for New World Esports. So they're going for something a bit more harass heavy.
Yeah, and especially into Degenerate Exiles with Hecarim, with Morgana, with Set looking to get into the thick of things. It's a great team fight disruptor. You've seen it picked a lot over in China in top lane. It started to make its way to other regions. We saw a couple weekends ago at LCS Finals, it was picked up a couple of times. But I really liked the Set into the Kindred, and Kennen, as a response to that set, kind of balances things out. And we're going to see Annie, who is a champion that has not been really banned or picked lately, feels kind of like an afterthought. But guys, she's still busted as heck.
Yeah, I think she's pretty damn good. I think because Annie and Asol both kind of got pseudo reworked, right? With Asol kind of getting the better part of that rework, right? Annie kind of snuck under everybody's radar. It's like, oh, she's pretty good. Yeah, she's got the E. We can pick her support. We can pick her mid. But she's just really good at adding a 6-man into the mix, right? As now Nico. That's pre-reworked Nico. That's not the one that's on the PvE right now. That's a raw Nico being slammed in for Degenerate Exiles here into the Annie. So the dark tech coming in. You wanted to see something spicy, Annie. You wanted to see something different. Well, that's a Nico.
There's a couple of curveballs in this game. While Kennen and Annie aren't exactly curveballs per se in the overarching meta, in this series they have been. There's been no priority on them at all, so it's great to see them come out. It's nice to see this Kindred get through. I'm really excited to see what we're going to see out of Denali, right? Because it's been banned against him so much. And, the Set, a brand new pick to the series, the Morgana, there's a lot of things that could go right, a lot of things that could go wrong. And this is, it's a little cliche, right? Because it is the third game of the series, but this is really the turning point of the series. These teams have pulled out their alternative picks, and it's really up to who had the better read, who's got the better team compositions, and who's got the better hands.
Yeah, I want to see how New World play around this Kindred, right? My consistent gripe with teams when they pick Kindred is they just throw it in. They say, you know what? Go free, go get your marks. We're not gonna roam with you. We're not gonna do anything for you here. They need to play with the Kindred. They need to go and aggress on these scuttle marks, on these Gromp marks. I speak for all Kindreds out there, man. I speak for all of them when they say, if you give me Kindred, please play around me. Get me to that 4-stack point, and I will carry the game here. Degenerate Exiles, though, they've got a spicy composition up their sleeves as well. Nico, Set, Morgana, Hecarim, and Jinx, 2 of the champions that brought them that game 1 win. I think they've drafted themselves a very shrewd composition. And New World, they can't just unga bunga press R. They got to be really smart on how they take these fights.
Oh, he's spitting. Shibby spitting today, boy. That was, a great assertion, and you are correct. Teams do not play around Kindred enough, even at the higher levels of play, right? Like, I've seen plenty of NACL teams just fail to play around their Kindreds, especially since there's a couple of players out there that really like to pick that champion. But it's a great anti-team fight coming out here for Orion, but the problem is things can fall apart so quickly. If Nico's able to get in there first and take everybody by surprise, as Nico tends to do, you see a lot of damage on a lot of really squishy targets and somebody gets blown up immediately. Denali is going to have to be quick on the trigger on their ultimates because you cannot hesitate, and that is the biggest problem against this team, because if you do hesitate, you die, and if you go at the wrong time, you might save an enemy.
Yeah, and there's also the added interaction of that Set saying, you know what? You're in a Kindred ult? Okay, you die. Right now, I'm just going to ult you out real quick. You're dead. Good. Peace. Right? And you have the onslaught of shadows coming in. You've got the Nico plus Morgana CC being layered on top of each other. Mm-hmm. By the way, who goes on to this Jinx, realistically?
Yeah,
the Kennen has to flank. The Kennen has to flank, or the Jinx, or sorry, the Annie has to like flash Q or flash Tibbers. It's really rough for somebody to jump onto the Jinx in rocket form with lethal tempo. Caitlyn is the only one with any sort of chance range-wise to say, hey, if you misstep out, I can use my lethal tempo. I can use my range to kind of poke you out and say, hey, you got to play a little bit more back into the fight. You got to check yourself really quickly. But without a flank, without something like a flash dredge line or a flash depth charge, I feel like this Jinx just has free reign come these mid-game team fights and come these river team fights where she could just sit back and pepper you down with rockets like she did in game 1, by the way.
Yeah, and Jinx thrives in the throes of chaos, right? Getting excited and able to go and pick off some members. And a lot of chaos is going to happen because you and I did talk about the Nico and the Morgana and their ultimates. But what happens when you're in a Kindred ultimate and Morgana ults? What do? You have to run out of it or you get stunned in it. And then things are just going from bad to worse from there. But if you scatter out of it, you're going to be low HP. And that's where Jinx is going to be able to catch you on the sides, dropping the zap, slowing you up, throwing the traps. And that could just be GG from there. It's really on Orion to make the first move. Nautilus has to find these catches. Kennen has to go in on them. Annie has to follow up on them. But there is so much CC that both of these teams have to offer. We could see some AD carries go cleanse here. It seems like probably the best course of action. Although, sometimes you just end up going heal because you're just you're like, hey, it's comfortable. People get uncomfortable when you have to go cleanse for some reason.
Yeah, I know a lot of carries that just don't like cleanse. They just use it as a heal, and they're like, oh wait, I don't have heal. They cleanse in lane. Yeah. Yeah, you're in a catch-22 situation with this Kindred ultimate, like you mentioned, right? You've got Set ultimate, you've got Morgana ultimate that if you stand in it, like you said, you get stunned out. The Nico ultimate as well. If she just drops her Nico ultimate on top of the Kindred ultimate, what do? Like, you just stay at that sub 20% health range, and that's where, like you said, Jinx could throw the super mega death rocket, pepper you down with rockets, get excited. I feel like Degenerate Exiles purposely didn't ban this Kindred because they're like, you know what? We've got 1, 2, 3 multiple answers for this champion, and I feel like Denali is just not gonna have a good time, man.
Yeah, and Denali is going to have to clutch up here. You do not want to go down 2-1 in a series. It is the middle match here of this best of 5 between New World Esports Orion and Degenerate Exiles. We have hit the spectator delay, and when you see us again, we will be on the Rift for this all-important game with 2 combustible team comps and a ton of damage going head-to-head. We are back on Summoner's Rift. Game 3 out of a potential 5. But the winner of this one will look to end it in 4. It's Degenerate Exiles. They are on the red side this time around. And Orion on the blue side. Shibby, we had a lot of criticisms for this composition. A couple of interesting summoner choices. More so that Colbox has opted into Exhaust.
Colbox has opted into
Geyser?
Exhaust. He's now Geyser is gonna have to. Oh!
You know, I really thought that Samuel was going to go for it right away. And I feel like that's what you have to do, right? Like, you saw that he started his rush and just, you know, you just let him go at that point. You know, if you love something, set it free. And you did not love your flash and you set it free, Samuel.
And now Samuel, luckily he's going into the Kindred, right? So it's not like a crazy bad thing. But Mental Boom can just kind of walk up and you know what? Level 1 just be like, I'm just going to kill you right here, right? Like I'm just going to, I know you don't have flash. I know you can die here, especially with Boogie on this Caitlyn who's just got crazy level 1 potential, right? With the lethal tempo, stacking that headshot faster and faster. If they play in the bush, gets even faster, right? Like I think there's a really good angle for Mental Boom to kind of just say, I'm just going to int this. I'm going to flash him in a night. If we get the first blood, it's worth. And that's about it here. Now Samuel is going to have to play a little bit more safer here. But he has been prone to eat these hooks game 1 and game 2 on the Taric. Maybe he'll play a little bit different on the Morgana.
I'm expecting them to play a little bit safer because Colbox decided to give a hard leash over to the Hecarim. So you already know that you're behind the 8 ball here at the very least. Gonna try to wait for this wave to push in as Colbox can't really move up any further. So you know Boogie's gonna be able to build a CS lead, and you know Boogie is feeling it. You know, let us not forget Boogie had a pentakill just 30 minutes ago, maybe less.
He's juiced.
Probably less.
He's juiced right now.
Yeah, he's yoked
juiced
right now.
He's got the adrenaline pumping through his veins. You already know when they were in lobby, they were trying to get into another one. You know, he's in that what is it called, runner's high, as some people like to call it.
Yeah, like you said, got the blood running through his veins. Like things are pretty good for him right now. And the CS lead, you know, shows. And pushing them under turret means that Mental Boomer's not going to be able to do a heck of a lot in lane, but can certainly try to make some roams happen. You can see Hecarim looking to get very aggressive here. Wants to call Sovereign over. We should see that very soon. And Denali is very low. Denali is going to flash over the wall and survive, but putting pressure on this Kindred early.
Good tracking as well. They put a red ward on Denali's blue buff, so they knew exactly where he started. Over, I think Adolf unable to actually deny, I believe, the Raptors here, so they're just gonna go even for themselves right now. Jungle camp for jungle camp. So overall, yeah, they burned the flash, but you know, Kindred not gonna be really ganking too much in the early game. I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't gank before that flash comes back up again, unless it's like very, very opportunistic. Mostly wants to gank, mostly wants to play on her team to get those get those marks here, get her to become a champion at that 4 mark threshold as Mental Boomer.
4 mark?
The 4 mark. Yeah, I almost said mark. I was like, oh, let me get his threshold. Let me use my.
It's fine.
Let me dip into my lexicon real quick.
Nah, bro, the 4 mark is perfect, man. You know, we see Hecarim looking to find a way in. Sovereign couldn't quite land a root down, and you know Hecarim wants to be able to pick up the Scuttle Crab, but you can see Geyser has already roamed down. The ward is there and has been spotted out. Now it could be Hecarim that's in trouble. Easy is trying to find a way there, but Denali is nowhere close, and the Scuttle Crab will go over to the Hecarim. It just felt like not everybody on the same wavelength there. Shibby, how tilted are you right now? That they tried to help the Kindred, and the Kindred said, screw you, I don't need your help.
Yeah, speechless. Just a little speechless.
Bro, your face right now is hilarious. You guys can't see that, but I can. My dude is just But he's just leaning back like, he's in such physical and mental anguish.
I went on this huge rant. I'm like, gotta help him out. Gotta get this Kindred to the 4-mark threshold. And Kindred's like, screw all that. I don't even care. I don't need it.
Galaxy
Independent
brand.
Kindred.
You don't need to. You don't need to fight over marks if you don't fight over marks.
Yeah, it's that chart, right, where it's like the challenger level player and like the bronze player, and it's like they're both right. Like, why go for marks?
Yeah, rank is sometimes just a flat circle, my man.
Yeah, pretty much. But quiet early game so far for both of these teams. The quietest we've seen from these guys around the 5-minute mark. Usually bot lane is trading kills, junglers are ganking, right? But so far, both of these junglers, they're just trying to get to that level 6. They're trying to get to that power farm, power clear state, with Kindred having a little bit mini game to herself with that mark threshold. And unfortunately,
hasn't started playing the mini game. Did not turn on the Game Boy for that one.
Yeah, didn't even play the mini game up until this point.
And
unfortunately,
didn't even know it released. That mini game came out very recently, according to them at least. And they didn't even know. They're like, wait, everybody's playing this thing?
Yeah. Now we might see some
Oh no! He flashes right into a Hecarim, the binding right over the wall, and that's going to be first blood going over to Hecarim, and the fight's not over yet. A fantastic flash, getting 2 members caught, but Boogie is over the wall, and he's ready to boogie. Sovereign trying to get away, but the auto attack is there, and Boogie's going to claim some extra gold off of that the Sovereign copy there. So a 2 for 2 overall, despite first blood going the way of Degenerates.
Degenerate, like you said, gets that first blood. Boogie gets a kill for himself, though, as well as Annie here. Easy on the Annie specifically, as Geyser is just running this lane right now. We see the power of Kennen right now. Is almost gotten a nice solo plate for himself. Has kept the wave shoved in here. Has been playing with pretty much no fear at all. I don't think his Hecarim has visited top once at the moment. Like you said, 2 for 2. But crucially, the 80 carry and the mid laner for New World Orion get those kills, which is going to be much nicer in their back pockets. Though we did see Adolf on this Hecarim take over game 1 very, very quickly.
You can see Mental Boomer taking a lot of damage on the way back. Samuel getting low as well, but the trades still coming out. Both of the 80 carries have a Noon Quiver apiece, but a potion up on Colbox could actually make a very large difference. As you mentioned, guys are just kind of chilling out, but to be honest with you, the CS is pretty even, and if it stays this way, that's advantage Degenerate Exiles, I have to say.
Let's see how many turret places Kennen ends up getting here. I think team fight presence-wise, I will take that Kennen, but I think Hajime on this set can just do some crazy amounts of damage, right? If he gets that perfect face pull into the Haymaker, right? If he gets that true damage going, he can be liable just delete Boogie or delete Easy right off the map here. So Set's variability in how he plays in team fights and how much value he gets is much higher. Well, as Guys is a lot more consistent. He just has to get in there and ult, and it's pretty much his job is done.
And we'll have to see how he's going to be able to execute his job, because who knows, he could get stunned up before he drops that ultimate because of Geyser causing a lot of problems. You can see the poke starting to come in a little heavier now, causing some problems here for this set. He did get the plated steel caps, and yeah, you know, Kennen does do magic damage, but you start out with a Doran's Blade. Your auto attacks are super important. It's a wise itemization. We can see a fight about to break out as Adolf is showing up, and there is that Kindred ultimate that we were talking about, but it's just going to be disengaged this time around. Easy, though, is at full health, but does not have Tibbers available as it's running forward. Mental Boomer from the side, the blocking there, but Samuel will fall anyway. Colbox is very low, but it's going to be Adolf picking up that kill, and Colbox will manage to survive. And I'm so surprised that Mental Boomer went in on that.
Dragon secured, baby. He's like, you know what? I'm going to get the kill. I'm going to force him out of Dragon. I'm just going to do what you guys can't and just get in there and do some damage right now. Actually ends up picking up a kill for himself with the Ignite. I'm going to say worth for New World Orion. Yeah, you give a kill over to the Hecarim, but you get that early Mountain Dragon and you get the Dragon stacking in their favor.
Yeah, and again, they've had all the dragon stacking in their favor early in the game, and you saw they kind of gave away the next two Drakes. And we'll have to see what happens as the ultimate coming out from Geyser, but everybody is up in the top lane. It's actually only 3 members instead of 4, but there were 3 Hecarims, and Geyser, his head spins as he heads back to the base.
Shadow Clone Jutsu came out from Sovereign here. Absolutely Uzumaki barraging Geyser. Like straight up, he didn't know what was happening. He's like, huh? Wait, who do I even just takes
We finally
the gank.
figured out who wins between the Rasengan and the Chidori.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. As now
Black
the 3-man
Shield
gank into the bottom lane.
Oh, Boogie gets rooted up though. Colbox taking a lot of damage from Denali, and Samuel can't do too much more. We talked about it in the pregame. The Black Shield's not strong enough, and Denali goes deep and picks up a double.
Yeah, nice for him. That's worth, right? If you're the Kindred, you can get that item power spike going. Unfortunately, he didn't mark either of the bot laners. I still think he's on like a... Yeah, I think he has one. I think he has just a solid one mark right now.
He does. He has one mark currently.
Yep, he's got one mark. Didn't pick up the one that they tried to help him with. Didn't mark any of the people that he's killed. So unfortunately, it's now... Whoa!
Downtown Joe Brown with an ultimate from the base.
Downtown Joe Brown. You know, I've been saying for those long-range kills, I've just been saying Ray Allen. I feel like people forgot about the deep threat that was Ray Allen.
Oh, absolutely. But why would you say Ray Allen when you could say Steph Curry?
You
like,
could.
Listen, don't get me wrong. Ray Allen, fantastic basketball player, one of the best three-point shooters of all time. But why, you know, you don't, when somebody was at the top of their game, you call them faker, you know, in league. And Denali, not quite at the top of their game. They're going to have to drop their ultimate down. We're getting a flash out, and they're going to flash over the wall as well.
Oh,
and this could be a pretty nice turn by Geyser, and Easy follows it right up. And the team coming together here, but Sovereign on the backside able to at least get one back. It ends up being a 2-for-1 for Orion.
2-for-1 overall. A lot of flashes though burned. Geyser and Easy both flash ulting in. Don't know if that was necessary. As Geyser now is just going to eat an ultimate from Sovereign. Yo, Goomba Stomp!
Yo, Sovereign's 4-1 right now, but we can't talk about that right now as Colbox could be in a lot of trouble. No summoners available, no health left in the tank as the Gale Force takes him down. Samuel is level 6, but does not have the ultimate available anymore. They're going to flash over the wall, but you can't flash auto attacks, and Boogie finds 2 more.
Boogie, man, fighting for the carry potential, right? It's Sovereign versus Boogie right now. Bot lane versus mid. You mentioned that's a 4-1 Nico. That's going to do a lot of damage here, but Easy. No slouch 202 is Adolf. Might be looking to play.
Don't do it.
Disruptor here.
He did land. He could go in. He's going to go turn on to Boogie. Denali is here. Denali doesn't have an ultimate, but they managed to blow up Adolf, and Boogie survives.
Hecarim gets sent back to the glue shop, man. Goes for Boogie, but unable to get him off a sliver of health. Denali perfectly reads that bot lane gank and is able to assist in the kill here. New World Orion soul reading Degenerate at the moment.
Man, Kalen and Kindred took that man out back, cocked the gun, and fired a shot point blank. And that's a tilter. That's a big tilter because I think that play was born out of tilt a little bit. And given the fact that it went so poorly, that's really bad for the mental state here of Degenerate Exiles. That could be the turning point of this game. It had been pretty close before then, but we'll have to see how that ends up going down. 45 seconds before the next dragon. These teams are getting ready to scrap. It's going to be an Ocean Drake. So we'll have to see what our soul ends up being because as you all know, the map can change wildly, and that means the game can change wildly.
My eyes are on Sovereign here, right?
Oh,
4-1-1. Luden's Echo on the Nico can get a massive flank. No tanky members on New World Orion at the moment. Yeah, the Nautilus is a little beefy, but he's not able to do much here. Now, he's just going to try to tank. Aftershock does go off, though.
Oh, Mental Boomer managed to survive, and now there's a lot of ultimates down on the side of Exiles, which means they cannot push any further. You still have Easy with theirs, Boogie with theirs, and Denali's is coming up very soon. I wonder if the teams are going to scrap over this dragon a little bit. Samuel going to take it back, which means they do have a man advantage for right now. Denali starts it up.
Denali does start it up here. Dragon secured once again off of Mental Boomer, just being an absolute Chad on the Nautilus, right? He got them the first dragon, and he said, you know what, I'll bait out all these cooldowns real quick, and we'll be able to get the dragon. Ocean Dragon here is now, we potentially have a Hex Tech Soul? No, Chem Tech
Yo, wait.
on the Rift here. When are
Yo,
we gonna
wait.
fix Riot
Bro.
Client, by the way?
No. Oh, you see, I'm in game, so I see that it's Chemtech now.
Oh,
This is why you go off your own stream.
yeah.
But,
There you go.
No fault. No
Pro
fault
tip
to our
from Yanni.
yeah. No fault to our producer. There's not too much that you can do about that. As you can see, that turret not too much longer for this world. Denali just shading down, making sure that their bot lane's a-okay. So they want to increase the gold lead here. Getting that turret, it opens up so many possibilities. You see Annie wants to come around. They're prepping for a dive here, Shibby.
Bot.
Looks like that turret's just going to go down. They're going to walk it out. Everything's fine. Everybody's chilling. And there's nothing more to be had. I mean, I kind of thought they were going to fight at this point, but no fighting going on here. Denali now up to 3 marks. So,
yeah.
One away from that big point, that break point to get a lot stronger.
For sure here. And I think the hesitation on ganking Geyser here or diving Geyser was that Slashing Maelstrom just is a menace under the turret, right? Can stun up multiple targets, has a bunch of damage with this Hextech Proto Belt. If you don't time your CC, if you're not properly like dodging and weaving out of that ultimate, he could just end up with a triple kill, right? Or a double kill, a 1 for 2, pretty easily there. So correctly, I'm going to say backing off, but unfortunately they give up that bot lane turret. First turret gold as well, going over to New World Orion here. And now, once again, they're at a 2,000 gold lead, but we've seen these swing in the favor of Degenerates very, very easily. We've seen gold leads swing back and forth very violently in this series so far.
We haven't seen a Baron throw yet, but we have seen gold lead throws. And no lead is safe for right now. And you can see over the wall, the Annie is going to be able to find the kill. Denali pops the ultimate to make sure that they survive. And Mental Boomer follows up on Colebox. And they just walk down mid lane and pick up 2.
They just, for a lack of a better word, they pressed W key, man. They just clicked in and they said, you know what, we're going to tank the turret. We're going to take everything. It's now
Adolf could be in a little bit of trouble. But Sovereign on the side looking to make a play on the Mental Boomer. They have found Adolf, and Adolf is going to go down. And things are just falling apart here for Degenerates Exiles.
They're picking up the pieces. A broken man ulting down into the mid lane here and say, you know what? I'm going to go for the kill. I'm going to get something in return here. Has the Dustblade. Isn't as far ahead as he was in game 1. Not finding some of that same success here as Kindred is now stacking up the marks. Has the Kraken Slayer in hand. And Boogie once again dancing with fate right now. Has the Gale Force in hand, is going to be finishing that Infinity Edge very, very soon. Going to hit that 2-item power spike. It's looking little rough for Degenerate Exiles.
Yeah, things not going their way. They needed a couple of plays to break their way, but it's just Nebula having their way with them. It's just pretty free here for New World Orion. They've just done everything that they've wanted to do. They have walked up. They have said, we are going to kill you. And in response, Degenerate Exile says, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, they walk up slowly and down smash Degenerate Exiles. Like, straight up what they did, right? You saw them walk mid. Kindred popped the ulti, said, we're going to dive the Morgana. We're going to dive the Jinx. They're both going to die. We're going to secure mid turret here, and they won't be able to do anything about it. As now they are setting up for the 3rd dragon in a row. New World Orion, gold in their pockets, wind beneath their wings. They're looking to get a nice early soul for themselves here.
Yeah, Orion is... listen, if they win this next fight, that could put the game officially out of reach. You mentioned this dragon coming up in about 30 seconds or so. Hajime finally getting some alone time with this tower, and you see the team shading over to the top side. You can see them trying to clear out vision. I wonder if they're trying to pull the same dragon for Baron trade, but there is a Scuttle Crab down on the top side. Rift Herald going to get dropped in this mid lane, and they have the inside track, but here comes the teleport from Geyser. They're going to force everybody up. Geyser in the area. Turret has fallen. Flash hook lands, but the black shield is there. They are continuously in hot pursuit. From behind is Sovereign, but Sovereign could find themselves in some trouble. They're going to try to run away, and the flash has been forced, and the dragon coming up means that it should be New World Orions.
And now, with all the flashes down, with all these summoner spells being taken away, New World Orion, they're gonna take the dragon. They might lose bot lane tier 2 here. No way this Jink Rocket steals. No way it steals.
No, it does not. It landed on a couple of members, and it did not steal. The dragon should be going down about any second now. I'm just waiting. Yep, there we go. We got it. So
Nothing
ends up
to see
being
here.
a trade of a couple of turrets, which has pulled the gold a little bit closer. It's now 2,500, and finally, Degenerate Exiles has responded with something and is trying to find a foothold back into this game.
Yeah, they want Gromp. They give me the Gromp right now.
Give me the Gromp.
Give me the Gromp. Give me your tier 2 turret. Screw the dragon. It's only Chemtech here. And I don't know about your opinion of Chemtech Soul, Yanni. I think it's pretty weak. I don't think it's insane, right? Like, I think it falls into that tier of, like, if they get it, it's kind of like Cloud Soul, where it's not like a completely unwinnable game here. It just makes them a little bit more tanky, or makes it a little bit rough. You do have some healing coming out, right, from Denali, but other than that, it's not like game ending as would be something like an Infernal or a Hex Tech, right?
Hot take. It is not as good as the last iteration of Chemtech Soul.
Oh, of course. I think last iteration was.
Oh yeah, no, it was
so
busted.
busted.
It was busted. I'm just memeing.
Yeah, free old Yorick ult on everybody. Yeah, sick, awesome,
Oh
really.
man, that is a throwback, my friend. I forgot about that. That is.
I think most
You're so
players
right.
don't even know.
Yeah, some don't even know. I wonder how many people in here watching this game remember old Yorick Ultimate. Like,
What did old Yorick Ultimate do, guys? Tell me. I would love to know in chat. Don't Google it. Don't lol wiki it. I'm going to give you a countdown. As now the fight breaks in the top lane.
What a turn. This is a huge turn for Sovereign, but it cannot take down easy. It ends up being a 1-for-1 and a huge shutdown going over to Denali.
Big shutdown, like you said, going over to Denali. What we thought was going to be a turnaround, 1-for-1 overall, Geyser for Sovereign. And I think, Esport New World Orion will take that trade every time, because Sovereign is so much stronger and is one of the crucial points of this composition. Well, as Geyser, yes, he goes down, but you still got Easy, you still got Boogie, and you still got Denali ready to swap.
That's 2 turrets. That's 2 inner turrets, and it's a 1,000 gold difference now, but they haven't had a chance to spend that gold, so it's going to be very important that Degenerates finds their way out of here before the fight breaks out. Dragon not up for a very long time, so it's just a matter of getting out, let them have everything that they want, but you see, the pings went down on the Baron.
Pings going down, like you said. I like to just watch teams force Barons with their gold leads, although it can be a little bit rough, as they're only up about 1,000, right? Degenerates, despite everything that's happened, they've gotten shutdowns, they've picked up tier 2 turrets, right, in the mid, top, and bottom lane, which is 600 gold each, right? Like, that's a nice chunk of change going over to their pocket. So New World Orion, they're not as far ahead as they think, and that could end up setting themselves up for a nice, juicy Baron throw, Yanni.
Oh, listen, y'all have talked up the Baron throw so much because I talk with Nyarko regularly. I cast with him before he starts these casts on Tuesdays, and I know you've talked about the Baron throws yourself. So I am ready for a fat, juicy BOL Platinum Baron throw. But we'll see if we get there. I must say, Degenerate Exiles, after just being out of the game, they have not really found any kills other than that 1-for-1, but they expertly took top, middle, and bottom inner to get so much gold on their members and really keep this game close. So I must say they are fighting for everything they're worth right now. Gotta give them a ton of credit, Shibby.
Yeah, it's 1,800 gold going right over to Degenerates, right? It's 600 each. Even the local gold can be kind of crazy depending on who picked it up here. So New World Orion, they gotta play a little bit safe. No, they haven't.
Yeah.
No tier 2s have gone down on Degenerate's side, right? They weren't trading. They traded like a dragon for it, right? 2 dragons for it, right? Yeah, I mean, I'll take it.
It was one Drake and then the 1-for-1 in the top lane. They got the other 2 off of it.
Yeah. And now we see 45 seconds in. What does Degenerate do? Did they just forego the dragon and say, you know what? We're going to fake like we're fighting for Chemtech, and we're going to pull a maneuver that you guys did and just burn down this Baron here? They have the damage with the Kraken Slayer, Jinx plus Nico, but I feel like Jinx needs to hit that 2-item mark. I feel like she's not there quite yet. So if they take a fight, a 5v5, I feel like Kobox is just gonna lose over to Boogie because Boogie's IE. He's got Gale Force. He's even got the makings of a rapid fire cannon coming in.
Good old Purchase Shard. See, I play AD carry. I know my items. Don't you worry about that.
Purchase Shard.
What a pull. Purchase Shard. Could see a little bit of problems here. Cleanse getting burnt. Sovereign has to get away. Down to about half HP. So it looks like the mid laner and bot laner of each team has to take a back here. The dragon has spawned. And the problem here for Degenerates is they don't have the inside track to start up the Baron. They're the ones to start up the dragon. Sovereign does not have a teleport, so they are just here trying to wait off onto the side. You can see Annie trying to come around. Mental Boomer's going to find the engagement. They're going to on Colbox, but they're spell immune. And here comes Geyser onto the back line. It's a 3-man stun. Followed up with the Annie. And down go all of the important members. Colbox is low. Samuel is low. Geyser is still somehow alive, but Hajime has been the one to run the fight on the other side. It's a double kill. It's a quadra kill for Hajime. And wow, what a crazy fight. Hajime just quietly managed to find 4 kills.
My name might be Hajime Gito, but that man's Hajime Hippo, man. Punching his way through all of New World Orion. Gets a quadra kill for himself here. And we talked about the variability of damage that this set has. It's a massive showstopper into Haymaker and deletes New World Orion off the map.
Listen, I saw Hajime surrounded. I apologize to him. I was not familiar with his game. 4, 1, and 3. And it's now a gold lead for Degenerates Exiles. We've seen this before, Shibby. The team with the lead early, tenuously trying to keep their grip on the game, but it's slipping through their fingers. And now they have to wait for a soul. And now they're the ones on the back foot.
Yeah, and what does this comp do? Do they team fight once again? Are they afraid now of Set's power? He backed Yanni and picked up a full item for himself off of that quadra. He got every single shutdown. He got nearly every single kill here. And I think the really key point was
Hajime, bro. He's half HP already. Jeez, it's a 2-level lead also for Hajime. And give some credit to Geyser. Geyser had a fairly fine laning phase. Everything was all good, but now there's so many problems, and this is really where Morgana's just rude. You know, you go to try to clear out a ward of binding lands, you drop the W, and then you get the additional Baron damage. It sucks, man. Playing against that champion's kind of mean. What? Okay, that was a weird interaction.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna hit the clone here.
Thought it
but
was
I think
too,
one
but
of the
the clone hadn't fully spawned yet, so when the health was lost by Sovereign, it kind of freaked me out a little bit. I was like, wait a minute, I'm pretty sure you can block that, right?
Yeah. I think one of the key points in that earlier fight was that Boogie was half health when it started, right? He got bursted out. I believe he ate like a Nico E or like a Nico Q and just got absolutely bursted out of here. So by the time he entered that fight, you know, Hajime doesn't need to hit a full, you know, haymaker on him. Doesn't need to hit that full true damage. As long as he gets it onto him, he should be dead here. I don't think that's a mistake Boogie makes once again, as he does have the rapid fire in hand, right? Evolve that Kerchies shard, as you mentioned. That's gonna stick with me forever. Now as Boogie, though, 3 items, still has the lead onto Colbox, but now Hajime has stepped up as one of the carries for Degenerate, and we're gonna see a team fight whether we like it or not.
Samuel is gone. The ultimate from Denali is down, but Sovereign gets in there. This is the combo we talked about. They're rooted in place, but Colbox is all alone. They ripped through the rest of the team, but now it's Hajime against the world. He's got one. It's a 4v1. Can he pick up anything else? He does a lot of damage to Denali, but he can't get on top of Boogie. Lightning will not strike twice, and it's an ace for Orion.
And if you watched Boogie that whole fight, he was dancing around all the CC and all the ultimates, right? He played expertly around the Nico ultimate, right around the ring, was just autoing until he couldn't auto any damn more, Yanni. He picks up the whole team. New World Orion get the clean ace onto Degenerates, and despite Set's best effort, was only able to pick one up. I think the crucial thing there was that, you know, one of the members immediately died, right? I think Samuel got insta-killed.
Yeah, Annie just dropped down the bear and said, all right, show's over. But it's crazy because I think if Hajime had flash up, that's an entirely different fight. The showstopper was still available. It could have been crazy, but it wasn't. And the consequences of having to use flashes in other fights result in a fight loss. And as you mentioned, yes, it is up, which means Easy has an easy engage opportunity. Hey, cresting to the 30-minute mark, 20 seconds left on this dragon. As Degenerates Exiles trying to take that one. It looks like they're not using their Baron as Orion. They want this dragon, but they could try to force down if they wanted. It looks like they're gonna peel off for this Drake, and I think that means that Degenerates has to play for Elder Drake, but Geyser did get chunked out. Now here comes the engagement. Sovereign is in there. Sovereign catches two members. Boogie's gone golden. Samuel's gone golden. Boogie flashes away. Sovereign is low. Easy gets the kill, but Boogie is dancing around and is now untouched, doing a good job of dodging Hajime. And there it is. They managed to take down the set. It's a 4-0 for Orion.
Yanni, I thought they had Boogie dead to rights. They had him going golden, but he flashed, and Gale Force is out of their cover so much distance. They're unable to time their spells out of the stopwatch, and instead, they give up Chemtexel, they give up 4 kills, and they might just give up mid-inhib here.
They might give up the game here, Shibby. The minions are going to show up shortly. And the man who doesn't have 2 left feet, Boogie, dancing around a knife's edge. Inhibitor falling down. A couple of members have respawned, which means it is time to back out. But the base has been cracked.
Top lane tier 2 gonna be going over to New World Orion, and there's those standing gold. Oh, actually, I lied. They're not gonna rotate top. I thought they were gonna. I thought they were gonna take it. They had a minion wave.
You got quick recalls. Just, Caitlyn, get over there, do a little couple of punch outs on the turret,
Yeah, no, instead they're going to pick up the GA. They want to cash in the gold that was in their pockets here. They're afraid of potentially getting turned on. Right? I mean, he straight up picked up a Guardian Angel, so I'll take that, right? Especially after what happened there. You can't really make too many more mistakes. You don't have that stopwatch ready to go, so if you get caught out like that, which was a really awkward fight for New World Orion, you saw Geyser get completely chunked out, couldn't get on the flank, and then you saw Boogie get jumped on by both Hajime and Adolf. I thought they were gonna win that fight. It looked like Degen snuck a team fight win out underneath New World Orion, but just the damage, the AoE, Geyser coming in with the ultimate a little bit late, actually ended up helping them out. Helps Boogie, right, escape there because nobody wants to fight into the cannon ultimate. So actually was zoning them off. So really, really nice. But I think Easy has been quietly playing a very good game on this Annie. You mentioned very underrated. You said busted, and I'd have to agree with you.
Oh, yeah. And listen, Easy has not been making the sexy plays, right? It's been Boogie and Geyser really doing a lot of work despite their score line of 3, 4, and 7. But we've put so much emphasis on Boogie because of the Penta in last game. But Easy has done all of the little things that you need your mid laner to do in order to convert advantages. Fights are starting 5v4 in the favor of Orion because of Easy.
He's got the most KP, right? Outvaluing his jungler, outvaluing his support. He's definitely been a solid contributor in all of these fights, and he's got no slouch of a score, right? This man's only died once this whole game. He is contributing. He's playing the Annie very well around a lot of the engages and damage. Like you said, some of these fights are won not because of a massive ultimate, but just because one person goes down because he drops the bear, drops the Q, and that person gets deleted off of the map right now. But Baron is finally gone. The coding has gone away, but we see 1.5 minutes till the next Baron is up. And now Mental Boom and the rest of New World Orion looking to lay another similar trap for Degen. They say, you know what? You've got to come in and get some vision for this Baron.
You want some, come get some. Orion got punched in the mouth game 1, was able to rebound in game 2, and is now on the precipice of taking a 2-1 series lead in this best of 5 as they are knocking on the base. 54 seconds and counting until the next Baron is available. They're just able to muscle their way into the base. Top inhibitor, turret, and inhibitor have now fallen as minions are spilling over in at least a couple of seconds.
Supers in the mid. Supers will be coming top very soon. They just have to kind of rotate bot if they want. Or alternatively, they can take Baron and then go bottom lane to push in that final inhibitor turret and start getting these double supers in to start ending the game here. World is New World Orion's oyster, and they're gonna go straight for the pearl.
They're heading into the jungle. They want to take all of the jungle camps back and then get a little wet in the Baron pit, moister than an oyster, as this team is ready to go. And it looks like only a couple of members are going to back here. Actually, just the one. It's going to be Denali taking the back. They're able to pick up their 4th item now. And really, there's not anything Degenerates can do. They need to find a miracle fight to try to keep themselves in this game. You can see Easy doing a good job of sussing everything out, but Easy is going to fall. It's a big shutdown, and now it's a 5v4, and all of a sudden this game's gotten interesting, Shibby.
Easy was trying to suss everything out, but instead became the sussy baka himself, Yanni. I'm sorry. You guys can't see Yanni right now.
I'm trying so hard. I was hoping that didn't catch on the mic, but I forgot you can see me. I was so dumb. All right, it's time for the BOL Platinum Baron throw. Here we go. This Baron is getting taken down to about 2,000 HP. Who's going to get in? There's no Baron throw here, but here comes Geyser with a slicing maelstrom on the back line. But
watch
Jinx is over the
Boogie!
wall and is full protected. Hajime in the middle of too many members, and they're going to fall. Sovereign flashed into a shuriken and falls. That ain't Kakashi. And
Mental
Cole
boom!
is the last target. They're knocked up. They fall in, and they take out 4 members of Degenerate Exiles. They put the boot on the throat, and there's nothing left but to teleport into the base and take the turrets. Geyser is here, Easy is here, and that is an ace, Shibby.
Degenerate Exiles get the Baron, Yanni, but at what cost? They pay the ultimate price. They pay in blood, they pay in sweat, in tears, and they're gonna pay 50 gold for the Nexus as New World Orion take the lead 2-1.
It's a new world, and Degenerates are just living in it. But they might be exiled soon. Down 2-1 in the series that they had a 1-0 lead in. It's gotta be such a gut punch, especially because there were opportunities in that game. This game played out so much like game 1, where it was close for such a long time. They started pulling away, and then one team started coming back, and then finally the game broke wide open.
Yeah, it was a back and forth between these two teams, but I think Boogie only makes that mistake once, only gets caught out once in one of those team fights, and never again. You saw him dancing around the edge with this long-range AD carry here. Yanni, at what point does Boogie warrant the Caitlyn ban here?
Yes. Honestly, yes. Put him on something else. Make him uncomfortable, because despite what you have on your side, it just does not matter. You cannot lock this guy down. That is a team that you were scared to go up against as a Caitlyn. You know, Hecarim bearing down on you. Nico and Set can cause a lot of problems. And if you get hit by a Morgana binding, it's curtains for you. But just cool, calm, and collected. Boogie just not letting any of that phase them. Blood, ice water in his veins instead of blood, and just able to make so many big plays, be the big carry that Orion needs. And they need him one more time as they have the 2-1 series lead, Shibby.
2-1 on the series. Degenerate Exiles came out swinging with a haymaker of a game 1, but so far New World Orion, they've made the adaptations. They've got the champion picks here. They found what has worked here, and so far they've taken the 2-1 lead. Yes, it's been close, but nobody cares if you come with the win, Yanni. 2-1 for New World Orion here. You have to believe both these teams are itching to get back into draft.
Oh yeah, backs against the wall here for Degenerate. Elysium in our other match, they take a clean 3-0 sweep, but you're not seeing a clean 3-0 sweep here. And maybe if we're lucky, we could even see a game 5, but that's for us to find out, as we're going to take a very short break as the teams will break away for just a moment, and we will see the draft that could potentially end this series. New World Esports Orion and Degenerate Exiles. Back in a bit.
odds move closer, but with a deeper red. Beneath them we look on, when they part comes the hatred they bring. Lost in the dark, we've come so far, another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their face. So stand upon these fallen lands and follow in our Father's plans. Yeah, until the end we will remain, and we'll hold on until our last breath. So what is to be left for us? My people look on and say, don't fear what you don't know, 'cause we're far from certain fate. And we'll make our final stand. Lost in the dark, we've come so far, another step to rid the pain. Go and be counted till your last day, 'cause only nightmares break their flames. So stand upon these fallen lands
All right, everybody, Blue Otter League family, we are here for what could be the final game of the series between New World Esports Orion and Degenerate Exiles. And it looks like New World Esports Orion, they are going to be on the blue side once again here. Degenerates choosing the red side. The bans looking oddly similar, Shibby.
Nothing's really changed from both of these guys, but now the question is, does the Caitlyn get banned out? And Yanni, my question gets answered. New World Orion throw down the gauntlet, essentially. They say, you know what? We got to pick something else now. We don't
Down
got, we don't
B's
got
your Caitlyn.
Yeah, and now we just take your Caitlyn. We just take the Jinx now away from Colebox, right? So now, do they swap the Xayah? Do they go Xayah or Khan? Where do they go here? They're gonna lock in a Trist here.
They didn't lock it in yet, though. Don't get ahead of yourself, Shibby. We've
might
been
bait
baited
me.
before. You and I have both been baited. We are experienced casters. Oh, no. I'm not falling
They don't do
for
that.
it. I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it. I'm not falling for it.
No, they actually locked in.
That
a
is
pick for the
degenerate
Jinx.
as hell. Oh my god, Degenerate Exiles living up to their name. They first picked Twitch in an elimination game, Shibby.
And now, New World Esports, they're licking their chops. They're sharpening their teeth. They see a Twitch. I'm locking Jarvan.
Yo, pick
I'm-
Evelyn. Pick Evelyn, you
I'm
won't.
locking Annie. I'm blocking everything that can destroy this Twitch. I want to make Degenerate Exiles 80 carry. Never play the game again. But Yanni, we're missing a crucial aspect of this pick. It can get flexed into the support role. We have seen degenerate things, and what
All right.
better team than Degenerate Exiles to lock that into the support?
All right, listen. All right. It could be flexed into the jungle role, and I know this Viego has been taken right, but
yeah.
when I was in Raleigh, you know, because I was at LCS finals, I saw somebody in a hotel lobby playing Viego bot. And you want to know who it was?
That just sounds
You
like the
want to
most
know? You want to know
scummy-
who was playing Viego bot lane in a rank game in this lobby?
Who?
I don't know. It's some random guy, and it went terribly. So it looks like we'll probably see Twitch down in the bottom lane at some point or another. But we do see the Lilia get locked in on the other side, something that had been previously banned, and they are going to pair the Jinx up with the Rakan.
Yeah, they banned the cast, they banned the Kindred, and instead of banning that Lilia that has been so flexed around in that first ban phase, they have to take the Kate away from Boogie. So instead, they're gonna lock the Rakan plus Lilia here, give themselves some nice little in and out engage right now. Leona being locked in though, nice little counter to Rakan. It's kind of seen as a soft counter. He jumps in. You can either choose a Zenith the Rakan, Zenith the Jinx, Q the Rakan as well if you're playing on top of your AD carry. A lot of options for Leona to kind of stop whatever Rakan wants to do here. But Twitch is just like a monkey wrench in all of this. I feel like Degenerate Exiles, though, they could do it. As the Silas does get banned out. Oriana as well. I expect a couple more mid lane bans, potentially Sion being taken away. I wouldn't be surprised if Degenerate Exiles just doesn't want to see that on the Rift, because it was so disgusting. And especially into an immobile Twitch like that, I feel like it could just wreak havoc.
It does beg the question, Shibby, why was Twitch first picked? I don't think they needed to, but it does mean that there's a couple of other options now on the table. The Leona pickup that they had was actually quite surprising. It's a champion that we haven't seen in quite some time. With the MSI patch that's coming out soon, she's getting a buff, so we could perhaps see her find her way back into the meta. As you mentioned, that Sion taken away by Orion, and we do have Annie getting taken off the board here. So Degenerate Exiles, the ball is in their court here. What do they want to do? They have probably top and mid, I'm going to guess, left available. It's going to be the Ornn lock-in. They are going to give the counter pick over to Sovereign.
I would take the Gwen here, but then you're hyper indexing into that AP damage or magic damage profile. I don't think it's the worst. We haven't really seen some of these hyper carries being played into the Ornn. Instead, we are going to see a lane bully come out from New World Orion here. Gnar being locked in. And now you got to put your mid laner. You got to throw the gauntlet down. You got to take it blind right now, because Exiles, they're going to use that counter pick for their mid laner here. What do you take? Victor is still on the board. You've still got Syndra, which we haven't seen from either of the teams yet. A lot of good blindable mids ready and up. I still don't see anything locked in, Yanni. Is client bugged? Aurelion Soul?
Aurelion Sol, the final pick. Much like in the vein of Annie that you and I spoke about and that you mentioned in game, is that Annie and Aurelion Sol, because everything went together, Annie was the one that flew under the radar, but Aurelion Sol still strong after the nerf, still an incredibly good pick. And this is a champion that we haven't seen picked up in this series yet that has also been making the rounds in mid lane and pairs so well with what Degenerate Exiles is going to do. You give yourself a late game insurance policy and then you go ahead and you pick Syndra.
Everything you had, Yanni, everything you had, throw it out the window. Because no more Vigar being locked in. Exiles. Yanni looking for windows right now. He's looking for windows as a Syndra gets thrown down for Degenerate Exiles. Did he just land the bottle flip? Did you just land the bottle flip?
Yes, I landed the bottle flip.
Based.
Yo! That is the most pog moment I've ever had on a cast. Holy crap. I am insane, bro.
Throw that in the reel. Throw that in the reel as right now.
That's going in the ring.
Syndra.
Better hit up Battlefy. Better hit a Battlefy. This is why you should hire me to cast CeeLo. But yes, Syndra, you did mention it would be a fantastic pick here.
Yeah, and I think the burst, right, the scatter the weak range that you have ready to kind of come in and take over this Aurelion Sol, classically, who's been a very weak champion early on, right? You got to get him to that, stars descend, the comets descend phase. You have to get him to that point where he can start really impacting these team fights. It's kind of like a Kassadin. If you can get him through the lane phase, if you can get him farmed enough, you can get him his items, then he can really start doing damage. But up until that point, Syndra is going to have full lane control, scatter the weak, unleashed power. She's going to have so much presence in these lanes and priority. She can roam with this Viego. She can really do some damage onto Lily if they want to. So I like the pick here, but I just feel like Degenerate Exiles, their mid laner, has not been able to get the better of New World Esports, New World Orion Esports here. They've been going mainly neutral across all the games here.
Yeah, and even then, there have been some early parts of the game where they've been on the back foot. We saw the Malzahar game against the Cassiopeia, not quite what you wanted to see in the lane. Last game, it was, this Annie and this Nico, and that one went marginally better, right? They didn't really fight with each other too much, but they were both able to get kills from different sources. It's been a problem here because Sovereign just hasn't been able to generate those kills on their own, and they're going to have to do that on this Syndra against the team that does have a lot of squishy targets. Rakan, not a tank. Gnar in mini form, he can go down.
Yeah, he can go down. It's going to be interesting to see how Exiles plays around the Gnar bar, right? Plays around the range bar if they can fight when he's exhausted. If New World, Orion Esports, they play around the Gnar bar, right? If they understand, like, hey, I'm transforming soon. I'm going to TP. I'm going to get my Mega Gnar going and force the fight here. I feel like a lot of teams, they don't play too well around the rage bar. They don't really play around the windows of opportunity that they get when they see this Gnar exhausted, and they'll just wait for him to build his stacks back up, and he'll just ult you, as that ult is on a ridiculously low cooldown. It is going to be rough for Exiles, at least in the early game. I don't know who this Viego is going to really gank for other than the Syndra. You don't have too much setup for that Ornn. It's going to get pushed in. It's going to get super, super low every single time. Twitch Leona is not going to have a lot of lane presence, especially into Jinx and Rakan. It's going to be rough here. I feel like Lilia, as long as she farms, as long as she gets her items, she can really start hitting these like 4 or 5 man sleeps here. Exiles, their backs against the wall. They bet the house on Twitch and Syndra.
And it's two champions that we have not seen in the series yet. They're wild cards here. Who knows what could happen? It could just get absolutely cleaned up. That's sometimes what happens. Sometimes you pull out your fancy pick, your special pick, and then you just kind of get destroyed, man. Like, sometimes it just does not come together. So I'll have to see how these picks end up shaking out. Twitch can kind of make things happen, but Rakan, Lily, and Gnar definitely wanting to move forward. This ultimate combo out of Gnar and Rakan can do so much. I just kind of feel like Orion isn't very tanky.
They're not. They're beefy, but they're not tanky, right? They don't have a dedicated.
Beefy,
No, Roa, you've got Gnar, you've got Lilio who stacks a lot of HP. You got some beef, right? You got some Chuck
Is it
roast in your
though?
hands.
Is
You
it
got some
though?
Chuck roast. Okay, it's not the greatest armor in MR, but you've got health bars to work with. On the side of Exiles, like you
Everybody's got a
mentioned.
health bar, Shibby.
Okay, yeah. Well, you've got Leona, you've got Ornn, you've got some chunkers. I'm under the impression that Leona is on steroids, by the
No
way.
way.
I'm advocating for that. That is my what I'm saying here. You've got some really beefy, tanky guys on the Ornn Leona. And it's gonna be kind of rough for somebody like the Aurelion Soul or like the Jinx to kind of rip through this without Kraken, without Leandries. We see Aurelion Souls go Roa consistently all the time because it's one of the best scaling items for him. So you're really relying on this Jinx and Lilia to tear through some of this HP.
In Champion Select, I saw Viego mid and Syndra in the jungle, and I was like, are they gonna swap Syndra and Twitch and maybe just run with Viego mid? But they did not. Everything is A-okay. Everybody is where they should be for what could be this final game. New World Esports Orion have drafted themselves a nice little team fighting composition. Degenerate Exiles have gone with the secret pocket pick Twitch. We will see which one prevails after the spectator delay. Welcome in, Blue Otter League family, for what could be the final game of this best of 3 between New World Esports Orion and Degenerate Exiles. Yanni and Shibby still giving you all the action here. Shibby, will, right now, without thinking about it, is this Twitch going to pop off?
No.
No?
No.
No?
I don't gotta think. No.
Why not?
It's a Twitch, man. When have you ever seen a Twitch pop off?
Every Twitch that I've played against.
That's the rule of Shaco, bro. The
Hey,
Shaco
yo,
on your team.
Was I the one who told you about the rule of Shaco? I can't remember. I preached the rule of Shaco.
I mean, I know everybody knows the rule of Shaco, right? Shaco on your
No.
team, bad.
No,
Shaco
bro,
on
I
enemy
talk to
team,
people-
pink
I talk
ward.
to people about it and they don't understand.
Some
go like-
people don't even.
They go, what's
Dude,
the
Yanni,
law of Shaco?
Some people don't even remember, what like old Thresh did.
What? Bro, now you're gonna tell me that people don't remember the Alamo.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Nobody remembers the Alamo, actually. But anyways, enough about the Alamo. Back into this game. No, Twitch is not going to pop off. I think it's
No.
a very rough lane for him,
No.
right?
I didn't
Rakan,
say we
Jake?
could stop talking about the Alamo shit.
Well, I'm going to stop
How
talking
can
about
you
the Alamo.
how can you remember the Alamo if you don't talk about it? No, pop off my leash.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rough lane for Twitch, right? You have to take cleanse into it, obviously. I think both cleanse on these 80 carries. I think Boogie's just been getting the better of this bot lane. I think Mental Boom, even in that game 1 where they lost, they were just winning out bot lane with the Nautilus, right? I think they were doing very, very good things. And yes, Boogie does have to worry about the Leona E, but Mental Boomer just has so much slippery ability usage. He can get in, get out. They can get a really quick trade in onto Colebox, and he can't really answer back. Because unfortunately, Colebox his abilities require you to auto a lot of times, like 4, 5 times before you get the E off. And at this point, early on, he just doesn't have the attack speed to really trade very heavily. Whereas you look at Boogie with the rockets, with the zap, right, with minigun, they have so many ways to trade and so many different, ranges to trade from that they can just kind of pick and choose their battles. As right now, though, level 2 hit on both of these sides. I'm watching this bot lane intently here. In my mind, Colebox shouldn't have a fun time in this lane.
Yeah, and I find it very interesting because it looks like Colebox and Samuel, they want to fight because typically when you have a Twitch, you have them open stealth, show up in like the mid lane or something like that and cause some problems. But they want to fight here, and Samuel,
I don't know what
that's what
does
happens.
here.
You can end up going very deep. It's a double knockup, Mental Boomer in and out, and you called it, Shibby. You hit the nail right on the head. The bot lane of Degenerates taking a really rough trade.
You just can't do anything, right? Because even if you Leona E in, watch what happened. You saw the W go down onto the Twitch, and Leona actually ended up hitting a 2-man Rakan W, which has allowed the Jigs to pepper them down with rockets, and now they're both health bars. And the way I like to see it is each of your pots is how many mistakes you can make in lane, right? That's how I like to view it. Cookies be damned. Yeah, you get a little bit extra cushion there, but each of your pots warrants how many mistakes you can make in lane. And right now, Samuel can only make one more mistake here, but Viego is going to be here.
There are no mistakes to be made. Boogie has to cleanse, and Boogie cannot boogie no more. The Ignite will go down, so Mental Boomer will be able to get one back. It ends up being a 1-for-1 overall, but First Blood going over to the Twitch.
Flash does get burned out from Adolf, like you said. Colebox as well, no flash, but Boogie does not have his sums up at all. No cleanse, no flash, nothing. And that's where you can get some of that really, really good Leona CC setup coming in, right? To set your Viego up for these kills in this bot lane. If you want to camp them, if this Rakan, if this Jinx are going to play up into that mid lane, if they aren't going to respect you, you could just call your jungler down and hope for the best. As now Boogie, summoner spells are gone. Could be the eye of Adolf's, or could be the apple of Adolf's eye.
Potentially, Boogie now right on the back foot, and they haven't been on the back foot for quite some time. Not since game 1, if I'm honest, have they really been on the rough end of things. They've got a small CS lead, but a huge wave coming in to the bot lane. You can see Samuel on another nice roam, but missed the Zenith Blade. And perhaps the pressure of the moment getting to the Leona here.
just a little bit, but I like the proactiveness from Samuel, right? He did that in game one. I'm not going to say that's what got them the win, but definitely allowed them to kind of get this Hecarim fed, get Adolf fed. When Adolf and Samuel are playing together, when they're roaming together and really impacting some of these lanes, that's when they play best. We didn't see a lot of that early on, as Geyser now should be fine. He's actually going to flash over. Didn't have the hop available. Really high value gank coming out from Adolf right now. Mental Boom, though. They're not going to be able to trade, and now you see
Colbox coming out from the shadows. The auto attacks onto Boogie. Boogie is stunned, and Boogie's going down. He gets expunged from the record. 2-0 on the Twitch. What? He heard you. Colbox heard you talking, Shibby.
He heard me talking, and like you said, he exited stealth like you mentioned, and with no summoner spells to Boogie's name, and with Mental Boom missing the W as well, Colbox is allowed to free rain onto Boogie and Mental Boom here. Unfortunate from them, as that early gank has started tipping this lane in the favor of the Twitch Leona.
Yeah, and Colbox is well on his way to a New York City rat. We're not talking about your average run-of-the-mill rat. We're talking about rats the size of, I don't know, man.
Bims.
Anywhere
The
between
size of Bims.
the size of Tim's?
Bims. They're called Bims.
Why do they call them
I know
Bims?
I've just heard people call them Bims. I know they're Tims. I know what
Yeah,
Tims
bro.
are.
No, they're definitely Tim's, my guy.
No, they're not. They're not Bims. Am I in the
No,
wrong?
I really listen. I don't think so. Maybe if you're doing
All
things
right.
the Aki way, but again, Colbox is getting to this rather large point in the game now. 2-0, a fantastic start. Credit to Boogie. The CS lead is even slightly tilted in their favor, but you can see that Colbox is starting to pick up some big items.
He's starting to cook just a little bit here. He's got the recurve bow,
Blade of the
has
Ring
the
King,
vamp
baby.
scepter in hand. Yeah, he's gonna get Bork very, very quickly. And one of the things about Bork is that its components are just so good, right? Don't get me wrong, Noon Quiver is hype. I really love it. But when you get the Noon Quiver, or sorry, not Noon Quiver, when you get the recurve bow, vamp scepter going, especially with what Twitch has to cook, is now they're just getting invaded on Denali. Can't do anything. Twitch is gonna open up again.
Colbox trying to come in off the top rope, but he gets trapped up. Denali still ends up going down. Samuel committing the flash, and it's a third kill for the Twitch. And now Sovereign is here to land a big stun. The ultimate goes down, and give that one over to Twitch as well because of the poison. Eat your words, Shibby. Eat your heart out.
Oh my God, Colbox tuned into the stream. He said, Shivy, you said I wasn't gonna pop up. Let me show you why we are won this pick right now. They bet the house, the money, the cards, the kids, everything on Twitch, Yanni. It is coming up black.
Listen, you always bet on black. As somebody who plays roulette, you always bet on black. It's just a cooler color than red, but that much is beside
Facts.
the point. Colbox 4-0, man. And guess what? Because he's so big, we're going to start getting into that phase of the game where Twitch shows up where you least expect it.
Yeah, he's gonna go mid. He's gonna go top. He's gonna be in your jungle, ready to fight you down, right? He's gonna go
He's going to be
into stealth.
performing
And
some prostate exams.
he's
I didn't know if I could get away. I don't know if I could
He's
get away
got-
with that. So, Bully, I'm
he's-
sorry if that was a little too far. I apologize.
Hey yo, Colbox going where no man has ever gone before, like you mentioned, and he's gonna go top mid everywhere, and he's gonna be looking to really put some pain down into mid, into top here, as we just see him pop up on the mini map right now, and easy.
I told you, look at
little
that.
chunk of health goes down.
Yeah, Easy is in a little bit of trouble. It's going to have to drop the ultimate down to try to clear out that wave, as the turret definitely under siege there. But on the bottom side, you can see the push. However, on top, Geyser in mini-Nar form, Hajime has that ultimate available if they want it. Geyser, no flash available. Here comes the call of the Forge God.
Dead.
And Nar just put him in a corner. Somebody puts Baby in a corner, and it is the combination of Viego and Orn.
Geyser got put 6 feet under right now. Hajime playing this on very, very well. Watching when Geyser uses his hop, uses these abilities, and is able to just stop everything in its track here. Nice hold on the ultimate, waiting everything out. And you also had Adolf come in, pick up the kill, because you know it's much better on the Viego here. And right now, Degenerate Exiles. Rough game 2 and 3. This game 4 looking a lot like game 1.
Oh, absolutely. Degenerate Exiles are back on their BS, my friend. They are starting to run away with this game early. Whoa, that was very, very close. The Jace Rocket, even for good measure, they really wanted that Rift Herald, but it does go the way of Degenerate Exiles. Now nursing about a 2,500 gold lead. They can do so much with this Rift Herald right now. I gotta think that you're putting in the bot lane, yeah?
Why wouldn't you? I mean, you got Bork ready to go, but Twitch, he's like, I don't even want to go bot. I hate that lane. 4-0 right now is creeping up into the mid lane, making Easy's life just a little bit harder here, turning the difficulty up to 11. Easy is going to see if he's going to see this unsuspecting Colbox right now coming into the mid lane. Once again, being a nuisance, a fly on the wall, the annoying little brother that he is. He's just being absolutely just a menace.
And taking a lot of damage here is Easy, and Denali hasn't been able to do too much. These vaunted picks out of Denali, despite the fact that they won last game on their Kindred, it just hasn't landed the way that I thought it would. And especially, because this Lily had been banned, well-known champion on their part, it's been a non-factor so far, but they're looking to change that. Sovereign, it could be in a little bit of trouble. He's going to go Drowsy, does not have a flash available, and does not have any health left remaining. Unfortunately for Boogie, they were not able to claim that kill. Denali the King will do so and hope to change their fortunes.
Unfortunate, though, a little hard to see is Denali didn't have a whole bunch of damage, right? It took him a little bit to actually end up killing Sovereign, which is going to be interesting as Colbox has snuck around the corner, unsuspecting is Boogie and Mental Boomer.
Oh, Boogie's got the shield. Couple more auto attacks. The expunge. Is that going to be enough? Look at the health. He's ticking lower and lower and lower. And he will manage to survive. But is Adolf going to get in there the flash? And they will be able to claim the life of Boogie. But now they've been charmed under the turret. They've been knocked up. They've been ignited. They're in a lot of trouble. And Mental Boomer picks up their second kill of the game.
Mental Boom 2-1 right now. Don't need an AD carry. As now Hajime, he's super low. He's going to have to get out of dodge. He's going to go to the second turret. Denali is looking to do something right now. Hits the smite. Q gets the kill, Yanni.
Okay. Denali now 2-1. Denali heard me and was like, hold on. Let me cook. Now, the problem is the jungler and the bot laner on the other side are also cooking. And they are cooking with gas. You are trying to rub two sticks together here if you are Denali. But the best fires are started with sticks. I thought that would be a more inspirational quote, but honestly, that's all that I could think of. I'm not quite sure how this game is going to progress. We do see the dragon getting started up, a teleport coming in for Hajime. Guys are able to pick up a lot of turret plates there. The gold lead starting to kind of contract just a little bit, but it is going to be a second Drake here. That one this time around going over to Degenerate Exiles. That's the first time they've taken the first two, by the way.
Yep. You mentioned that Degenerate Exiles is cooking with gas, but all it takes to start the biggest of fires, Yanni, is a spark of hope from New World Orion there. I fixed the saying for you. I got you. Use that one. Put it in the memory banks as right now. Hajime is going to get ganked right now. He's looking in the memory banks. He's dead in the top lane.
No, he was not looking in the memory banks. If he was looking in the memory banks, he would have known that what happened last time Denali showed up to the top lane, able to claim the kill there. Denali now 3-1 and is really starting to come alive here. You see, they've picked up that demonic embrace, despite the fact that there's only really two tanks here. And you see Adolf dropping the Rift Herald up top and is now in a lot of trouble. Guys are looking to close out on the kill, and the last auto attack will take care of it. And in the blink of an eye, the kills have been evened up, Shibby.
He's gonna greed for the Rift Herald, but Colbox, he wants the kill.
Colbox flashing forward. Number 5 add another one to the ledger of Twitch.
Gonna get that Rift Herald escorted in. He realized, wait, I can get gold here. I can get free plates. Oh, never mind. Here. There's no plates as well.
Listen, my man, he's eating good tonight in the sewers of New York. This is the Master Splinter origin story right now. We'll see. Easy is able to make a play. They are very low. Drowsy going on to this. Syndra could be in a little bit of trouble. Denali trying to get in there, but not enough damage on the bot side. Boogie. Oh, Boogie.
Oh, Boogie.
Oh, Boogie. That's a shame. Goodbye. 4-1 for Boogie. A far cry from what we saw earlier, and perhaps the Super Saiyan has worn off on them.
Boogie, boogie, boogie. It's called break dancing, not break your neck. He's 0-4 right now, Yanni. He is not having a good time. The saving grace is, though, that Denali and Easy are doing A-OK in their respective roles. You've got a Leandri's Aurelion Soul coming online, so he's going to be a lot more harder hitting than Aroa. Yes, it doesn't scale that hard, but it's still going to do a lot of damage, especially into something like the Leona, like the Ornn here, as well as the burn from the Demonic. This could be a lot of AP magic damage coming out from New World Orion here. If you don't see any MR coming out from Degenerates, Coalbox, Sovereign could easily die here, but now I lied. Easy is on the menu. Coalbox picks up his 6th skill of the game. I have never been more wrong in my life, Yanni.
I told you he was going to pop off, bro. Guess what? Nobody knows how to play against Twitch, Shibby. This is what happens. He goes invisible and becomes unstoppable. 6-0-1, continuing to rack up kills. That one was worth full gold. Doesn't have the ultimate available here, but is going to rattle off auto attacks against Denali the King. Hajime looking to push forward, but cannot do so. So no kills here for the side of Degenerates. A bit of a disappointment in their eyes. But things still going very well for them thus far.
Going very well. Mental Boomer, though, with New World Orion, looking to get some gold off, get the ward here for themselves, setting up this Rift Herald potentially. Dragon is still down for another minute and a half, and in this confusion, in everything that's been happening, it's a Mountain Soul on the menu. It's now Sovereign, no flash.
Oh,
Guys,
so
are
much
just getting the
damage.
soul kill.
He's got Trinity Force, baby! That's the Trinity Force Gnar. He knew. He had a feeling. He was like, you know what? It's the best item on Gnar. But my team is down. And I need the strength, need the damage to try and secure this series in 4 games. But I still have a very long road to go. But every kill helps.
Easy does have the Sky's Descent here right now. The evolved form of his ultimate could look to do a lot of damage here. But tell me, Annie, who's going to jump onto Coalbox? They don't have the best of dives. It's really Mental Boomer and Geyser. That's about it, right? If he gets the Gnar hop into the flash, into the ulti, if he can get something going crazy with Mental Boomer here, then yes, they can. But Coalbox has cleanse. He can cleanse the stun. He can cleanse a lot of the CC here potentially. So it's going to be up to the whole team. It's going to be a 5-man effort to get Agent Coalbox 6 feet under, because he's 601. He's got to be bored. He's about to crack in. The trap is here. Does the crack go for the cheese, Anthony?
Oh, they're going to go for it. They have an idea. They feel like something's up. They're going to try to find Sovereign here. Sovereign's going to get knocked up. They've been bursted low. They're drowsy, and they're down. That one goes to Boogie. Now Samuel is the next target, but Coalbox from the side. Mental Boomer trying to get on top of him, cause some damage, but Coalbox doesn't care about your CC as he picks up 2. Hajime on the backside, all alone, but finds Boogie and Geyser, the last one standing. It's an almost complete wipe. It's a 4-for-1 for Degenerates Exiles.
And all of those kills go over to Coalbox, man. He came into the fight 4-0-2. Now he's 8-0-2. Yeah, he is picking everything up right now. It didn't matter that you bursted the Syndra down. Sovereign is just bait, Yanni. The real carry is Coalbox.
And if you don't know, now you know. 8-0-2 has their mythic, has 2 items, looking to pick up this Rift Herald. Should be the first game of the series ended in about 26 minutes, and right now it's Coalbox speedrun to Nexus any percent.
He's trying to get out of here ASAP right now. It's 9 o'clock for me. I assume these boys are playing on the East Coast right now. They're trying to get in before bedtime.
For you. It's 11:37 for me.
They're trying to go. Yeah, I mean, I rounded. It's 8:37. I rounded. All right.
Yeah, no. It's just, you got 3 more hours than I do, bro. This isn't fair.
No, it's not. East Coast, losers. You're in future time. Anyways.
Yo, shut up.
Yeah, I'm living in the past.
Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are living in the past. You thought this Twitch wasn't gonna pop off, but guess what? He's popping off. I knew ahead of you. It was the 3-hour time difference. I've already seen this game, Shibby.
That's true. You've seen all the multiple realities, all a million of them, like Doctor Strange, and every single one of them.
How many of them did Orion win?
What?
Just one.
What? Just one. And right now, they're looking for that one miracle. They're looking for that one play. They had the right idea. They laid the trap ready, but Colebox is patiently playing around all of this right now. They're going to go into Samuel, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. He's a tanky boy.
He's not even
Leona.
that tanky right now. He's not
He's
even
got
that
W.
tanky. That's the worst part. It's the W, and it is the man. I always think of a magic card. It's the item. I can't remember the item. Why can't I remember? Locket of the Iron Solari. Thank you. Excellent. It's the Locket of the Iron Solari. It's a Leona W. But that's it. There's not really a whole lot. And now we see the bottom inner turret falling. Great usage of the Rift Herald. Shibby, we saw this last time. This game could be over very quickly.
Oh, I think it got the charge onto the tier 3.
It
Yeah, that
did.
thing is low. They weren't able to get it. And you see, Degenerate Exiles absolutely, like you said, speedrunning this game right now. The only saving grace is Geyser on this top lane, pushing down. But we see the notice has popped up. The pop-up notification is there. Objective bounties on the board. You know what
Objective
that means?
bounties claimed. That means
Objective
objective
bounties
bounties claimed.
But you're still losing.
Yeah, you're in a very bad way here. Gold lead has been cut just a little bit. It's 3,500 here at the 21-minute mark. Dragon up in about 2 minutes, but you can see they're floating around the top side as Degenerate Exiles. They are looking to maybe take this Baron. They're certainly looking to take the life of Geyser. Call the Forge God does land on him. He is in Minion form, and now it's Colebox trying to get in there. Denali is going to put 2 of them to sleep, but Sovereign off the top rope from the side, and Geyser has fallen. It's a 1-0 despite Denali's best efforts.
That's not the people's elbow. That's unleashed power coming in off the top ropes. Geyser tried. He was trying to tank as much as he could, but it just wasn't enough. And now Baron on spawn, 21 minutes now, is going to be taking a very nice early Baron for Degenerate Exiles. They're playing with the 803 Twitch. They're grouping with the AD carry and saying, you know what? Despite the rough games, we've got you on something that you want to carry on.
That was close.
Baron is taken. Super Mega Death Rocket almost took it, but I think we're A-okay here. Purple People Eaters have come onto the map. Summoner's Rift is theirs for the taking, and I think New World Orion's on the menu.
Listen, they got sick and tired of the gridiron. They were sick and tired of Minnesota where the Purple People Eaters. They've shown up on Summoner's Rift here, and this dragon coming up in about a minute. And honestly, if you're Orion, you have to fight for this. Because if this goes the way of Degenerate Exiles, the game is going to be over. You are never killing any of them ever again.
No. The Mountain Soul is one of those souls, like we mentioned, is game ending nearly, right? It's not, doesn't have that oomph like an Infernal, doesn't have that pop like the Hex Tech, but it just makes everything so much more difficult. The resistances, the shield, everything is now Colebox and Adolf are leading the hunting party right now, searching for somebody.
They've found a pink ward. Looks like Adolf wants to get in there, potentially find somebody caught out. I don't think they're going to be able to, but that doesn't mean they clear out the bottom side of the jungle. No wards left available after that one goes down. And with 20 seconds until this dragon comes up, that's just clean gameplay out of Degenerate Exiles.
Very, very clean, like you mentioned. I think this is their cleanest game so far. 4,000 lead only, but Colebox is going to open up on Boogie.
Yeah, Boogie managed to flash away. Very quick reactions. Colebox going to be down at ultimate. Denali is going to try to put people to sleep.
Oh, they're
Colebox
going.
has cleansed it. Samuel is the target. Here comes the teleport. Hajime is here looking for the Call of the Forge God. It ends up being a 1-for-1 for right now. Call of the Forge God lands on to Geyser. Adolf hopping over the wall as he took over Rakan. Geyser getting low. He's not going to be able to go Meganar. It's a double kill. And Sovereign is starting to make plays happen. The flash forward. Hajime, is he able to get in there any further? No. It ends up being a 2-for-1 for right now. And it looks like the health bars are still pretty good here for the side of Degenerates. They're going to look for this mid-inner turret. It's a bit of a split call here. Hajime tanking this one up, but the turret will fall, and you can see Viego is already headed over to that Dragon Soul.
Mountain Soul on the menu, 24 minutes in. Elite Dragon control coming from Degenerate Exiles here. Very, very well played from start to finish, I'm going to say. They've had control of this game, and I was wrong. Twitch is absolutely popping off.
That's why they call it
10-0-3.
Twitch.tv, bro.
Yep, he is seen by everybody right now. 10-0-3 right now. Smash that subscribe button because Colebox, he is going to take it straight to the bank right now. Nexus in the eyes. Dragon
That diamond
Soul
play
on
button is
them.
on the way.
The diamond play, the platinum.
I know
the
that's
diamond play
YouTube.
button.
I know that's YouTube. Don't worry. But yeah, you mentioned the dragon control coming out here for Degenerate Exiles. Honestly, impeccable. Crazy that in 25 minutes they killed 6 dragons.
That flew over a lot of people's head, Yanni.
What do you
and I'm
mean?
gonna say this. It's gonna fly over a lot of people's head. Elite joke. Elite. I like that. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Unfortunately, this game just has not been easy for New World Orion right now, and Degenerates Exile. They're just gonna look to end it.
Yes, sir. It is time for this game to be over. It is time to head to Game 5, and it's all in the hands of Degenerate Exiles as they begin the push in. Their siege isn't fantastic, but Sovereign can do a lot, and so can Colebox. Over the wall! Mental Boomer is low, but now Denali trying to get on top of him once again. He's drowsy. He's still alive, but he goes down. It's Boogie picking that one up. This could be the potential turn. Adolf has taken over the Lilia. Flashes over the wall. Call the Forge God there. Guys, there's the last one standing. He's still in Mini-Nar form. He's gone Mega. He pushes people into the wall, but he's got nowhere to go. A quadra kill for Adolf.
Adolf gets the quadra slicing and dicing through all of New World Orion. Yanni, I called it at 11 minutes in game 1. I said we're gonna get a 5-game series, and they do not disappoint here. New World Orion and Degenerate Exiles going the distance, it looks.
A certified BOL banger, Shibby. 26 minutes in, but this game is not over yet. They did not have the minions. They could not proceed into the base. It is still a very large gap. 7K, 26 minutes in. Now, Boogie did get a lot of gold. Is now on 2 items, has that Infinity Edge available. It is a big power spike. But I don't know if Jinx has enough in the tank to be able to out-damage Colebox with the damage they've been putting down. If you go into 6 items, sure. But I don't think you're getting that far.
Colebox has to die first every single fight. Like, that's just what's going to happen. And even then, if you int too much, if you give too many resources away, if somebody like Easy goes down, or somebody like Denali goes down before he can get all his damage off, this team fight is pretty much lost. Jinx needs the space to work with, and she just hasn't been allowed that. Boogie has been subdued. Games 1 through 3 played very, very well, even in the game 1 loss. But game 4, this man looks like a shell of his former self. He picked up a pentakill in game 2, Yanni. They had to ban his Caitlyn out in game 4, and now are we seeing him exposed? Are the cracks in the armor finally being shown? Is Boogie just unbeatable?
Boogie is definitely beatable, as we've seen by game 1, and now looking like game 4 is here. Could be our final engagement. Holy Call of the Forge God hits 4 members. Multiple members are drowsy. Aurelion Sol trying to put damage around, but Sovereign with a huge game-saving stun, and Colebox is full HP, raining death upon everyone he sees. Sovereign able to claim the life of Boogie, and it's a 3v2. Colebox going back in. Denali is running out of space. Bambi is about to be an endangered species, but makes it back to the fountain. And still, multiple members alive. Colebox taking out the top inhibitor turret, and it looks like they don't want any more. Somehow, some way, Orion is still in this game.
They just haven't been able to pull the trigger. They haven't gotten the decisive blow. Degenerate Exiles, they've chipped away at the inhibitor turrets. They've gotten here and there, just haven't been able to get the game-ending push with 1 Baron, with Elder Dragon coming up in a minute and a half. This is where you have to believe that they're going to flip the game. New World Orion, they have 1 chance and 1 chance only. They steal the dragon or they kill Colebox early and then take it. They don't have any other options. They're running out as they're getting pushed into their base. Everybody's backing, Colebox included, and they're going to be on their 4-item power spikes as the Runan's Hurricane gets picked up for Colebox.
Stay on the back. There's a hurricane coming through. Colebox ready to rip everybody apart even faster. If you thought that this Twitch was dealing damage before, you ain't seen nothing yet. As the Baron gets started up, and you know there will be no resistance. Maybe a prayer from Boogie, but good positioning by Samuel, ensuring that this Baron will not get stolen. They've learned from the sins of BOL past. Defend the Baron as much as possible.
But now the dragon is on the menu. Elder Dragon might be a play for Degenerate to never even tempt fate with the Wise Elder, right? They don't want to flip it there. They can just use Baron, push everybody in, and then when they're finally comfortably safe, when they take the jungler down, then they can look to do something. As right now, this might be New World's only chance right now as Colbox goes invis.
Oh, Denali whiffs. And that should be the end of the fight. The charm is on Colbox, but it doesn't matter. So well protected. Call the Forge God lands on
Boogie's
2,
dead.
and Boogie was one of them. It's a double kill for Viego, a double kill for Twitch, and Leona breaks up the full house. But there's a full house in the base of Orion, and all of the members are uninvited as they're going to torch everything in their path as we head to a 5th and final game.
Degenerate Exiles clawing their way back up from a 2-1 deficit. Yes, they ended the game in 30 minutes, but this game was over at around 15. Colbox on the Twitch for R1 pick, by the way, Yanni, pops absolutely off. And if you're a New World Orion, what do? Do you actually ban the Twitch away? Like, do you do the trauma ban? Do you just take a page out of Degenerate Exiles and say, you know what, you took the Kate away, we're going to take the Twitch? It feels like Boogie is a different man on anything other than Caitlyn.
Listen, Shibby, it's game 5. There were a couple of bans that they could have gone without. The Elise has been off the table all series. The Seraphine has been off the table all series. Perhaps it's time you let one of those two through, because Twitch did so much in the way of ripping your team apart, has caused so much mental damage, and this team has to be downtrodden going into the 5th and final game. We're going to cut it away here for a short bit, as you know, it's getting late, so we kind of want to get through this one really quickly for all the players, you know, just for the courtesy. We are going to step away, and when we return, we'll get you back with the 5th and final draft of this crazy series between Degenerates Exiles and New World Esports Orion.
way. I can read what you're telling me. It's so clear to see. Well, it's so easy. Look at you and I just know. But it's not easy to step aside and let you go. It's never easy to say a thing that might be a whole different story. Whole different story now.
Blue Otter League family, we have had a treat tonight, but unfortunately, all good things must come to an end as we've reached Game 5 between Degenerate Exiles and New World Esports Orion. We are into the draft. Degenerate Exiles, they are on the blue side this time around, so a bit of a draft adaptation here as we're seeing some very similar bands come out here. Shibby, is Twitch off the table?
Is Kate off the table? It is.
So
now Twitch is off the cable.
Am I gonna regret opening this YouTube video? Oh my god. So I'm in the lobby. So I'm in the lobby here, and Sovereign puts a YouTube clip out there. It's Malphite with a troll face and his "You will lose" voice line for an hour-long. Sovereign putting down the gauntlet this game, saying, you know what, New World Esports Orion, piss off.
They're looking to get the 3-2 victory after a shaky mid-game series, right? Game 2 and 3 went in the way of New World Esports Orion, but it feels like Exiles, once they're ahead, they are going to slam the door shut on New World Orion, right? They get the lead. Tarek being banned now. Does Twitch get locked B1? Do you run it back? Do you put everything on the house?
You have to. It
you
just
did it
worked
once.
last game.
Your wife
have to do it.
Said, "Stop gambling, Yanni. I know you won so much, but I'm taking the kids. I'm taking the car. I'm even taking the goldfish if you bet it all once again, Yanni."
99% of gamblers stop just before they hit the big one, Shibby. They've run out of time for this pick. It's going to be a Tristana lock-in for Degenerate Exiles.
That was what was hovered early on. Remember, he said, don't get baited by the Tristana. They hovered over to the Twitch. Now they've locked it in, which is a flex. It is a flex, right?
It is a flex.
Can be
It's a little bit of a flex.
It's a little bit of a flex. Can be put bot, can be put mid, right? Double lane flex here. So they don't really know where it's going, but lane dominance now picked for Degenerate Exiles 80 carry here. Colebox on something a little bit less scale heavy, like the Twitch, and more for that lane dominance as New World. They're going to lock the Vigar in. Potentially mid lane, potentially bot lane as well. Another flex for these guys. So they're staying really, really sneaky with their picks. But R1, R2, what do you take here? What do you prioritize? No Jarvan bans have been taken. Jarvan still very much on the board. Maokai very much on the board. Sejuani very much on the board. All these really strong, powerful picks that we've seen. Vi, like you mentioned, Yanni, very good at this. Tristana can follow her to the ends of the earth here. But Nautilus, New World says,
it's a fine pick.
The 5 times you leave it up, I want it every single time. Give it to me. Nautilus being taken
wait,
for them.
they took it 4 times. The last game we didn't see a Nautilus.
That's unfortunate.
Yo, is
That's
that why they
actually-
lost?
Oh. Oh. No.
We are gonna see Leona get hovered here. It had an interesting game. It ended up working out pretty well. Its impact was a little what's the word I'm looking for? It didn't seem as impactful on the surface, but had a lot of really clutch plays to be able to get that Twitch some kills. So that one will get locked in for Degenerate Exiles. And Tristana and Leona, a much stronger combination than Leona Twitch.
Yanni, this is a lane. This is a season 2 lane.
This is a lane.
This is a season 1 lane.
Listen, when I duo with friends and they say, what do you want to do? Do you want me to play support? And I'm like, I want to play kill lanes. This is the kind of stuff we play. Tristana, Leona, adept at getting kills early. And we're going to see a Malphite picked up here for Degenerate Exiles. But guess what? It was before the second half of the ban phase, and Silas immediately locked in. It does mean that you could see Veigar in the bot lane. Silas, of course, can go top and jungle, but not nearly as effective there.
Yeah, we've seen the Silas top being played into Malphite specifically as a lane counter, right? And just allowing it to go in. So New World, they could do some of that magic voodoo there. But Oriana being taken off the board signals to me that this Silas is going to go mid, right? They don't want some of that long range mage action going into the Silas. I would suspect to take the Syndra out as well. If Exiles want to get very, very spicy, they could run the Renekton mid into Silas, which is a classic counter, right? Just does crazy, crazy stuff.
Bro, you're so
I don't
right.
know. I don't know if Exiles will do it, but they can.
I don't know if it's in the. It might not be in the playbook, right? You know, that's
Not in the
sometimes-
wheelhouse.
Yeah, that's just sometimes that something that you don't have available to you. But in game 5, this is where you pull out all the stops. When your back's against the wall in game 4, that's what you throw out there. But in game 5, that's where you have to lay all of your cards on the table. And still, there are still questions where this Tristana is going. I'd be surprised if she wasn't in the bot lane at this point. I would, you know, I think the matchup, I think Tristana Leona matches up quite well into like a Veigar Nautilus.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you get the lane shove, you get so much damage down on the turret. Veigar can't really do much, right? His trade pattern is more burst heavy. He sets up ganks really well. But, you know, if he gets caught out with an errant Zenith Blade, if he gets caught out with some stuns or anything like that, Tristana hops in, throws the detonation charge, and absolutely just destroys your HP here. But like you said, could be Veigar mid, could be Silas top. There's a lot of flexibility, could be Silas jungle as well here. I think New World, depending on what they see, they do have to lock in one more champion, but depending on what they see, Degenerate Exiles lock in for B4 and B5, this R5 pick could absolutely throw everything off kilter.
It could be the big hammer that they want, but they do need to pick something here and now. And it's going to reveal a lot of things about their team composition. They're very careful with it. And for the first time all series, we're going to see a Wukong.
Wukong Silas matching in the mid jungle could be very, very nice. A strong mid jungle from what we've seen in the LPL. Do they run it back with the Nico? Didn't have a lot of success in game number 3. Was the most fed member, but just didn't feel like it had that oomph, right? That chutzpah in the fights to really lay down the law. As now Viego getting locked in. So we see where everybody's going. Nico mid, Malphite top, Leona, Tristana bottom. This is a smash mouth team composition. They got one direction and one direction only. It's forward.
Charge! Charge! We will see what Orion picks up here. They still have a lot of options. They could go with an AD carry here. They could go with a top laner of some sort. It's gonna be Yone! That's a fairly interesting pickup here. A lot of damage that they can pump out and a nice balance. Give them a little bit extra magic damage along with the physical damage. A fairly strong laner as well. The question is, where's it gonna go? It can go mid lane. It can go top lane. I would guess it's going top lane into the Malphite. It seems like not that bad of a matchup due to the magic damage that you have.
I feel like they just throw Silas whoever Malph is, right? What was that one song? Every step I take. That's what's gonna happen. They're gonna be conjointed at the hip. Silas goes top if Malphite goes top. Malphite goes mid, Silas goes mid, right? That's what's gonna happen here. And I think Yone is just gonna match the Nico here. Will be rough, but New World Esports Orion pulling out all the stops. Veigar Nautilus bot, Wukong jungle, double main lane solo lanes with the Yone and the Silas here, while Degenerate Exiles are going back to what is working. They put the Viego, the Nico, the Malphite, some very strong fundamental champions that all require you to do one thing, is press the R button and you win the team fight. Degenerate Exiles have the easier to execute composition. So I think New World Esports, they may just lose this game 5 out.
You know, listen, both of these compositions can be pretty easy to execute. There's really not a whole lot that you need to do if you're Orion, right? You throw the Veigar cage with your Wukong, you don't even actually need to land it, because Wukong can get in there and knock everybody up and cause a lot of problems. Yone can do the same thing with his ultimate. If Silas manages to steal the Malphite ultimate, or the Nico ultimate, or even the Leona ultimate, it could be curtains for Degenerate Exiles. But luckily, Leona Malphite are tanky enough on their side. But outside of Nautilus, Orion is not as they're not as stable, right? they're pretty thick, right? Like Silas isn't a squishy champion like Vhagar, neither is Yone, and Wukong does get resistances off of his passive, but they're what I like to call a lean team composition.
Lean meats, right? They're fish, they're chicken, they're whatever you call it. But I'm gonna say one thing, Yanni. Crushing blows and Sheen is an absolute nightmare. If this Wukong gets going, it's like the Roblox. That's what happens. Wukong crushing blows Sheen. If he gets some kills early, if he's able to take over, all he needs is one. And this game could be looking in New World Orion's favorite year. Wukong, first time picked, like you mentioned, this series has been up every single game. A lot of these power pick junglers have been up every single game. The Jarvan, the Vi, the Wukong, the Maokai. None of this has been picked up until this point here. And Viego is going to have to do his best to match up against this Wukong. His team fight strength is there, but can he get the resets? Are they going to be able to do what they can? As Degenerate Exiles, like you said, they bet everything on the Tristana now. And I think after that performance, you have to believe Colbox is just feeling himself a little bit.
You know what? And that is okay. You want your players to be playing with confidence. What does it look like on the side of Boogie right now? They're relegating him to Vhagar duty. Like, think about that. You played an incredibly good series, and now you're going to be on Vhagar. And heck, maybe it's their choice. You know, Vhagar, a very popular option in the bottom lane, but it just plays so much different than your typical bottom laner.
Yeah, it's a little wonky. And this is where we saw when that dreaded AD carry patch came out, where the armor got nerfed and all the HP and stuff. And he kind of had to pick up some other champions. The Syndra, the Yasuo, the Renekton, the Vlad. That's where you saw some AD carry players turn into bottom lane players, right? That's where you saw them flex their muscles
migration.
here. The great migration.
Listen, I learned how to play Syndra.
Ziggs?
I had to.
Ziggs? Any Ziggs players?
Anybody can play Ziggs.
Yeah, it's true. That's true. Doesn't require too much brain power there. But so we're going to see New World Orion finally on something other than an AD carry. Can Boogie break it down on the Vhagar? Or will Degenerate Exiles absolutely wipe the floor clean with this team?
That is the big question here, Shibby. And we talked about how aggressive this bottom lane of Colbox and Samuel can be after what we saw last game. Listen, if this is going to be a win for Degenerate Exiles, it's going to come through that bot lane once again. Vhagar is an exposable champion early on into the game, but if they allow themselves to get pushed into their turret, they can be okay. They can find a way to survive and force plays to be made around the map by this Malphite, by this Viego, by this Nico. Shibby, what do you like and hate about these team compositions? What is the key to victory in your eyes?
This is what Degenerate Exiles got to do right here, Yanni.
Okay.
See his button?
Mm-hmm.
See his button?
See
Yeah, press it. You got to press that button right there. They got to press the R button. They got to press the R button. They got to press the R button here. That's all they need to do. Their comp is simple. It's easy. It just requires a little bit of game sense and just not overcommitment onto one member. And you win the Dragon. You win the Baron. You win the Rift Herald. While New World Esports, Orion Esports side, they've got to be a little bit crafty. They got to be shifty. They got to use their buttons a little bit, more precisely here. They got to get on the flank. They got to fight unfair. Yanni, as I like to say, they gotta throw some pocket sand in the face of Degenerate Exiles.
Pocket sand. Listen, one of them is hitting multiple buttons on a piano, and the other one is hitting the Staples Easy button. We're gonna hit the button that says we're gonna take a very short break as we are in the spectator delay. And when we return, it is the 5th and final game of the series, an absolute banger in the Blue Otter League. Go tell your friends, Degenerate Exiles, New World Esports Orion, kicking off the playoffs, have gone to 5. Blue Otter League family, it has been a fantastic evening here with you, but all good things must come to an end. But before that happens, we have taken the rift for one final game. Degenerates Exiles, they are on the blue side this time. New World Esports Orion are on the red side. And the big pick was that early Tristana, the Veigar in response. And as you mentioned, it is going to be a Silas in the top lane here. That one going over to Geyser. Triple teleports for the side of Orion. The question is, can they effectively use them? We saw some good teleports earlier in the series.
We did see some good flank teleports, specifically from Geyser on that Kennen, right? Was hitting some massive flank ultis. Obviously on a bit of a different champion, and I said they're going to have to play unfair. They have to take some TP angles, some TP ward flanks, and really just fight Degenerates not on an even playing field. They can't not just go into the meat grinder death ball that is Degenerate Exiles composition, because they are going to grind you up, eat you up, spit you out, and make you look like rubber and tar. As Degenerate Exiles, they just have a mean composition. So New World Orion, they've got to flank with the Silas. They've got to go invisible with the Wukong, get Cyclones onto the Trist, onto the Nico, shut down a lot of their primary burst damage so that Adolf cannot reset on this Viego. And he's been playing very well, actually, jungling overall, right? Even in the games that they lost, I would say he was playing pretty damn well.
Yeah, it's just been a pretty good series for the Degenerates jungler throughout, and they just need one more great performance out of him in order to take this one home. You can see the team just kind of feeling each other out here. Sovereign getting an early advantage onto Easy, which is a bit of a surprise here based on what's happened in prior games. Not a surprise due to the matchup. You can see guys are ready and willing to trade, but the cheese wheel in return means Hajime evening things up. You know Hajime is ready to scrap. We saw them on the mouth fight earlier. Tons of scrapping to be done.
Cheese wheel, the giant Parmesan cheese wheel. First time I've heard it called that, and I think I'll just call it that for the rest of my life.
Yeah, somebody called it the cheese wheel, and I started calling it that. I was like, wow, you're
that's
so
pretty
right.
funny. That is a giant cheese wheel. Unfortunately, with the comet as well, Geyser can get whittled down, as you see right now. Yeah, just look at that. Boom.
He's
Boom.
easy
And
to
Geyser,
dodge it though.
yeah,
Which
you
is smart.
can't really do too much, as Geyser gonna need access to that Kingslayer before he can really start trading aggressively onto the Malphite. But that's really not the reason we pick Silas into Malphite. It's just the fact that you just do so much more with that ultimate. It's actually insane how good it is onto you, especially with your abilities. As now Cage gets dropped. We talked about the jungle setup for Denali.
Colebox is going to be able to hop away, but Samuel can only go one direction. You mentioned it earlier, and that direction here is to the base.
Wukong got early kill, got first blood, could pick up a Sheen, crushing blows, could be on the menu.
Listen,
could be really rough.
We're playing a brand new game here, Shibby. Before we were playing League of Legends, and now we're playing Donkey Kong. Is Denali ready to show up on this pick? Did not pick it at all throughout this series, but has done a good job early. Now needs to potentially unlock his mid laner here, as Easy's having a rough time. You see the pings coming onto the bottom side. Adolphus here engaging on to the Nautilus. Cage to cut things off and prevent a fight from breaking out.
Yeah, really nice hook away. Like you said, Easy not having the best of times in that mid lane. As expected, I think Sovereign on this Nico, just more of a practice champion, also has the range advantage, like you mentioned. Anytime Easy tries to walk up for any CS, you can throw the EQ down. The Pop Blossom is just going to destroy Easy's health bar here. And it's not until he hits 6 to where he can really start pressuring kill threat, as now Geyser has unlocked every single ability in his champion, right, other than the ultimate, and now can aggressively trade onto Hajime with the Conqueror, with the Kingslayer. Doesn't matter if you poke him down with the cheese wheel, because he's just going to go right in and play along that edge.
Oh, that was a nice move there. Adolf being very careful, but so was Geyser. Geyser, the sidesteps are there, and they are able to get out without burning any summoners and taking some health off of Adolf. So, Adolf unable to get things done. Denali the King has been able to do so, and so far that's been the difference. But again, we are still very early into this game, not even at the 5-minute mark. Shibby, how do you see this map developing?
Oh, he almost caught him out. I thought he was gonna be able to get him here. Ward going down onto the wolves, but to your question, Yanni, this game's developing. It feels like New World played the more adaptive draft. Obviously, they had red side, so they can kind of flex some stuff around here. The Vigar Nautilus lane is interesting because at the end of the day, yeah, you may not be that experienced. It's a different kind of lane, right? It's a different kind of champion if you're the Vigar. But what champion matchup, how does Colebox, how much experience does he have against a Vigar lane? You don't really run into it too much in solo queue, and unless you're prepping for it in scrims, or unless this is something that they get busted out a lot by Boogie, you probably don't really understand how to lane against it, so it can be kind of rough here, as Boogie has been laning really well so far, pretty uninterrupted, and he will outscale the Tristana simply due to the nature of Vigar.
He's been doing a pretty good job of lining up those minions already. 33 stacks on Phenomenal Evil Power. For those who may not know, it gives Veigar AP. 1 AP for 1 stack. You kill a minion with your Q, you get a stack. You kill a bigger minion with your Q, you get more stacks. You hit a champion with any ability, you get some stacks. You get a kill, you get a lot of stacks.
Yep, it's pretty much basic fundamental breakdown
It's
of
Nasus.
what Vigar does. Yeah, it's Nasus.
But a little bit better in like the early game, I'd say, especially because you can set up with the cage, right?
Well, it's Nasus, but not limited to one ability. As now the cage does come down here. Mental Boomer, though, Colebox is going to look to get in, and we talked about that Zenith blade landing onto Boogie. Let's see what return damage they can do.
Yeah, they're doing some here. The exhaust is going to get put down on the Colebox. Mental Boomer wants to find a way back in, but the teams will split off. In the Veigar cage, despite it not landing, preventing Colebox from getting in there soon enough, forces the flash out of Boogie, but defended there by Mental Boomer. So even if you don't actually hit the cage, you can do so much to prevent a fight from breaking out. You might not be able to prevent this fight from breaking out. You can see they're starting to get aggressive. Colebox not caught. The hook going wild. I mean, Zanali the King has been caught out. Multiple members there. Tristana spotted out that the bomb was on somebody else. Easy is here. The fate sealed. He teleports behind Adolf. The stun comes out. Dolph will survive. Just a little bit of scrapping in the bot lane. Just a little bit of banter, my friend, in the bot lane.
New World Orion send everybody in the kitchen sink down to bot lane, unable to get any kills right now, as Mental Boomer is just gonna look to auto him in the cage. The most Chad thing ever. Just walks into the cage, walks out. Yeah, Boogie has no mana, can't do too much here. We're gonna see if he ends up extended. This might be the play.
Available. Oh, Dolph went first. And now they're going to get turned on here. Boogie, again, no mana, so things are fine. But Samuel had to flash Zenith Blade in there and just try to target one person. Unfortunately, they were not able to do that. But they know this Veigar has to take it back. Does have teleport available, but they will try to do up the dragon here. It is an Infernal Drake. It's one of the most important ones you can get in the early game. You can see Denali is on the way. Is only level 5. He's kind of waiting it out. Has a feeling they're doing this. Doesn't have any teammates in the area. And the dragon will fall.
He can't do much, just wait and watch as the dragon goes down. And looking at the itemization coming out from both the top laner and the bottom laner here with Boogie and Geyser, they're opting in for this long scaling game, right? Vigar Roa, Silas Roa. They definitely don't want to just they don't want to fight early, right? They want to let their Roa stack. They want to get as much as they can before they're ready to scrap here. As usually with Vigars, we'll see something like the Everfrost. We can see Ludens for burst, right? Obviously Roa, fairly new item this season, right? So I think a lot of people have been, taking advantage of the Roa plus Archangels build that we've been seeing, where you just are incredibly beefy, incredibly tanky, and super hard to kill as a mage. So I wouldn't be surprised if he wants to take advantage of that, or if he just wants the Roa for that survivability and that HP, right?
That is a pretty good call here, and it looks like the move there for Boogie, especially against the Tristana. You want more HP. A nice little roam there from Samuel, forcing the flash out of Easy. Sovereign did do most of the work, but see the teams heading up here. They really want to get this Rift Herald done. Mental Boomer in the area. Denali is level 6. Hajime is level 8. Denali's been engaged on there, just focus firing down the Donkey Kong, and Adolf gets that one back. It's a 1-0. Sovereign potentially looking for more. They do have their ultimate available. They did not want to go in on that one for fear of Yone turning around, but a Rift Herald going to the side of Degenerate Exiles can really bust open this gold lead, Shibby.
Yeah, you can send that down bottom lane, especially with the Tristana, the best turret busting AD carry in the game right now. It can be really, really rough. And we haven't seen Colebox move too much around into between these lanes. But what we failed to mention is that, yes, Vigar gets a free lane, gets to neutralize, doesn't really get to do too much other than farm, but Tristana as well. I mean, if you're an 80 carry, if you're just telling him, hey, you get to farm up, you get to get your items, nobody ganks you, nobody really does anything to you, that's an 80 carry's wet dream, right, Yanni?
Oh, absolutely. If you just get to play the game unabated here, a lot of gold going to go over to Adolf, and Sovereign going to split some up as well. Turret down to 2 plates. It's an opportunity there to potentially knock it down a little bit later if you can start landing some more skill shots on Easy and put the pressure on. Easy wants to go in on Sovereign here. Does have the level advantage, but can't really do all too much. The CS is relatively even. Colbach's going to leap on top of Boogie, and Boogie's in a whole lot of trouble. Samuel's going to drop down the ultimate. The second rocket jump. Now, wait, the turnaround. Colbach still manages to survive. Somehow lost a lot of HP, has to rocket jump out. Denali lying in wait. Wants to try to get in here. Mental Boomer is getting low, but they will be able to survive. And Denali picks up the kill. Easy has shown up to the party as well. They're looking to claim a life. Adolf is here. No, it's actually Sovereign. I got fooled, but they cannot do anything. They did not fool Orion, and they take the fight.
Yes, you get the kill onto the Vigar, but Denali patiently waiting, Mental Boomer laying the trap, being the juiciest bait I've ever seen, is able to burst out the Triss, is able to burst out the Leona, even when Sovereign shows up, like you mentioned, it's just not enough here. New World Orion keeping the gold dead even, 17.6 to 17.3. These gold leads have not wavered, have not budged. This is looking very similar to their game 1 early game between both of these guys.
Yes, and you know, it's even looking similar to game 2 for a while. Game 2 was actually fairly close for a while. A lot of these games have been close in the early goings, and then there's just been a pull away here, and we could potentially see that soon. We haven't seen Geyser get in there yet. He does have a nice little CS lead, and it looks like he's going toward the Rod of Ages build as well. So just looking to make sure that your AP carries are very tanky and are able to survive the onslaught, you know? See if the onslaught continues in the bot lane, and it won't. But Shibby, how important is it that these AP carries are tanky in this game?
You see the Roa stacking right now. You see Divine Sunderer on the Wukong. You mentioned they're not tanky, but they're like lean meat, right? They're lean. They're like chicken. They're like fish here. As now Geyser is potentially going to go on to Hajime. I think the ultimate will need to be expended potentially from Hajime. No, he is just going to throw the cheese wheel and walk it out. No qualms, no worries. Says, you know what? I'll be fine.
Yeah, and you know, you get the extra movement speed that way. Guys are patiently waiting to take the ultimate away from this Malphite. You want to use it for a more impactful fight rather than just some excursion up in the top lane, and they caught the correct Sovereign. Sovereign is very low. They fail the flash over the wall, and Easy's able to claim that kill. Now Boogie is the next one to fall. Adolf has become Vagar, looking to cause a lot of problems. Easy has not stunned themselves up yet, but it's a multi-man stun out of Samuel. Now Samuel could be the one in trouble, but they see Colbach show up and decide they don't want any more of that. It's another 1-for-1 as these teams continue to trade blows.
Blow for blow, kidney for liver, heart for heart. These guys are not taking any risk whatsoever. They trade the 1-for-1. They back out here. New World Orion will end up losing the dragon as Colbox, with a full HP bar in hand, is able to support this dragon take. And so far, although the gold has been even, the objectives, all of them, have gone in the favor of New World Orion. I don't know if that's alarming or if that's actually like a really good sign, right? Because you could argue, hey, you've got all these objectives, you got the Rift Herald, you got all these dragons. How come you're not like hard winning the game? But also alternatively, maybe they just had really good objective control and they're looking to kind of take Chemtech Soul to the next level, as now they are looking potentially for a very, very early Chemtech Dragon here. Chemtech Dragon Soul.
And Shibby, you cannot forget the stats that you get from these dragons, getting the extra damage, getting the extra resistances. That goes a very long way against this team, where they've been so back and forth so early that little bit of damage can just put somebody over the top. One thing that we need to talk about is Easy found themselves 2-0 now as they're getting close to their Immortal Shield Bow. And you know, once Yone picks that item up, it becomes an infinitely larger threat.
Yeah, especially with this lethal tempo, he's going to be able to auto you from a mile away. I think the more pressing thing is that both of the Roas have been completed. Obviously, Vigar got a little bit of extra help with those 3 assists in that bottom lane, so he's going to have a 3-stack Roa. But I believe Silas is soon to be having a 2-stack Roa on themselves here. So as the game goes on, as the minutes go on, these guys are going to get stronger and stronger passively along with the gold, and they're going to be real threats. We have yet to see Geyser in any of these team fights. I haven't seen a stolen Malphite ultimate put too much work in. I haven't really seen Silas put any work in. He's kind of just been left alone in that top lane to farm, which can be really rough because if you're not expecting it, he could get a flank off, he could steal an ultimate and turn the whole fight around.
Yeah, and the thing is, because they haven't been trading all too much, nobody's like, are they really aware of the damage that the Silas can do? Is it on their radar? You can see Easy with a nice engagement, chunking Sovereign to about half HP. The ultimate on the backside, but they are diving this man. It is a shutdown for Adolf as they're going to get escorted out by Hajime and Denali. Wait, okay, no, everything's fine. There was a snap back to reality, but Adolf decided that I can make reality whatever I want.
Thanos snapped it back himself. Thanos snapped himself back into safety here as that dive was just surgical, right? Like easy. You saw he ulted. I said, I can get out. Wait, Viego's coming in from the side. Oh, wait, the Malphite ult's coming in. Oh, timeout. I'm just dead to rights here. Good thing holding on to his flash, but another objective off of that dive is in the favor of Degenerate Exiles here. They've won the objective game, Yanni. They just have yet to win the gold game.
They're up just a little bit, but not a whole lot. But we could see that change very soon. Viego now 3-0. Has that mythic, hasn't backed yet, so a little bit of gold in the pocket. They're going to go after Colbox here. Colbox does have flash available. They are going to drop the ultimate, the buster shot to get them out, but the flash is forced out. So a solid gank there out of Denali, not burning anything except for the ultimate. They will be able to take this bottom turret, though.
First turret gold going over to New World Orion. So not as successful as a dive here, but pretty much doing the same thing, right? You get a kill onto the Yone, but you get first turret gold for the whole team. And now, once again, the gold dead even between these teams. Yanni, I think this is the closest game we've had between these teams.
This has been a chess match back and forth. And the thing is, sometimes you wonder in a game 5 if it's the team's just afraid to make a mistake. They're not like being overly brazen aside from that dive, but the teams are playing within themselves and they understand the win conditions that they have here should be. It's a very impressive showing, and I'm just interested to see who wins this game. It is so incredibly close. It's the longest it's been with a gold lead within 1K.
It feels rough because a lot of that gold is put onto Viego here, but now the fight breaks out. Yanni, they heard you.
They tried to make a play on the Sam, but that ultimate from Sovereign does so much damage. Adolf down to about half HP as the Nolly looking to get in there, but Adolf is on a rampage. Hajime is showing up and still has that ultimate available, trying to get on to Mental Boomer here. Adolf as that Wukong trying to come through, but they force the flash out of Mental Boomer. And now Easy trying to turn it around, but you know he can't get that much closer. They force the
Where's
fight
Geyser?
Out before that dragon, and yeah, Geyser has teleport available, but it's just sitting in the back pocket.
He has not TP'd. He has not participated. He has refused to do anything. He's like the introvert at a party playing with the dog, Yanni. He wants no business with dancing.
He's in the corner. They don't know I'm split pushing.
They don't know. They do know. They recognize that he's split pushing. They recognize that he's in gold in the top lane. They don't care. They're going to force the objectives. Adolf is going to pick up
he's teleporting
another
now.
kill for himself. Uh-oh, Boogie.
Adolf could run into some trouble, but so could Boogie. They're going to find the engagement onto the Viego on the other side. Mental Boomer with a multi-man knockup, but it's a shutdown onto the Wukong. It's a 1-for-1 here as Mental Boomer has fallen. The jungler is down. Geyser on the backside has the Viego ultimate available if he wants to try to pop off. There's a Pop Blossom going down. It looked like it was... What? Hold on, I'm confused with what happened there with Geyser, but they found Hajime, and Hajime in a whole lot of trouble getting stunned up and taken down. I don't know what happened.
Viego ultimate. Okay. I'm going to try to explain it as this dragon goes down. I could be wrong, guys, but I think what happened was Silas stole the Viego ultimate, and since she got a kill with it, instead of it resetting the Viego ultimate, it might have just reset Silas ultimate, so he stole the Pop Blossom and used that as well. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know how the interaction works. Would have to test it out in like
I know how that interaction works.
Practice.
I know how that one works. Denali is still alive, but is shut down by Adolf, who is now 5-1, looking to push onto Easy. Easy, are they able to find a way out? Mental Boomer is now in trouble as Adolf continuing to move forward. Boogie has shown up but is not full HP. Adolf stuck in the cage, and despite all his rage, he has fallen.
Everything that has happened so far now finally going in the favor of New World Orion. But
Hajime is
he's gonna throw the ultimate.
He went for Boogie, but Geyser has the ultimate as well. Geyser using that ultimate to knock up Sovereign, causing some problems. Hajime has to peel back, but now the root is here for Geyser. He's gone golden, so stopwatch off the table. But still a fight going the way of Orion.
Still going over as the team compositions are coming in. Roa is stacking. Both of these guys are really, really big right now, right? Roa stacking. You've got the Immortal Shield Bow. You've got the Divine Sunder or Black Cleaver, right? It feels like New World Orion is slowly but surely pulling ahead with these item advantages. But Yanni, we've seen them before. They don't know how to play around these item breakpoint advantages. When they had their top laner so far ahead that they didn't know what to do on the Scion, we saw them. They weren't fighting when they had the advantage. They were letting Degenerate Exiles get back into the game. And then that one Baron fight made them throw. It was really, really rough here as now New World Esports Orion. What can they do with this tiny, tiny gold lead?
Well, they're going to try to exercise their previous game's demons and understand their item breakpoints and get their Veigar fully stacked now. So he does have a 3-level lead right now over Colbox. That is massive, as Veigar is on par with the solo laners right now. And you know Geyser's going to get there soon. 2 more stacks to go. This is the time that you are going to fight. This Veigar needs to be a part of the action, being able to deal so much damage. They have their Zonias. They don't even need to get the kill. They just need to do something. And the Baron has been started up. Shibby, it's time. It's time for the BOL. The Baron throw. Denali hovering over, knows that the play is ready to be made. He does get spotted out. Baron down to about 1,000. It is taken and secured by Adolf.
They didn't even go for the steal.
The engage goes on to Mental Boomer, but Samuel was split apart by the cage. Samuel dies, but getting into the middle of things, it was just a clone, which was but a clever ruse. I didn't fall for that one that time.
Was a clone like you mentioned, and if you get Baron, you trade Leona. If you're Degenerate Exiles, you take that trade every single time. You're putting worth in the chat, screaming it out loud at your house while your parents are asleep. Baron for support, take that every day.
Absolutely. Now the gold lead has tightened just a little bit. It's 1,300 gold. You have to remember the dragon stacking interrupted. So now that's going to be a more contentious point of the game as we move on because this game is so close. The question is, can the Degenerate Exiles do anything with this Baron? They lost a turret in the top side, so I think they're negative on the Baron power play here if we had that and we were sponsored, but you know, there's a reason why I didn't say Red Bull in front of it.
Yeah, and a lot of these guys, they got to be hopped up on Red Bull right now. We're getting late.
I need to be hopped up on Red Bull right now, dude.
Late into the night, Game 5 series. These guys are hopped up on something, and it ain't Mountain Dew, as both of these teams
Mountain Dew code red.
Mountain Dew code red. Oh my god! And you get the
Those
little
are the
Halo
days.
EXP and Modern Warfare EXP. Yeah. Throwing back some memories. As now the Dragon is going to be set up for both of these teams. 1 minute now. Both of these guys vying for positioning. Pink wards everywhere, scattered across the map. This could be the game, Yanni. This could be the game deciding fight for either of these teams. And right now, Adolf trying to put on his biggest, tightest, stylish carry pants on the Rift right now. 5-2-1. All of that gold is on himself. Colbox really hasn't been able to do much here. Right, you look across the board for New World Orion. You've got gold onto Wukong. You've got gold onto Yone. Heck, you've even got a bunch of gold onto the Silos.
But do you have carry pants?
Do you have carry pants? That is the question.
Listen, Adolf is so strong right now, walking around 5-2, double cheeked up. Those carry pants, my man, may as well be assless chaps, because right now he is looking to lay it all on the line as they are laying a trap here, but it has been warded. They're going to engage onto Mental Boomer onto the right side of the fight. Geyser's taking the Leona, open Denali the King in the choke with the knockups. There's another knockup. There's the flash over the wall. And Sovereign is pumping out damage, and Geyser is all alone. Boogie can't save him now. They've surrounded the Silas, the Mage Seeker. Go back to Steam. It is 4-0 in favor of Degenerates Exiles.
And that could be the game here. Degenerate Exiles. Yanni, I said it. I put it on the broadcast. They just got to press one button, and every single one of them press their ultimate. They win the team fight. They wipe New World Orion off the board here. They're going to pick up the Dragon. They're going to pick up the mid lane. They're going to pick up a lot of gold here. Mind you, they've got Baron coded on themselves as well. They can look to make some real dents into this gold lead.
Yes, they are, and they're going to take this mid inner turret as well while putting themselves on Soul Point, and now it's a 2.6k gold lead for Degenerates Exiles. And again, what a fantastic ultimate from Sovereign. Starting up the Pot Blossom, flashing over the wall into the choke. I mean, so many of these ultimates and the chokes are so strong, but they finally found the one.
Yeah, could call him Philip Rivers on how bad these choke fights are. Adolf, I'm sorry. Sorry.
What? What's up?
Nothing. I just see you in the cam. I just see you shaking your head. As Degenerate Exiles, though, winning this fight, winning potentially the game here, right? That was that team-ending fight. 2.5 thousand gold in their favor at the moment, and it's only getting harder. I don't know if Easy's composition with New World Orion could do anything.
Listen. This game is not over. You think that this game is over, but it's not quite. There are still opportunities here for Orion to come back and win this game. Denali and Easy, their combo is so strong. If Geyser can steal a Pot Blossom, a Leona ultimate, a Malphite ultimate, he's gonna have to find a way out of there. He is not having the greatest of games. You know, he's been the split push god, but hasn't really gotten too much work done. Has a CS lead for himself, but I mean, there's nothing else other than that. It's just a CS lead. Heck, he's down about 100 gold. It's not much.
Peep the Malphite build real quick, by the way.
I am
He's just happy. He's just happy to be here. He's got an abyssal mask, a little bit of thornmail, or sorry, not thornmail, bramble vest. He's got an Aegis right now, right? He's trying. He's just there, like, hey, I know what I need to do. I press R onto the carry, and we win the fight here. They got one job as Mental Boomer. He might just die again here.
Oh no!
Nautilus!
They got him, and that is massive.
Oh,
And
they got
Easy is
Easy.
now on the wrong side of the tracks. He's going to run right into Colbox. If Colbox wants to go after him, Adolf moving forward, but is going to kite it over to Sovereign. Now they're going to look to re-engage on Denali, but Adolf is low, and the Primordial Burst is a big shutdown for Boogie.
Big shutdown. The Primordial Burst absolutely deletes Adolf's hit health bar here, as now Geyser with the stolen Nico ultimate could do a lot of damage here. Doesn't have the flash. So overall, 1-for-1 trade. Mental Boomer for Adolf, especially with that shutdown gold as well. Nice little chunk of change going over to Boogie's pocket. But he's just been kind of non-existent on this Vygar. We thought he'd be more effective. Something spicy that he pulled out. But you just don't have that consistent AD DPS threat. So how do you navigate these fights as Boogie? He's pretty much an ult bot, right? He just throws Cage down and ult, and that's it.
Listen, Boogie, right before that kill, and as he got that kill, was Season 1 Josh Allen, right? But as Veigar gets into the game, he's going to become the bell cow of the team. We're going to be talking about potential Super Bowl Josh Allen out of Boogie here. You know, have him start carrying the games. He's just got to make it to the late game, all right? You know, Josh Allen's made it to the late game. Like, it's the same principle. It is the same principle, right?
I know we're not supposed to pay attention to Twitch chat.
Oh, I'm loving this.
The guy that said Herbert is a top 5 QB. You're just wrong. I'm sorry.
He's
you're just
absolutely
wrong.
correct. What are you talking about?
No. I'm not having this discussion with you right now.
Oh, you're crazy.
We're playing League of Legends.
You're crazy.
We're playing League of Legends. Somebody in chat quickly name 5 QBs better than Herbert, so I don't have to right now. I could literally Mahomes, Hurts, literally, like, there's so many QBs right now that are way better.
Congratulations, you named 2.
There's so many right now as
Well,
the team fight is
we
actually
found an
going
engagement
on.
onto Geyser. Geyser is going to go golden, and now he's going to try to find a way out of here. Has gone unstoppable. Easy is able to find the kill, and now it is a 4v4, although Wukong hasn't quite joined the fight. It ends up being a 1-for-1. I saw somebody say Hertz is not better. Somebody ban that guy, please. I am not taking that slander in this game right now. I'm in my bag, just like Jalen Hurts got that bag, but looking for the last dragon here. Degenerate Exiles are looking for that bag right now. 4v4 though. Adolf is down for 20 more seconds as the setup comes through here. Denali looking to find a way in. They found Mental Boomer. Mental Boomer with a knockup, but look on the backside. It's Sovereign trying to make a play happen as Denali the king got in there. Double knockups. Huge 3-man knockup coming in from Hajime and Boogie as the last one alive. Colebox completely untouched, and that is not quite, no, it is an ace because Geyser hadn't respawned yet, and that was the fight that you needed. That right there was the San Diego Chargers quarterback. They got so many kills down there, they filled up rivers.
Oh my! That was an absolute fire line, I have to admit. Bars, straight bars. But now Degenerate Exiles with the Baron in hand, they are going to be able to take this game. Two really, really good fights from them. Sovereign and Hajime have absolutely stepped up to the plate, landing game-changing ultimates from these guys, and Colebox quietly sitting in the back, firing away. We mentioned the lack of an AD carry, traditional AD carry on the side of New World Orion, and we're seeing its faults at the moment. Now, Chemtech Soul as well picked up for Degenerate Exiles after a grueling 5-game series. Yet it finally seems like Degenerate Exiles will be able to take the series.
Sovereign has come up so clutch on this game, on the Nico, doing so well. 6-2-4, has 3.5 items now, ready to put this game to bed. 31 minutes into the game, it's about a 5,000 gold lead, and they found the engagement onto Easy. Easy has to ult his way out of there. The damage back onto Adolf is not enough, and the siege is really good here. Colebox has a lot of range. The Tristana passive able to do so much. The Tower Taker of Terror is going to find the inhibitor in the mid lane as well, and they have finally broken the base, Shibby. We could see the end of the game.
We could definitely see the end of the game here. Inhibitor turret is down at the moment. The jungle is being taken right now. Everything being starved away. New World Orion watching slowly as the game that they once had a lead in is slowly falling through the cracks, slowly falling through their hands right now. Degenerate Exiles picking up the pieces and saying, you know what? We want to punch our ticket to quarterfinals.
6 kills for each of the carries. They are on demon hours right now. 12:44 in the morning on the East Coast as they look for the final siege. Vagar Cage goes down, and it's a nice little chunk, but they're going to need more than that as the turret falls lower and lower. Nobody can get to that Baron up in, oh man, Cannon Minion. Sorry, I spaced out for a second. I lost it, bro. It's been a really, really rough night. The siege continues once more. Samuel kind of caught in the cage, but the turret is going to fall. The next one is the inhibitor in the top side. This is going to mean that minions are starting to pour into the base. You see a double super minion up wave coming through, and it looks like this is going to be the time for them to back off. They want to spend their gold while they go for the final push up 6K.
They're up 6,000 gold right now. You look at the scoreboard, every single member is eating very, very good. And you have to wonder, Geyser's got 3 KP out of 14 kills. This guy refused to group, refused to TP, hasn't really used that silence counter pick to its effectiveness. And I think that's really been kind of the story of this game, unfortunately. Geyser has just been non-existent.
Hold up, though. Yellowstone is a geyser, right?
Oh, okay, I'm gonna let you cook.
Right, you follow me? So Yellowstone is a
cook.
geyser, and everybody's really concerned that Yellowstone's gonna blow up, right? And if Yellowstone blows up, it's going to destroy most of the western United States. Not concerned about that point, but Geyser can potentially blow up here. You know he's been cooking. He's got 2.5 items, and all it takes is one great ultimate to steal, and somebody to group up. He needs to take that Malphite ultimate. You are correct. He's got to take it, which he does. Okay. He's got to wait for them to group up, but you still have a little bit of time to play with. Easy is going to take the back after clearing the wave topside. This is the moment for Orion to dig their heels into the dirt and keep this game alive as the siege continues to press on. Baron and Elder up in 2 minutes apiece. They're just waiting at this point for more minions to pour in the base. You see the supers coming in through mid lane. This could be the opportunity. Geyser's not sure if he wants to go clear it or if he wants to take an angle. He doesn't even know that he's on top of a ward. Sitting in the corner, they don't know I'm on top of a ward. It's a turret in the bottom side, getting lower and lower. It's not a whole lot. They're not really able to do a good job protecting for Colebox just yet.
Yeah, they have to wait for the waves to sync up, right? That top lane, unfortunately, is a little bit laggy behind, but it has 2 supers coming in. As the pings go down, they know that top wave is coming in. They know that somebody has to answer it. That is their moment to strike. But what will Orion do? Will they take the initiative? Will they dig their heels into the ground? Will they make their final stand? Or will they go out like a fart in the wind, Yanni?
You can tell they're not stacking up. They are trying to wait out this Malphite ult for as long as possible. A minute on the big objectives now. You can see the pings going onto the top side. It looks like there's no intention to do these objectives. They want to end the game right now, Shibby.
They want to end it right now. They're just waiting for the waves to come in. They desperately want that bottom lane turret. Degenerate Exiles can see the game ending. The ultimate is down. Yeah, Silas, does he have a potential steal option again? As now they've waited it out, and now they don't have it engaged. What do? They can't do anything. Triple inhibs
have fallen. Really well done there by Degenerate Exiles. They spread out. They did not give Geyser an opportunity to drop that ultimate, and now they're going to move around here. Which one they're going to go for, I'm not quite sure. They are standing on a ward. They're standing on multiple wards, in fact. Samuel P coming through to clear it out. Let's see if they go for the final fight here. Easy is not around, but does have the teleport available. Adolf trying to come in from the side, ready and waiting, looking for one of those juicy targets. Here comes the engagement. There's the Malphite knockup. Let's see what Sovereign's going to do. Easy is going to ult. Sovereign's going to get in there for free and hit everyone. This game is over. Geyser has gone golden. Boogie is getting jumped on, has fallen. Can Geyser take out the Malphite? He finally does, but he gets ulted away. Sovereign and Colebox, the surviving carries, and they are making the push to the base.
It is one Silas against the world. The Geyser can erupt, but will he turn into a kiddie pool? Colebox and Sovereign are up and ready. The carries are here. Silas does have his ultimate backup. Can steal the pop blossom if he wants to. Has taken it now. He's looking to end. He's looking to do something. He wants to save this game for New World Orion. Yanni, what's going to happen?
Geyser's gonna get in there. He's gonna try to drop the ultimate. Sovereign's gone golden, and Geyser has to run away. Sovereign looking to just clean him up. There's the pop blossom. There's the kill, and there's the game. Degenerate Exiles are moving on in the BOL Platinum Playoffs.
They make it past New World Orion. Though it wasn't easy, though the path looked rough, Yanni, and although it took some trials, some tribulations, some blood, sweat, and tears, Degenerate Exiles make it past into the quarterfinals, slaying New World Orion and sending them back to where they came from.
What a fantastic game between these two teams. Really, what a fantastic series. That game was close for so long, but Degenerate Exiles, despite all odds, the lower seed coming in, the wild card that everybody dismissed, they come from behind down 2-1 in the series to take a 3-2 series victory. Shibby, what an absolute banger. This was wild.
It was a wild game. Yanni. It was a wild series. The adaptations that were made, the Caitlyn first pick, everything that you saw coming out from both of these teams, they may have laid their cards out on the table, and you have to believe that whoever is awaiting Degenerate Exiles is licking their lips They're scouting these games. They know every single trick in the book. They've got 1 week to prepare for their next matchup. And Yanni, it's not going to be easy, but for now, Degenerate Exiles, you get to celebrate. You get to go home. You get to go to sleep. You get to go drink some beer if you're old enough. I don't know your guys' ages. Do something for celebration, because right now you've made it to the quarterfinals of the Blue Water Platinum League, and you damn well deserve it.
Yes, and that was they fought for everything they were worth in a lot of those games, and really the Twitch pick turned the momentum in game 4. Gotta give all the credit in the world to Degenerate Exiles. They played such a fantastic series. I'm really proud of all the players that participated today. Everybody had some highlight opportunities, and listen, they made the most of them.
Definitely made the most of them, Yanni, and I couldn't have done it with anybody else. Shout outs to Nyarko. I wish he was here. I wish he didn't miss this 5-game banger series, but Yanni, it was a pleasure casting the 5-game for
always, my
Blue
friend.
Otter League. I loved it. Shout outs to Dory, by the way, Dory K.
Thank you, Dory, for stepping in. Very
Stepping
short
in.
notice.
Right? Super short notice. He still has that little green new member on the Discord server. That's how fresh he is onto this. Filling in, being a G, obviously on the producer, on the back end, the unsung hero, making us look pretty, making everybody look good here. And a special shout out to everybody that was watching in the Blue Otter League. It was really fun interacting with the Twitch chat. It's super hilarious, right? Funny take, guys, that Justin Herbert is top 5 QB. You're wrong. I'm going to end it on that, Yanni.
You were so wrong, bro. But one thing that is not wrong is that there is more Blue Otter League action. Tomorrow, we have some more playoffs going on in the Gold Lead, where it's going to be Mystical Serpents Hydra taking on Tenebrous Esports. That'll be casted by Romeo, and I think Bully will be on the mic for that one. So that one will be pretty interesting. And if you want more Blue Otter League action in your life, we have IBS on Thursday with Tenebrous Esports versus the Sunset Rams. I think that looks like. I have to be honest, I really can't see that. It was not the highest quality image. That'll be casted by Bickle and Go for Eno. So everybody, it was a fantastic night, and I loved every moment of it, but it is time for us to depart. So for myself, Shibby, Dory, and the rest of the Blue Otter League family, thank you all so much for being here with us tonight, and we hope to see you tomorrow for some more Blue Otter League action. Tua!